the first thing women notice? Your face. That's why you got to take care of it. Simple things like getting a haircut, grooming your face, and brushing your teeth is important. But there's one thing guys miss and that women always notice. It's when a guy isn't taking care of his skin. That's why I'm so excited to have T Channeling as a sponsor of today's video. T Channeling simplifies the process of taking care of your skin. They provide you with all the products you need and nothing you don't. Seriously, I don't think some of you believe me when I tell you how much implementing a quality skincare routine will improve your confidence in all aspects of your life. I recommend you start with the level 1 system, which comes with all the basics: daily face wash, exfoliating scrub, an AM moisturizer with an SPF 20 and a PM moisturizer. But and to make it dead simple for you guys, they provide an instruction card in every box that tells you when to use each product, how much to use, and in what order. But because T just sponsoring this video, they're offering you an amazing deal. Just click the first link in the description and get 40% off your first skincare system and free gift. Plus, as a member, you'll get 20% off for life. By the way, one of their new gift options is a silicone body scrubber, which is a $20 value and a complete game changer. Once you use this, you'll never go back to a regular loofah ever again. So don't wait any longer. Click the first link in the description to start your skincare journey today.
And just like that, we are live. What's going on, folks? How y'all doing?
I'm good.
Yeah. Good to see you guys. Good to see you guys, man. Happy Sunday. Lapeef Sunday.
What up,
y'all? Pretty good. Okay. T, you there? Mistaken?
Yeah, I'm here. I was just trying to finish chewing.
Oh, okay.
Well, my bad. All right, I'm done.
There you go. There you go. Okay. What's going on, T?
What's up? What's up, everybody?
Good to see you, man. Happy Sunday to everybody. All right, before we get this show started, let's go ahead and get the housekeeping out the way. Shout out to T Channeling. That link is in the description. You guys get 40% off along with a free gift. And if you become a member, you get 20% off for life. That link is in the description. With that being said, I'm happy to see you. I don't think we do Sunday last Sunday? I don't believe so. Hank was off last Sunday?
Yeah, we was off last Sunday.
Okay. Yeah. Oh, that's right. The show was. I forgot we was at the place. Anyhow, you guys see the title, Why Nice Guys Should Avoid Certain Women. It was an interview, well, not an interview, a podcast that Melissa Ford did that I came across, and so I do want to dissect a part of it. But before we do, we want to build up to it. So I do want to start off by asking this question first. And before we get started, if you guys haven't already, hit that like button. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel. My apologies for not acknowledging some of the chat. What's going on, Mrs. Hink, Ethics Now, Jordan, Jolie, Christopher Matthews, dedicated to my children's future. Dedicated to my children's future, gifted one Lapeef membership, and then he also gifted another one. Thank you for that. Appreciate that. President 48, United States, fishing to fit. What's going on, everybody? Good to see you. I see Hinkins in the chat as well. Let's go ahead and get it going. I'll pose this question to the panel first. Feel free to jump in how you want. I do want to kind of stay on the question. So if I do play a video, try not to jump ahead, but just try to stay focused on the actual question so we can make sure we maintain some type of structure when it comes to the dialogue. I do want a healthy dialogue, and I also want us to actually get somewhere with it. I think the people will enjoy that a little bit more. So with that being said, let me just find out. The traits and qualities of a good woman, I got a typo, a good woman versus a wife. Are they different? The traits and qualities of a good woman versus a wife, and are they different? Let's start with you, Mistaken.
Y'all know I need time to process my thoughts.
Well, I mean, like you are a wife, so you know, just give us a little bit your thoughts about the traits and qualities of a good woman versus a wife, and are they different?
I hear echo.
Especially you mute in between, y'all.
I think some of the qualities kind of may overlap. I think if you are a good person, um, you will develop into a good wife. But I think that also depends on the type of husband you have as well. Because I think the role of one of the roles of a husband is to see the areas in which you may be weak in and challenge you in those areas to help develop you to become better. As individual, you are limited in I guess seeing yourself in areas of weakness because you're limited in the way that you view yourself. So you can see yourself as, being a good woman or a good wife until you're challenged in your views. So I think, yeah, those areas are that there's always room for growth. So I think a good woman can develop into being a better woman.
I'm gonna go to you, Mark. Thank you, Miss Taker. I'm gonna go to you, Mark.
Mhm.
The traits and qualities of a good woman versus a wife, and are they different, Marbo?
Oh man, I was still trying to reflect on it. I think a wife should be a good woman. I don't see the disconnection with it. It's kind of I don't see where there should be a polar opposite in it. Just thinking about it. But I might want to sit back on this to kind of see everybody else's input because I don't see a disconnection between the two because I feel like a wife should be a good woman. So I kind of want to hear the rest of the panel before I kind of chime in.
Can I just add one thing, JR? I think a good woman, good wife, I think are like what he said. It should be synonymous in the fact that I think both have to deal with character. And I don't think that would change between the two. If you have good character, that character shouldn't change between what title you have, right? So if you're a good person, that's going to carry over into being a good wife because that character isn't going to change, right? Because that's the foundation of who you are. Now that I had more time to process.
Okay. What about you, Miss Angie?
I believe that a good woman and a wife are synonymous with one another. Just piggybacking off what both of my panel mates, Marbo and Miss Taken said, it has to do with character. So I feel like a good woman is the only difference between a good woman and a wife is the title, honestly.
What about you, Cloud Jones?
I say a good woman. All right, let me start over. A wife, anybody can be a wife as long as somebody marries them. So to be a wife doesn't require you to be a good woman. I've seen plenty of shitty wives out there. There's a lot of them. So wife is a title that you can achieve simply by someone saying, "I want you to be my wife." And if that person has bad judgment, then they could pick a shitty wife. Whereas a good woman is a good woman, I think is like universally understood by everyone as a good woman, whether she's married or not. So a good woman, you might see wifely qualities in her, or many people might want to make that her wife because she's a good woman. But a good woman doesn't have to be married. She doesn't have to be in a relationship to be able to display the qualities of a good woman, which I would say is like being kind, being a good listener, being compassionate, empathetic, considerate, respectful, truthful, caring, all of those things. I think all of those combine to make what a good woman is. But that's not necessarily found in every wife.
Okay. And you wanted to say something?
I did want to kind of add a point. I think that like I said, a good woman, the only difference between her being a wife is the title, right? I do think that good women that are single, there is normally a negative connotation that comes with that. It's always, why are you single? Something must be wrong. I feel like that is normally the first response. Do you guys agree?
More than likely, something is wrong with you if you're still single. Depends on how long you've been single.
All right, we're gonna build up to it, y'all. We're gonna build up to it.
Let's stay on top. Let's stay on top.
Yeah.
So we're
They
talking
can't
about
follow directions.
we're talking about the traits and qualities of a good woman versus a wife, and are they different? Go ahead, Allie.
I don't think that they are synonymous. And the first guttural thing that comes to my mind is my mother and I have talked about this at length, right? And my sister's gonna hate me, but my sister is a prime example. She is a very good person. She is a solid individual. But my mom, I can hear her right now. She says, Cindy would not make a good wife. She's not a good housekeeper. Like, and not to say that she's, like I said, a terrible person, but she just doesn't have the qualities to be a wife in the sense of she's kind of like selfish in the way that she moves, but she's not a bad person. So my mom says that all the time. She says, you know, Alice, I can see you being a wife, but I can't see your sister being a wife, but she is still a solid, good individual person. So I don't think that they're synonymous. And I feel like I know a lot of people like my sister. So I'm not knocking her, but I don't think they're synonymous. You can be a good person, but not have wife qualities, just in the way that you move.
All right, go ahead, Luis.
Yeah, I really like how the brother Clout Jones broke it down. I thought it was really good. I mean, for me, I don't think they're necessarily the same. I think one thing that we didn't talk about or highlight is how people are raised and cultured, right? I think that's a big component of it because I think that there are great, amazing people out there from all walks around the world, great women, but I think that the cultural mindset and how they are raised to think in terms of themselves and how they see themselves with someone, whether in a relationship, marriage, etc. It changes and skews. So I would say a good woman, you know, characters and virtues, you know, relationship, you know, and sort of maybe perhaps the broad impact. I think one embodies the qualities of kindness, integrity, and self-respect, and others, and then also, you know, maintains a healthy connection with, you know, the people that they are in community with. The second thing that I would say a good wife will probably embodied is sort of the priorities and the needs in the marriage, the family. You know, there isn't that selfishness of it's only about me and me. You know, there's a greater role to be played in. So I would say probably in summary, while a good woman excels in as an individual virtue, I would I would add that a good wife channels those qualities in the framework of marriage, fostering and nurturing in a supporting setting for her partners and for her partner and her family. So, are you?
All right, I'm gonna go to you, Miss T. Traits and quality of a good woman versus a wife, and are they different?
I think that I think they are synonymous, kind of similar, but I also think that it's hard to define because wife is not just something like some position or a job or something where you have to meet all these qualities to be a wife. So, I mean, some men may like a horrible woman, a woman with bad character and all that stuff. That may be a great wife for him, you know, like not necessarily being good or having certain qualities makes you a wife. Like Cloud Jones was saying, it's just somebody has proposed to you and married you. So you could be any kind of woman and be a wife. I think that you could be, I don't know. I don't know that good, you know, that you necessarily have to be good or have certain qualities to be a wife. You just have to be chosen by a man, and he may not be looking for all the good qualities. He may not be looking for a housekeeper. May not be looking for a cleaner. Like, those, I don't know. We would have to define wife, you know, like, is wife just a person who cooks and cleans, has babies, does, you know, like, what is a wife? And then what would make you good at it? And I think if we were to ask everybody on this panel what's a wife, we're going to get 10 different answers. If we ask people in the comments, we're going to get 10, you know, a lot of different answers. So there's no way to quantify what makes you a wife other than getting married. And you don't have to have any kind of qualities other than a man liking you enough to propose to you.
So, Miss T, can I ask you a quick question?
Yeah.
I don't necessarily disagree with you. There is a lot of truth in what you just shared. I think that there is a fundamental baseline of things that men can probably all agree on, that there are qualities in women that we would want, you know, as a baseline. All the, like, other things will vary, but I think there is a baseline somewhere of qualities that of a wife that a man would want.
Perhaps, but if we were to give you that quality baseline and give all four of you, it's 4 men on this panel, and give all 4 of you the exact same woman based on that baseline, it's not going to work for all 4 of you. Like, a wife is what she is to that man. It's not like, oh, she's met all these qualities and done these things, this is a wife and she stands alone. No, a wife is a person that's married to a man, and that's all that matters. You don't have to be anything to do that.
Go ahead, Angie. I think you wanted to make a point.
I kind of wanted to shift a little bit, and I wanted to pose a question to Louise, because I think that even, but like after I spoke, when you responded, you said something along the lines of, if she's not married, then something must be wrong with her. I just kind of wanted to touch on that. I think that when it comes to the relationship dynamic, we can agree that the man leads with the commitment, right? In order for the relationship to be a functional, you know, partnership, a man has to lead with the commitment. And so with that being said, with a good woman not being married, it doesn't necessarily mean something is wrong with her. But I think that we also have to like kind of shift perspective and ask, okay, well, if the man is leading their commitment, shouldn't we address why they're not doing that? Maybe they might not have the capacity or willingness to be in that type of partnership with a good woman. I'm pretty sure many men have dated good women, but that doesn't mean they stuck with that good woman because they needed to figure maybe other things out about themselves. You know what I'm saying? Versus putting it, I just kind of feel like with this whole relationship validation thing with being married, like, we have to understand that 2 people have to come together and work together in order for it to be functional. So when it's not working, we can't just look at the woman and what's wrong with her. We also have to look at, you know what I'm saying, how we can both be doing better to be in the position or to be better equipped to venture off into that.
Hold on, Luis. Hold on, Luis, because we getting off the actual question, and I promise that we're going to get to that. There's an opportunity for that, Angie. So just remind me when we get to it, it's going to be clear as day when it's time to address that, because we're going to get into Mrs. Ford's situation. Let's go ahead and get one country in there. The traits and qualities of a good woman versus a wife, and are they different?
I don't think this is a question that women should be answering. So I'm going to say that I agree with what Clout said. And I think that you have to literally, it depends on the man that you're talking to. So that's my answer. I'm sticking with that. I don't think we should be telling, that's not our job to say or argue about. I feel like only a man can give you that answer. So I'm
Okay, interesting. I've heard a lot of women say that they are a wife, or that they do have wife qualities. I wonder how they were able to identify that. But go ahead, Hink.
So the question, could you repeat the question again, JR? I'm sorry.
I sure can. The traits and qualities of a good woman versus a wife, and are they different? The traits and
Yes.
qualities.
Yes, I believe they are different. Because I'm sure every woman is up here is a good woman. I'm assuming, I could be wrong, especially about Angie, but I'm assuming that is the case, that all of these women up here are good women. But if they're not blessed enough to have a man's last name, then they're not a wife. Now, could they be one day? Yeah, maybe. If that's what they're looking for, I believe they can, but I think it's just two different things. I don't think it's one and the same.
Okay, can you describe some qualities of a good wife?
Yeah, I could describe my wife. So my wife is a woman who appeals to me by some of the things that I look for in a woman. Uh, a woman who doesn't wear a lot of makeup, who rocks her hair natural, um, who is willing to learn and listen and pay attention, and who is willing to say I'm sorry when she's wrong.
I think the first thing he said was the key. A woman who appeals to me and what I'm looking for in a woman. That's what I said a wife is. Like someone who the man wanted to marry. Like, and then there were other qualities. But the first thing he said, she appeals to me and what I want in a woman. I think that's what a wife is.
Okay.
You ready to come to the dark side? I say, okay, right on.
So one of the things, so I'm very big on truly understanding like verbiage and language. So one of the things that stood out for me for the question is traits and qualities, right? And so looking at both of those words, I wanted to look at what's the difference, because a lot of times, sometimes we kind of use words interchangeably, right? And so when I just looked it up, it was saying like the key differences between like traits and qualities. Our traits are those innate things that you were just born with, right? Like is just your general makeup, like based on your like just personality, your biology, your genetic makeup, just inherent or just natural characteristics, right? They're just going to be consistent and just stable. These are things that's just ingrained in you. Whereas those qualities are things that are can be nurtured over time, things that are cultivated, right? But they kind of play in tandem, right? Those are things that you value, but sometimes things that you value are actually kind of taught, right? And so I think when we're looking at what makes a good woman or a wife, and we are focused on qualities, I think those can change. Kind of like what I was saying, like a good man, if you're paired with a good partner, they can develop better qualities in you. You can come into a relationship where you have a good foundation in terms of, like how I was saying, your character, those traits that you were already born with, and then have some qualities, kind of like what Ali was saying, that her sister may not, she doesn't have those you know qualities of a good wife, right? But if she has the right partner, those qualities can be developed, right? So that doesn't mean that she wouldn't be a good wife. It means that since she has the foundation of being a good person and having good character, she can always be developed into a good, quote unquote, a good wife, right? It just depends on the partner that she has and whether or not he's willing to put in the work to help develop and build up on the qualities that she currently has. So when I kind of understood the difference between the traits and qualities, that made more sense to me, because a lot of times you do have men that are like, I already want a already built woman, so to speak, a woman that already is there. So there's not a lot of work for me to do, right? And that's okay. But then you do have other men who are like, I see the potential in her, and I am willing to put in that work because I can see the type of woman that she can become for me. because she has the foundation that I need, right? So I think it all depends on the man. So it really depends on for the woman to ensure that she has the foundation of a good woman in order to be a good wife.
Okay, I like that mistaken. Go ahead, One Country.
Oh, we've all seen travesties of marriages, especially in our community. But I guess what I wanted to say was a good woman in herself is separate. Like, let's just be for real, okay? Like Clout was saying, a wife is only going to be as good as a man accepts. A good person, a good woman is out there by her own being kind, going to this whatever it is that she's doing with her single life. A wife is whatever that man accepts into his life, whether he want to build it or not. I know dudes that are in horrible marriages, you know what I mean, but she's pretty. If that's, like I was saying before, I feel like you can be a good person, a good woman without approval from a man, but you can't be a wife without that. So I think they're completely separate. You can be a good person without being married, but you can't be a good wife without a man saying, yes, I want you. That's why I said I think that men should answer the question as far as the wife side goes. But friends and family can tell you if you're an asshole or not, you know?
Can I chime in?
Yeah, go ahead.
I had a little time to reflect. Just hearing the panel. I think the biggest difference I'm seeing between a good woman and a good wife, I think being a wife, I think we should have said what's the difference between a good woman and a good wife. Because if we say wife is on the table to be a bad wife or to be a good wife. So what's the difference between a good wife and a good woman? So if I compare the difference between a good woman and a good woman can be a self-serving woman who's taking care of herself, and we can look at how she treats herself and both how she treats others to determine whether she's a good woman. Now you can take those same traits, and a good woman can fall under the umbrella of a good wife, meaning she's still being good to herself and good to others. But I think the major difference is between a good woman and a good wife. One requires servitude. One requires selflessness. And that's in reference to a wife, because in order to be a wife, you got to be able to have servitude. You got to be able to unite. You have to be able to have a level of compromise, because just being a good woman, you're just you could be self-serving and serving your own needs. But when it becomes, in order to be a good wife, can you be equally yoked with another person? Can you compromise on things that you want? And I think also the difference is, if you're just a good woman and you're single, it's more self-serving. If you're a wife, then it requires the characteristic of being humble, humility. And humility is being able to serve and being able to compromise and not always putting yourself first. And that's kind of my chime.
Go ahead, Clout.
I want to give a little pushback to what Marbo just said, because I actually think it's the opposite. I think that a good woman is for the benefit of the community, whereas a good wife is only for the benefit of her husband, if she even is for the benefit of her husband. And one could make the argument that a good wife could be more self-serving, because the service that she might be giving to her husband, like let's just, if we're just opening up for the possibility that she's not good, the service that she might be giving to her husband, if she's giving it to him, could be in order to secure her benefits, right? So there are a lot of women who get married and they show service and they submit to their husband, but the motive behind it is for their own benefit. Is that they want security, they want a nice house, this guy has a good finances, he has a good salary, and they can live a comfortable life by serving him. So I think that when you look at it that way, it's not as altruistic as a woman who's just good to everyone. A woman who's not attached to a particular partner but is good is an overall good woman, the reason why she's been given that title is because she's been good to the community. You know, like she's kind to kids, she's kind to people she speaks to in public. Maybe all her ex-boyfriends have nothing but positive things to say about her. Maybe she's a leader in her church or in the community. Maybe she's a great teacher. But I think it, you know, a good woman is definitely stamped by the community, whereas a good wife is stamped by one particular person. And like Cookie was saying, that person's opinion can, and I think T said the same thing, that person's opinion can be whatever it is. You know, some men like mean women, and so a good wife to him will be a woman that's a little mean. Some men are superficial and they're looking for a baddie. So if she's a baddie, as far as he's concerned, if she's a baddie and she's giving him sex, she's a good wife. You know, some men require cooking and cleaning, you know, and so if she cooks and cleans, but she talks back, he don't mind the talking back as long as he's getting 3 square meals a day. So again, I definitely think a good wife is more subjective and a good woman is more objective.
All right. Marba, you want to respond or?
Man, you know, I always take a little. Always need a little time to reflect.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I think you guys made some good points, man. I do think anybody can be a good person, and I do think some qualities you just have to learn over time, or something you just taught, or maybe you just experienced through childhood. I think childhood shapes us up a lot, and there's some things we just may inherit through like genetics. You know, you may come out to be a mean person. You may realize you're a mean person and understand the value of not being mean. So I just, whenever you consider somebody to be a good wife, they do have to be able to accept someone else. And if you do have a selfish mindset, it's going to be difficult for you to be a wife, because being a wife doesn't just involve you. So I think that's something that I've seen. But I'm gonna go ahead and get into this video. Again, hit that like button. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel. Let's go ahead and start coming through this video. Go ahead and stop it right there. You know, one of the things that she said that I do want to get you guys' perspective on is, she said, no man is going to love you the way I love you. No man is going to love you the way I loved you. I don't agree with him saying it, but it could be some truth to it, in my opinion. What do you guys think about when men say that to you ladies?
I don't have that kind of trauma, so that wouldn't bother me.
Okay. Well, has anybody ever had that said to them before, or know somebody that has, or just what are your thoughts about it?
I think it all depends on the intent behind it. If it's being used as a manipulative, tactic to make a woman feel kind of like what she was saying, like nobody's ever gonna love you, to make her feel some kind of way about not being loved, then I think that's wrong. But the statement within itself, I think is true, because each person loves individually, right? I have never been loved by any other like boyfriend. Like my first love loved me very different than my second real boyfriend, and then my second real boyfriend loved me different than now my current husband, right? No, so those are my 3 like real relationships that I've ever had, like an emotional connection, and each one of those relationships were very different. So in that statement is very true. So I agree with the statement, but I think it's the intent behind it, right? So the intent makes the difference.
All right. Who else had their hand raised? I think I've seen a couple fingers up. Go ahead, Angie. I think you was one of the fingers. No man is going to ever love you the way I loved you.
I think it's at minimum a yellow flag. I think that in whatever context a man uses that, it's coming from a place of insecurity or wanting to stifle you. I'm not, like I said, it doesn't have to define who you've been throughout the whole relationship. It may be something you say out of emotion, but it's not a positive thing. I don't think that it's a productive thing to say to someone that you honestly love. And I completely disagree about it coming from trauma. It's not about you, it's about the person who's saying it. So that's just my opinion.
Go ahead, Clout.
All right. So I think a statement like that, it really depends on the intention and it really depends on how you take it. Because at the same time as he could, like, I've definitely heard of people who would say something like that to lower your self-esteem and essentially say like, hey, no one else is going to love you because you're not lovable. But I do think there are some instances where the intention might be to communicate to this woman like, hey, I love you so much that nobody else is going to match how much I love you. And now in this particular situation, I find it intriguing because as she decides to recount her life, this is where her mind goes back to, right? Her mind goes back to the person who gave her a ring, the person who engaged to her. And even though she said she was unhappy at the time, you can kind of tell that she looks back with a little bit of regret. And so my question is that what if he was telling the truth? Like, meaning like, what if it wasn't to break down her self-esteem, but he was telling the truth? Because I mean, since him, she hasn't been married. She didn't say that she was engaged more than once. It was this person. The way she described this person, she described him in very high regard. So what I think it might be is that during that point in her life, maybe she was looking for a lot of external validation and maybe his validation just wasn't enough for her. So maybe that's why she viewed it in a negative way. But again, I don't know this guy. I don't know his intent, but I do think that there's a possibility that he wasn't trying to, belittle her and was more so trying to tell her, hey, I love you this much that nobody else is going to love you this way again. And clearly she hasn't been loved that way again. No one's taken her up. No one's married her. And she's here at 40 years old podcasting about how she's 40 and single and alone. So it kind of, it's like, well, where do we go with it? Do we say he was trying to beat her down and make her feel less? Or was he really trying to tell her that, hey, like whatever you're looking for out there, it don't exist. You're looking for something, but I'm it. You're not going to find this love that I'm giving you nowhere else. And maybe he was just confident enough to say that with honesty. But again, I think we would really have to know the guy to really make a full determination. But I'm just throwing it out there as an option because I don't want it to be a one-sided conversation. But I land.
Go ahead, Cookie.
I agree because she like vividly sips wine and says she was the one that was cheating. Maybe that was his reaction to her being a self-sabotaging cheater at a young age, which is fine, I guess. I mean, he bought the ring and he's like, nobody's going to love you like I do. Maybe he felt like he needed to say that because she was out in the streets. So I agree with Cloud. We need to see both sides of the coin. It just depends on how they say it. If they just slapped you across the face and then said, nobody going to love you or done something crazy, that's different. But just the statement in itself, I see absolutely nothing wrong with that statement. Maybe it's just where I'm from.
Okay. Go ahead, Allie.
For me, I would say it's also a yellow flag, like Angie said, because if someone says that, I've had that said to me, but my reaction to that was, okay, I don't want the love you're giving me. The kind of love you're giving me is not what I want. So I know that I think an intelligent woman is going to receive a comment like that and know that. Like, if you're going to say that to me, that's fine, but this is not the love that I desire. So I don't want someone to love me like you have loved me. I need something different.
Go ahead, Cloud.
I wanted to just add one thing too. I also find it interesting that the way Melissa Ford took it, because I would assume that it was the 90s, right? When like around the 90s, early 2000s, when her career was taking off, right? So if you look at the popular R&B during that time, who could love you like me? Nobody. So it's like, that was a very popular theme of love in the 90s in general. The idea that, like the idea that nobody could love you better than me. There's no better love. Bum, 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 bum. Like we've all heard songs like that. So for her to jump to it to be like that's automatically toxic, I think Cookie's right. I think it had to do with her being outside in the streets, and and also what Ali was saying. Maybe she really just didn't want his kind of love, and wasn't able to articulate that. Hey, really, it's not that what he said that was bad. It's just that I don't want what he got to offer. I want love from somebody else. I want a better love from somebody else. And the idea that I can't get a better love from anyone else is what's really bothering me. That's why it makes her feel so beaten down, whatever the case is. But yeah, I'm landing there.
Clout forgot jagged edge. I'm sorry, I had to say.
All right, go ahead, T.
I think too her mind state could have colored that statement too. She was saying, she really wasn't into it. She was cheating. She was, I think maybe just where she was could have led her to take it wrong. And like we said, I would need to hear both sides and like kind of really know how he said it or the situation and what he meant, the intention, all those things. But I think even if he meant it in a good way and he wasn't trying to, tell her, hey, stay with me because nobody's going to love you. Or I think the way where she was in her head could have just made her color it different or perceive it in a negative way.
Yeah, because is it corny? Yeah. Maybe it wasn't back then, but is it corny? Yeah. Is it always some dark meaning behind it? I'm not buying that. She was the one cheating.
Go ahead, Luis.
Yeah, man. Look, I mean, the matter of the fact is she was the red flag from the very beginning. Let's just call a thing, right? She wanted to experience other men. She was not faithful. She needed attention. She needed freedom. She wanted to explore the world. She wasn't a woman who wanted to settle down or slow down or even be in any kind of monogamous, relationship, let alone a marriage, right? And although she gave the man validation from the very beginning, everybody loved him, everybody respected him, everybody admired him. Like she even talked about, she was a great man. This guy could have been a 90% man. You're never going to get 100 from any man. That's just not the reality. You give a man 80%, he will take that. That is a win. This dude's out here who only could get 50. This dude was practically 90, and she fumbled him, right? Her words. So that meaning that nobody's going to love you like I would. It probably, to me, when I heard that, I took it one or two ways. Nobody's going to show up for you the way I'm showing up for you, right? I've gotten the chance and the opportunity to know you, to talk to you, and get to know you over these years, and understand how I need to show up in your life. I've learned how to position myself to add value into your life. So for me, nobody's going to love you the way I'm going to love you. For me, I only understood that as nobody's going to show up in the particular type of way that I'm going to show up. The other way that I took it is that no other man is going to accept the things that you do the way I do. The things that you do in this relationship, in our dynamic, no other man is going to accept that. Right? And so that's another flip coin that a lot of people didn't take into consideration. Because, like I said from the very beginning, she was the red flag. Right? And so to kind of piggyback on the first conversation that we had, a good woman versus a good wife, she didn't have any wife qualities, nor was that her mindset. You know what I'm saying? She wanted to be an individual. She wanted to be free, and she wanted to move in a particular type of way. Let's be very honest. I remember Melissa Ford. I remember Melissa Ford on the XXL magazine. I remember her in the videos. Everybody thought Melissa Ford was the thing. You know what I'm saying? Everybody loved Melissa Ford, but like nobody really wanted to wife Melissa Ford or thought about Melissa Ford in that kind of capacity. Everybody wanted to smash Melissa Ford. Let's be very honest with you. That was a badge of honor to get you a type of chick like that back in that time. That because nobody's seen a type of chick that she was, right? So her wanting to do all these things is really her wanting to kind of just be mixy, you know, and sort of her kind of thinking back on what type of relationship she could have had if she went the other route. I'm pretty confident, based on how she spoke about the dude, they could have came to some sort of compromise and understanding. Like, I want to move in this particular manner. I want to do these things. We could be in the same city, et cetera, et cetera. I think there's a conversation to be had, but I think that people aren't afraid. People are afraid to have that conversation, go there, because of the response that they might get. They're afraid of what the answer might be. They know what it is in the back of my mind, but that confirmation coming from that person would do a lot more to them than them kind of letting it idle in the background. So that's all I got. Yeah.
Let me get to this super chat right quick. My mere thoughts, 999. So let's be honest. She was at the height of her hip hop fame and beauty and didn't value that man. Now she's living in remorse. Let me play the last bit of this clip and then we'll hop right back into it.
And put them in storage and flew back to Canada. And then I had the conversation about us breaking up over the phone. I know what you're probably thinking as well. Yo, Melissa, that's fucked up. I know. It took years for me to make peace with this decision. I have self-flagellated over this decision. I have beaten myself up every way to Sunday that you possibly can. I tried to reconcile with him at one point, which was a big mistake.
All right. So I noticed that Luis mentioned something about mindset, which brings me to my next point. Attractive women sometimes prioritize attention they get from their beauty. Let's speak on that. How attractive women sometimes prioritize attention they get from their beauty versus, marriage. Go ahead, T. I see you like you want to say something.
Okay, I have two things. One, this ties back to what we were just talking about with the wives and stuff like that, because she was clearly a terrible woman, but he wanted to marry her. So being a wife is, it's just up to the man. And then two, I think that she had the game mixed up. I think one thing she said, I was hood famous, I was this, I was that. I think that she was a little masculine in her approach and overshot her shelf life. I think that she was thinking, because a lot of times, a lot of the things that she said sounded like what men say, like, I'm not ready to settle down. I want to be out here. I want to experience more women. I want to live my life. I want to do these things. And that's not necessarily for you as a woman. It can be if you want to be older and alone or, live a different life. But if you eventually want to be married or want to settle down, I think that you have to seize those opportunities, especially when you have something good in front of you as a woman. I don't think that you can play around in the streets and then come back to things the same way that men can.
So one of the things that stood out as well in that last response was saying that she she attempted to go back, but then I guess when it didn't go back the way that she wanted to, then she was like, I kind of wish I didn't, which kind of gives us a little bit to be like, she seems a little bit confused. Like she probably don't want to be out here, but now that she's lived her life this way for so long, now it's like she really has no choice, because it's kind of hard for somebody to like reprogram themselves when they've been living a certain lifestyle for so long. And that's why I ultimately think nobody desires to be alone. I think that they are conditioned by their bad experiences to say that they want to be alone or that they don't want to have to deal with anybody, because relationships take work. And a lot of people don't want to work. Like, they're so used to receiving that when it comes time to give, they don't know how to do it. But go ahead. Let's go ahead and speak on that.
I hope that man blocked her.
I just want to say the only thing that all I needed to see in that last clip was that sip of wine. That sip after she said that she tried to reconcile, that was the loudest part of that entire clip. Because that sip right there told you exactly what happened. She messed up. She realized it when it was too late. She tried to reconcile. He moved on,
Oh,
and she had to sit with it and felt it. And then when she remembered that pain, she had to hold on. Let me, you know what I mean? She had to.
He tried to spin the block
She
in a
tried to spin the block,
U-turn.
which tells you, which goes back to what I was saying before. He clearly wasn't as toxic as she was trying to make it sound like, because then why'd you spin the block? You know, you beat yourself up over the decision because you realized it was the wrong one in the long term. And now that she's almost 50, she's looking back like, damn, she probably looking at him on Instagram every day. He's probably married to some fine young thing. Yeah, man, his wife probably riding around in the new Maybach. You know what I mean? She living good. You know what I mean? He got her drip down in designer, and she watching. She like, damn, I was chasing all this. Now I'm not in videos no more. I'm struggling. And she ain't living the lifestyle that I was trying to chase with these rappers, but she living it for real, in a real stable, real quantifiable, real healthy way. And I think that right there is eating her up. And I think that she's the perfect example, I think, of like what women should look at when they say they want to live this hot girl life. Because Melissa Ford literally was it. Melissa Ford is the original video. I don't know, you know, people who are watching really know, but Melissa Ford is the original video vixen. And there was a point in time where she was the baddest thing on the planet to most people. I mean, like when that Big Pimpin' video came out, everybody knew who Melissa Ford was, and that video was probably one of the biggest songs during that time. So it just shows you, like, she thought that she could live that life, and maybe she thought she was going to settle down with a rapper or something, and now she's 50. She's the looks aren't looking as they was looking. She's not as young as she was, and now she's in her room alone talking to a camera with a bottle of wine to herself. It's sad, but it is what it is.
Can I chime in?
Yeah, go ahead, Marble.
This is packed. I know we have several people on the panel that's married, right? How many people on the panel we have that's married?
I think you just got mistaken.
Oh, just two? Okay.
No, I'm married.
I'm here too.
The reason I'm saying this, man, because what I haven't heard in all of these talks and all of these conversations, when we talking about marriage and we talking about relationship, now this is my perspective. I know everybody live their own life, but you know, I'm taking my walk with God, and from my understanding and from my new walk, man, God got to be a part of a union. And if any people, two people, this is just my perspective, dealing with each other, then the long run is you trying to get married, but God's supposed to be the head of a marriage. So with that being said, so I got to come from that perspective. So I think this is a clear example. Melissa Ford is a clear example of our modern women, right? Our modern women. And then it's the spirit of Jezebel, when you don't fall under the authority of men who fall under the authority of God. Meaning, I want to do things my way. And that man is a clear example of a weak man, which is an example of the story of Adam and Eve, where you got a man who sees a woman going astray and he doesn't correct her. When God gave him the commandment, when God gave him the structure, and he allows the woman to do what she wants to do, he's still fighting for her. But he had no business on fighting for her, because she was a woman that was choosing the world. Prime example of how you can gain the world and lose your soul. She's a prime example of how you can chase the world and chase the emptiness and the shallowness of the world and lose a man that's probably ordained to be your husband. She's a prime example of all that. She's a prime example of how you probably can be a good woman who's self-serving, but you can't compromise, right? Here she has a man who's trying to surrender himself to her, and it feels like bondage. You got a lot of women out here right now who's telling a good man, I feel like you're trying to control me, because he's trying to apply authority and direction in her life. And then you'll have the same women who lose that man that says we ain't got no leaders, because they feel like a man direction and authority is control. And it's not that. It's that they're trying to live in the world in the Jezebel spirit, and they rebuke direction and authority from an honorable man. And what makes a man weak if he continues to chase that type of woman. That's kind of my take on it. I mean, that's a packed story.
Yeah, I was saying.
How old are you, Marbo?
I'm 38. Did I say something wrong?
No, you just used the phrase modern women, and it's just something I hear younger generations.
No. What I'm saying is the women. Okay, I'm gonna say modern women, meaning women of this world. The the women portrayed in media, let's be honest about the culture that we live in. You know, you got to understand Black culture. Black culture is spread amongst the media, and our culture now is intertwined with the capitalist mindset of America. This is what we grew up in. We're not growing up under God anymore in character. God for me is the head of character and integrity and servitude and humility. When you don't choose God, specifically choose God, because we burning sage now and we spiritual now. When you don't specifically choose God, we are people of the world. And we worship materialism, we worship capitalism, we worship the vanities of this world. Hey, look at my book. Listen, I see women that say they good women, just like that. Who's that doctor? That beautiful woman that's been parading herself around.
Don't forget the crystals now. Don't forget the crystals.
The rocks, all that. Listen, man. I used to have an idea of what a good woman is. I see chinks in people's armor. You have people who portray themselves as good women, as giving these good speeches, but the crack of their breast showing. You know, every picture you see, they sticking their butt out. These are women of the world. Let's be honest. Godly people are the salt of the world. Everybody not godly. Most of us are in our flesh. And anybody in our flesh, that's what I'm referring to as modern women. Women of the day, women of America. They are choosing the attention. They're choosing their ego. They're choosing the things that the world offer them, their character and integrity. Sacrifice that to gain the vanities of the world. That's what I consider modern women. And that's the culture we're raised in. If your parents not specifically raising you under God or some type of higher order of morale and character, then you're a person of the world. You're a modern woman or a modern man.
I mean, when you say that,
what's my boy? He ain't here, but dang. Who usually on here who missing? He the barber. What's his name, JR?
Sweeney.
And Sweeney, I'm going to say this in my Sweeney voice. Just don't speak in absolutes, okay? That's all I ask you to do.
But I can't speak in majority. You understand?
I'll accept that.
So we can speak in majority.
Speak how you want to speak, man. Don't bullshit. Stand on your goddamn square. Fuck that. Let me say this, man. Y'all beat around this goddamn bush. Shout out to this great philosopher who I used to listen to back in about early 95, freshman year in college. His name is Bust Down. And he had a song called Nasty Bitch. Great song. He describes a lot of what this woman is. This is exactly what this woman is. A nasty bitch. A stone cold freak. The heifer sit there and said she want to be out in the world. She seen that ring and he looked at it like that shit was like kryptonite. She had to get away from her like a vampire seeing garlic or reflection in the goddamn mirror. That's sad. The bitch said she cheated multiple times. It wasn't the first or second time. She didn't even have a decent enough to leave the man a goddamn Dear John letter. She packed the bags in the middle of the night like she was a goddamn Indianapolis coach taken from the Baltimore City football stadium. She went out on the Mayflower at the middle of the night back to Canada. Take your whole ass home. Because guess what she tried to do? Try to spin the goddamn block. Come back. She knew he was a good man, but she just wasn't ready to settle down. She belongs to the streets. Shout out to Future. That's what she belonged to. She was one with the street. That's all she wanted. She said she wanted to experience multiple men. Yeah, she's a straight up hoe. And she knew that hoe was in her. He didn't recognize it. But let me tell you when he did recognize it. Once that heifer left, he realized, yeah, I got lucky. I didn't bless that woman with my last name. She belonged to the street. Now she's trying to turn back. You know what he was? He was wise and smarter when he came back. And that's why she said it didn't work the way she thought it would. Because she thought he was going to kiss his goddamn ass. That's what she was hoping for. He would suck up to a kowtow to her, and he wasn't coming like that. And the fact that man said, ain't nobody going to love you, like, he was exactly right. But the fact that some people think that's a bad thing, what's bad when a man, and it wasn't like he was an abusive man. If he was an abusive man, then I can agree with what y'all saying. But he wasn't. He was a good man. That's why she had to spin the block. He was that good. She had to spin. He wasn't an abusive man, and she is right. Nobody's going to love you like I did. He was willing to love that heifer, but that heifer wasn't ready for love. And now she's looking back, talking about he's a half. You know why? Because he never proposed. Maybe he started to see little things. He didn't get the full picture, but he was seeing little things that he wasn't liking. That's why the ring was in the drawer. He never made up the step to actually propose to the woman because he's seen some shit. Dog, you got lucky, and I'm glad you blessed.
But Hank, you want to know what the side? You want to know what the funny part of it all? Although he didn't get the opportunity to propose, and he wanted to, and he became the half, she said no to the first and the second proposals because she knew instinctively down inside her that none of those two full proposals compared to the half proposal that never got the opportunity to say. She did. Those other men never really measured up to the first one. That's why she never mentioned any of the other proposals. She mentioned the half proposal and not the full proposal because she knew that those other men didn't measure up to the half proposal that she left on the table.
Well, no, Lou, she said
So
she
Lou,
was
so
going to start
what
with the
she
half.
said was
She
true.
said that she
What
was
he
going to
said
start
was
with
true,
the
that
half.
no other
She
man
said
can
she was
love
going
me.
to start with the half
No other
first.
man is going to love her like he did. So what he said was true. If what you're saying true, and I believe that to be the case, Luke. No other man gonna love you like I do. That's why she never went through it with the rest of them. Because could none of them other men live up to him?
And to Hank's point, I just want to ask the panel a question. Do y'all think that she would have packed her shit in the middle of the night for a dude who was cheating on her, whooping ass? You think she would have left as abruptly in the middle of the night as she did when she saw that ring?
I don't know.
Hell no, because she would have been trying to prove herself worthy.
Now he probably would have woke up and whooped her ass some goddamn more.
Well, see, this is the thing. What I was thinking. I know we're seeing it from the perspective, and I actually agree with what Hank was saying. Maybe not in the way he said it, but the content of what he was saying, I actually agree. But I also think that like she was experiencing hindsight and regret at the same time, right? I think at the decision that she made at that time was the right decision. I don't think that she went about the way that she made the decision the correct way. I think there was a conversation as an adult. There was a conversation that needed to be had. She should have had that conversation with him. So that shows a lack of immaturity on that part to, have that conversation with him, to let him know that she's not ready and explain that to him. Because imagine if she didn't say anything or she didn't leave and move forward with allowing him to propose to her and getting married. She would have been divorced, right? So because she would have continued to move the way she was moving anyway. So that wouldn't have been a good move at that particular time. So she did do the right thing by not, pretending and moving forward. I guess for me, the next thing is, what did she learn from that? So I would be inquisitive to know what happened with the first. And so she says she's been proposed to 2.5, and she says she's going to start with the half story first, right? So we don't know what order the half came in. That could have been the first time, right? So what happened with the actual 2 engagements that occurred? So I'm not really sure if she actually learned, from the half engagement, depending on what order that came in. So
I believe she was like I think one of them may have been like a DV. I mean, she spoke about the other ones. It's probably about like a 48-minute video, but she really was keying in on this one. Like I think this one actually meant something to her. And then what I do want to transition into is women liking the bad guy, because this was I think might have been her first one. She probably was about 25 years old, and she was young, and this guy was looking to try to marry her, but she wasn't really on that. So when you look at the other relationships, you can kind of see who she was really attracted to, and then those didn't work out either. So I do want to pose this question as to why women want the bad guy. Why women want the bad guy. I'm gonna go ahead and play this clip and we'll get into it.
The time I realized that other cultures kind of get this, I need you to hear me. Other cultures tend to get this. And when I say other cultures, I'm talking about white culture, Indian culture. I'm talking about other cultures other than African Americans. And a lot of the time what happens is you're mistaking the playboy for a husband, and you're trying to marry a playboy instead of marrying a husband. And that's a lot of women don't realize this. A lot of women don't realize this. And this is why you continue to have such horrible dating experiences, because you could be sitting there ignoring the husband material, ignoring the man that is already put you in his forever category. A man will sleep with you, hang out with you, Netflix and chill with you, and you are not his type at all, but he enjoys the sex, he enjoys your company, he enjoys the fun. And now as a woman, you've put this type of man into the husband material. They looked at the playboy and said he just wasn't the one, he wasn't faithful, he wasn't ready to settle down. But Rebecca, as a matchmaker, I want you to find me the man who looks like Mr. Playboy, who wants to be loyal and faithful to me and committed to me, and find me my husband, but I want him to look like Mr. Playboy and act like Mr. Playboy. And that's when I stopped matchmaking. And you're blinded to all the red flags. All the red flags, right? That he's really not consistent. He's already showing you he's not into you, right? But then here's the key, guys. This is when I stopped matchmaking. I've told you guys this before. I stopped matchmaking because I had a different standard for men than I realized that a lot of women had. A lot of single women have these standards that are crazy. And I met my husband. And when I was matchmaking, I realized that the women, my female clients, would have not even given my husband a chance. They wouldn't have dated him. Because my husband is a good man, a solid man, right? A strong man. I mean, my husband, but literally, it was like, I realized that's not what a lot of these women are looking for. And you know, I've done videos about this, about how women and their expectations of men have gotten so ridiculous. And women have a tendency to go from one of these relationships to the next, to the next, to the next, because all you're going off of is who you like and who you're interested in. I'll tell you this, ladies, it almost doesn't matter who you like. It doesn't matter if you like them. Who likes you? Who's into you? Who is seeing you as you're there forever? Because like I say, as women, we get to choose who to date, but men choose who they marry. The man's putting a ring on it, not the woman. It does not matter who you like.
All right, so let's get into it. Women are choosing the bad guy. Why women are choosing the bad guy? Anybody can go ahead and chime in first. Go ahead, Angie.
They coochie tingle.
Go ahead, Cook.
You know, it's funny because when you find an older woman that's not married and not even, it's always, there must be something wrong with her. Or hear me out. She just don't want a bad guy. And where she at ain't in there's a lot of bad guys and she not wasting her time. So I think women that didn't have fathers, didn't have good male role models in their life, choose bad guys. We've all choose like maybe my high school boyfriend was a football player, but he was a bad guy. I just didn't know how to read him. But after that, I mean, you know, you kind of grow up, right? Don't you grow out of that? And I'd rather be sitting here in my closet on the Lapeef show than to be dealing with a bad guy. You know, so I can't relate because I'm quick to cut. I'm trying not to curse so much on the Sunday show. This is my New Year's resolution. I'm quick to cut people off that are not. I'll cut you off. That's it, you know? But we get chastised for that as well. Like, she just doing that, and she her his standards too. I know. It's just it's a lot of bad guys running around here. I don't know why women choose them, but I can say that I think it's just lack of leadership in their life from the jump.
All right. Go ahead, Allie.
I like what kind of like backtracking a little bit on what Marbo said about the modern woman. When I hear that, what I hear is the overarching theme, and I don't think it's secular to the Black community. The deinstitutionalization of the sanctity of marriage, period. And if we're going to bring it back to the Christian Bible, it's vanity, the book of Ecclesiastes, which is the shortest book in the Bible, which is kind of surprising that more women just don't read it. Vanity can manifest itself in many different ways. So if we're talking about the likes of Melissa Ford, obviously it's the surface level vanity things. From my experience in the white community, it's not necessarily all about looks, but just about the picket fence, right? They like to keep up with the Joneses in that regard. So why women like to pick the bad guy, I think boils down to that. They've been completely deinstitutionalized on the sanctity of marriage. They are prioritizing things that are incredibly vain and all of those different arms. And I think that's the core of the reason why they continue to pick the bad guys, is because they're not having that introspective look into things, and they're not in tune. They're just not they're not putting forth the effort to look into why things aren't working out. Because I would like to think of myself as more of a realist. I'm not going to try to fit a round ball in a square hole. Or, you know what I mean? It's just, so a lot of these women go into these relationships thinking that they're going to take, you know, a guy from the hood, a guy from the streets, and he's marriage material. Sweetheart, like, call it a spade a spade. If you're there to have fun and do that, salute, you know. But they're stuck on that vanity thing, and that's where I say it's been deinstitutionalized. They just have a completely wrong mindset from the jump. So, and like I said, it's not just secular to the Black community. I think it touches on every community. Being from the Asian community, I will agree that it's a stronger presence of what to look for as far as husband and wife material, and not to get caught up in those things that are vain. So, so yeah, I think that's where I'll land.
Go ahead, Angie.
Okay.
Go to Cloud, then go to Angie. Go ahead.
Personally, I think it's a self-esteem issue. Over some time, I've come to that conclusion. I think that the real reason why women date bad guys is because the women who date bad guys, deep down, they know they ain't shit. And because they know they're not shit, they feel as though a guy who's not shit is what they deserve. The thing is, what happens is, if a woman knows internally that she's not shit, and then a dude who is of high value approaches her, the reason she's going to look at him like a lame, because she's going to say, well, I know I'm not shit. So why you, who has all this opportunity, you're good looking, you got all this going for you, why the hell would you want to fuck with me? And I think that low self-esteem makes him say, wait, if you want to fuck with me, you must be lame, right? Like, you must be lame, because, like, why would a guy of this quality want to deal with someone like me that's not shit? And so they prefer guys that they have to prove themselves to, because they already feel like they're not shit. So they're like, well, at least if I can prove myself to this guy, then maybe I can now gain some value. But they don't gain value in their mind from dealing with someone who's already of a high quality, because they're looking at that guy like, don't you have something better to do? Like why would you lower yourself to come deal with me? Like, you got to be lame too. But this guy, see, he's treating me like what I am, which is not shit. He's ignoring my calls. He's not. I want to go out to this restaurant. He's telling me hell no. You know, he's cursing me out. He's did it, and that's what she feels like she genuinely deserves. And so now she's like, damn, dealing with him, I actually have to get better, because I gotta try my best to get his interest, which will force me to become better. Whereas the guy who has it all together doesn't really force her to become better, because he accepts her as she is, but or as what he perceives her as, and he might perceive her as something to be good, but in her mind, she doesn't accept that. His vision of her is not the vision she has in her mind. So she needs to date someone that sees her the way she sees herself. This is why a lot of the scummiest women end up in prostitution, end up with pimps, because that the way he treats her is a proper reflection of who she feels like she is internally, which is not shit.
That's
And hold on, I just
facts.
want to add to that too, and I want to add to it because the reason why I say that, I read this book by Esther Vilar. I think it was called The Polygamous Sex, but basically what she was saying is how people experience love is through definition. So essentially, when two people are in love, what they're really saying is you see me the way I see myself, and I see you the way I mean, and vice versa, right? So if you tell me I'm beautiful and I believe I'm beautiful, right, you're affirming who I believe I am, and so I can feel safe to love you. So if she doesn't genuinely believe that she's beautiful or special and all these good qualities, and she's meeting a guy that's telling her she's great, she's amazing, she's beautiful, it's going to turn her off. It's going to be rejection because inside that's not who she believes she is. So something about it's going to seem disingenuous. And I'll land there.
Go ahead, Cookie.
I agree with Cloud 100%. And I'm also at the fact that one of the important things that woman said at the end was, it doesn't matter like what you think, it's what he thinks. And that's what really made her get out of matchmaking, because she couldn't get women to understand that concept. Which goes back to why I didn't want to answer the question about the wife and the good person and the good woman, because that's not a women's question. That's a male question. So that's all I wanted to say. I get it though. I like the flow.
See, this is, I guess, is a conundrum, because the thing is that we're taught, right, just in general, that our value is based on the market value, right? Which means of how other perceives what our value is. While at the same time, we're told we need to value ourselves and determine what our value is, right? So if we determine and say that we value ourselves, and then we're told that we need to find somebody that likes us, then we need to go with that person, even if we don't like them, right? So it's like you damned if you do, damned if you don't, right? So it's like, where do you find this balance of trying to find somebody that values you and likes you, and not necessarily settling just for the person that likes you, even though you don't necessarily like them, right? And I think it all boils down to, it has to start with setting standards for yourself. And those standards can't necessarily be just superficial, kind of like what Ali was saying. Now, of course, you want to be attracted to the person that you're with. Attraction does matter. Let's not lie, right? There has to be some level of attraction. But I do think that the attraction can't only be the superficial attraction, like, oh, they have to have the six pack, they have to have, be 6 foot tall, 6'3" or whatever. Like, I don't think we have to move beyond just that level of attraction. There has to be other things. So I think as women, where we get it wrong is that when we're moving into these relationships, where we keep saying the bad boy, I think the bad boy is getting in those relationships with people that don't like you, right? That's the bad boy. Is setting a standard that you have that is based on the ideal guy of how you want to be treated. So then that way you avoid the guy like what Clout was talking about. If I set a standard of saying I need to be treated like this is my standard, then any guy that comes into your space that don't treat you this way, you automatically know that no matter how attractive he is, I know that this isn't going to work. So you exit stage left, and you can avoid those situations in which you end up just being the one that just get the back blown out and ran through, right? So I think that's where we need to move. That's kind of what Ali was saying. Have a standard, have a certain mindset when you're going to be dating, so you can kind of move through, push other guys aside that are going to waste your time if your goal is to be married.
Okay, hold on real quick. Let me get this in. Harrison Davidson, member for 29 months, said this man is spitting. KP $2 says Hink is giving discipline. Bless the panel. It's Sage $5 says bad guys tend to more visible stand out. They peacock while good guys are humble and never seek attention. Just an observation in theory. Academy $20 said this is for Luis. I love your takes, brother. And Academy again said this is for Hink and Marble. Excellent insights, gentlemen. Well, thank you, everybody has contributed. Let's go, Luis, Country, and Angie.
So one of the things I want to start off by saying is that unfortunately is that some women conflate short-term attention for long-term retention, right? They're giving me attention, they're giving me the butterflies or the vibes and stuff like that, all these like buzzwords, but none of them really none of them really amount to the things that that person might want for the long term, just the short term, and they're conflating the two, right? And you can like whoever you want, but does who you like you? And does who you like cherish you? Do they see you for who you are? Right? The Clout's point in the some of the takes that he made, that is what it tends to kind of get missed. And I kind of want to ask the question, why don't women do community dating or close circle dating, or introduce some of these people to their people, their parents and friends? I find that a lot of women date in secret because that bad guy that you like, you will never introduce him to your father, because the moment that man steps foot in the door, he already has sized him up and understands who he is and what he's about, and he'll tell you the conversation. Once that gentleman leaves, I don't like him for you. These are the things that I see. I had a conversation with him. He's not intentional, right? They don't introduce those individuals to their family, their mothers, brothers, right? Not the brothers, not the fathers, not the uncles, right? Because they know that men understand men, and they can see through the bullshit once they have those kind of conversations, right? And sort of what I tend to find that these bad faith examples are always from women who are dating in secret. They don't know who they're talking to. They don't know who they're dating or they're involved with, right? And sort of if you had that kind of reverse idea about, getting to know someone based on values and virtues and stuff like that, and then you introduce these people to your people or have certain events where they get to interact and talk to and get a sense of who they are, you can get a better insight of what this might be for the long term. A lot of people, unfortunately, are not doing that. And a lot of women are not doing that because they understand that inherently for the guy that they like, all that intuition, all that insight, all the crystals and the sage and all that, that goes right out the window. That goes right out the window for the guy that they like, understanding that that guy is not really there for the long term. They're there for the short term, and they can't see behind the smoke veil that's been presented to them, unfortunately. And so that we tend to kind of see a lot of bad faith examples where people have been involved with people that like, oh, he was terrible. I was like, well, you know what I'm saying? He was terrible. And I was like, well, he wasn't really meant to be there for you. So like, and then that just becomes the clutch that a lot of women get stuck on. So I just want to say that. Are you?
All right, go ahead, Cookie then, Angie.
I just wanted to go back to what Ms. Taken was saying. Okay, so yes, we grow up to have our self-value. And then to become a wife, it's the value, how a man finds the value in you. The key to the balance is not to let rejection throw you into this spiraling pattern of I ain't shit because this one dude didn't want to be with me type thing. So dating with confidence, dating who likes you, you get to know people, and let's be for real, the thing that unless you're going on blind dates, it is the looks that we look at first. Like that's almost every human being on the planet. And the key is to have enough confidence in yourself to be like, yeah, this dude ain't it. Or if y'all get to start talking and you get rejected, to not be like what is this my fault? Ugh. But you gotta love yourself enough to know that what he wasn't for me. It's not a problem if he doesn't like you. You know what I mean? So you gotta keep your self-worth while waiting for the guy for the man for you that can like Clout was saying, that sees you for you and loves you for you, and you do the same for him. So it's a balance. I guess that's the balance, to make sure you don't spiral into bad boys and disliking yourself because that one guy that you really did it all for just didn't want to be with you. I think that's a big lesson that young ladies should learn.
I have a question. I want the ladies to answer this first, and then men, I want you to answer this question from a perspective of if you have children or daughters or females in your life that you communicate with. As young girls, how were you taught to value yourself? Right? Either by being taught by your mom or being taught by your dad, if your dad was in the house, right? Or other males that you were around, like uncles or whatever in your house. How were you taught to value yourself as a female, as a young woman? And for guys, how did you teach other females that were in your life how to value themselves? And the reason that I'm asking that, and this is I just don't. We're as females in these spaces. I'm hearing a lot about men saying that women need to value themselves, but just like men lacking role models and other men to teach them how to be men, I think women also bear the brunt end of not having men in their lives as well in a Black community to learn that from men in terms of how to value themselves, right? So I'm just kind of curious to know how women were taught that, either by their mothers, if the fathers weren't there, or if the fathers were there, how were they taught that?
A second, if we do this, it's going to take us off the subject that we're trying to stay on, though, with this question. You realize that, right?
Okay.
Go ahead, Angie.
I wanted to say that Louise, I agree with you when you said that it's important for women to have like kind of almost a wise male counsel when it comes to dating. It helps women to navigate blind spots, so that's definitely an important aspect. But I do also want to say that when it comes to dating a bad guy, it could either be a learning experience or it could be a cycle, right? I think that dating in general is something that, you know, as you journey through it, like you're supposed to pull from it and develop yourself from those interactions with those other people. So like it just depends. I don't agree completely with Clout when you say that, oh, if you date a bad guy, then you just ain't shit. We all go through times in our lives where we may have been, you know, especially like going from being younger into adulthood and being more sure and knowledgeable of yourself. You go through those ebbs and flows of feeling secure and feeling confident and then being unsure and having to discover things. So I'm not real big on judging people based off, you know, them navigating things, feeling and learning from those experiences. But I can say that that's what you said can speak to someone who chooses to consistently go for the same things, not learn from those experiences, continues to be shallow. You know what I'm saying? Because at that point, you have to hold yourself accountable for the decisions and the people that you're choosing. Because ultimately, the people that we choose on a consistent basis are a reflection of, you know, something that's going on the inside.
Yeah,
No,
but
I agree
we
with
have
that.
to judge you off. We have to judge you off your bad decisions like that. That's a part of you, Because who's to say you're not going to continue to make those bad decisions just because you think it's a one-off because you did it when you was maybe early 21, 22, fresh out of college. You're going to continue to make bad decisions, bad choices, even with the men you date or the men you are in a relationship with. So
I don't
yes,
agree
you
with
should be
that.
judged off it. Just like as a man, I
Oh,
should be judged
Because
off
Oh yeah, one
a
mic,
bad decision.
one mic, Angie, one mic.
So just like as a man, I should be judged off the decisions that I made, whether it was a good decision or the bad decisions. We shouldn't just be judged off strictly off the good decision I make and everything turned out right. No, if I made some bad decisions in my life, I should be judged on it. I should be looked at differently or looked at a certain type of way because I made bad decisions. We shouldn't exclude those just because we was considered young. That's some bullshit. Even doing our young decisions, we have to accept the consequences of our decisions.
And, and also, just to respond to, okay.
I just want Angie to respond. Then we'll go to you.
All right.
I'm not saying that you can do whatever you want to do. You can judge people however you want to judge them. What I'm saying is we all make mistakes. Men and women, we all make mistakes. And that's the only way that we learn to be better throughout life. So to try to define somebody by a singular, mistake that had been made, like I said, it's you making the mistake and you being able to learn and elevate from the experience, or you staying in a cycle of making bad decisions. It's about the context of whatever decision that you made. So I disagree. If you made the way that I thought when I was 21 is completely different from the way that I'm thinking at 33. So with that being said, I'm not going to make the same decisions that I did when I was that age. Now, like I said, you can judge people on however you want to judge them, but you have to be able to understand the complexities of how humans move and how humans evolve in general.
So if
I just wanted
case,
to.
what you're saying, if that's the case on what you were saying, then why do women continue to make bad decisions after bad decision after bad decision as far as the individual they date? Why is that the case? If you supposedly learned at 21, making a different decision at 33, why in this example that I just showed, she made bad decision after bad decision about her dating and how she handles situations? Why is that?
That's the cycle. That's what I just spoke
Oh, okay. Is that what we're gonna
All
call
right.
the cycle? I got you.
To respond to what Angie was saying about what I said, the statement I made wasn't necessarily to judge a person who makes, who chooses the quote unquote bad guy or bad girl in a certain way. I was more so trying to diagnose why they do that, right? So I'm not saying that they ain't shit. I'm saying that in their mind they believe they ain't shit. Because you gotta look at it for basic, like bare bones. What kind of person would not be attracted to someone who's attracted to them? That doesn't make sense, right? Like why would you be attracted to someone that doesn't like you? If you're attracted to someone who doesn't like you, that should tell you that you have a self-esteem problem off the top. Because how does that make sense? Like, why would you invest in someone that's making it clear that they're not interested? So all I'm saying is that usually when women are chasing these quote unquote bad guys, it's because they have self-esteem issues. It's because they don't believe that they're worth more than that. That's all I was trying to say. Now, whether or not they come to the realization that they're worth more, they make the decision that they're worth more, I think that's up to them, and it's not up to me to judge. But I definitely think that the reason, same with guys, like if a guy is choosing a woman or chasing after a woman that doesn't like him, it's probably because he has low self-esteem. Because someone who has high self-esteem would want to engage with someone who's treating them the way they want to be treated. And I'll end there.
I think that I misunderstood them because I didn't know that we were talking about a bad guy in terms of someone that you have to chase or someone that doesn't like you that you're chasing. I didn't know that was but yeah.
I was
just to respond to that. I think typically the bad guy or bad girl is usually the person you're chasing that doesn't want you back. Usually, like I feel like that kind of sums it up. Like usually some girls running after some drug dealer who got 10 bitches, some guys running after some stripper, they got 100 niggas lined up. Like it's like they're not prioritizing you, but you're prioritizing them, and that's what makes them the bad person in your life.
I wanted to go back to what Hank said and what I've been saying from the beginning. We can disagree as women all we want, but if what Cloud and Hank are saying is their reality, and we're talking about being wives and dating history and running credit reports, then that's just what it is. If you're trying to be a wife, if they gonna judge you from your mistakes when you're 18, that's what he gonna do. And he don't like it, then that he not for you. He don't want you. That's just what it is. So I think we're missing the connection of the questions. Why do women choose the bad guy? We answer, and then they give us their take on it, but their take on it is how they see it. So when it comes to them picking a wife, that's how they see it. Am I wrong? Like,
Go ahead, Angie. Like you disagree with what she said?
I just think that a lot of time when you speak on things, it comes from a place. Well, I've only been on the panel with you a couple of times, but when you speak on things, it's from the point of being validated by males, instead of like understanding that regardless of what someone else's opinion might be, that does not hold it as being true. Now, they can feel that way, but that doesn't mean that would be the type of man that I would want to, that I necessarily respect to even receive what he's saying. You know what I'm saying? Like, everyone's entitled to their opinion, but if you understand things, you have to understand like what lane and what mental level a person is on before you start trying to say, oh, because he said this, or because these men on this panel is saying this, then this is the measure or the mark to where things should be measured. I just kind of feel like I disagree with that a lot.
I was just trying to flow with the questions, JR, and figure out where the panel is going. That's actually the first time I've been accused of being the one that was looking for JR, did you hear that? Looking for approval from the males. I'm usually cussing they motherfucking ass out. So yeah, you definitely don't know me, sis. But it's cool. I'm just trying to be on a different vibe level today. I'm not that person. I'm just trying to be on a different vibe today, and follow the clear path that I see that this conversation going on with the way JR has these questions laid out. I'm trying to be a good panelist at the beginning of this new year, but no, I am not that chick. If you go back, he don't post a lot of my highlights because I am cussing somebody out. You can ask anybody on here.
So the
She be
thing is,
cussing me out.
what's the problem? What's the problem? Because everything else in life you judge on your past. But you're going by, we shouldn't judge a person on their past. When you get a job, you judge on your work history. When you trying to apply for credit, you judge on your financial history. When you apply for anything, you judge on your past. So, but you don't judge my relationship past. You shouldn't judge me because that's my past, and that's what I did when I was 18. When you was 18, they're gonna judge your financial past. They're gonna judge your credit on your financial past. Everything's being judged on your past. But I guess relationship, and maybe that's our problem. Maybe that's our problem. Not enough men are judging women off their past, because you should do that. Her past is going to determine her future. If she didn't learn from what she was doing 18 to 21 to 25, and she continues to do that, I need to judge on that. And if I don't judge on that, I'm a fool for falling for the banana in the tailpipe. That's on me. I got to live with that bullshit, and I don't want to take no more losses.
I think
I
y'all
just
are
want to throw
missing
something
each
okay.
other's point. I think y'all are in agreement, but missing each other's point. I think what's going on is that, Hink, you're absolutely right. You do have to take the past into consideration. But I think what Angie is saying is that if I am at a stage in my life that I'm at 33 and I'm no longer making the same mistakes that I was making at 18, you can't say, oh, well, at 18 you did this, but you meet me at 33 and you see that I'm not moving like that. And we're having conversation and I tell you something that I did at 18, and now you're trying to judge me based on what I did at 18. And I am so not moving the way that I was at 18. You can't necessarily say, oh, she's going to continue to move like that, because the way that I'm moving currently in my present doesn't reflect what my past was. Because if that's the case,
they can though.
No, they can take it. No, I'm not saying you can't take it into account. Because if that's the case, every person who's been divorced should never be remarried, right? You know what I'm saying? So, I mean,
Well, it depends on
so
why
you
they got
would hope
divorced.
that a person who's been divorced have learned, have grown from, and learned from mistakes from their previous relationships to then the new person that they've met now have seen that growth and now they move differently, right? So you should take it to take it to account. The red flag will be if they say that they've changed, but yet you still see those same characteristics reoccurring at the state that they said, well, I've healed and I'm no longer like that, but yet you still see that same behavior.
And you're judging
You know
the
what I'm
past.
Okay,
saying?
let me. Can I ask a question?
You're
So I
judging
want to
the
ask a question
past.
here.
You
I've
do,
had my
and you
hand
don't
raised.
agree with. You don't agree with Andy.
Hold on,
Oh, my
hold
bad.
on, Hank, hold on. This Cloud did have his
Yeah,
hand raised. Go ahead. Cloud.
yeah. So my question would be this then. Okay, so I know you're married, but let's say you weren't married. You know, you're single. You're in the dating market. You meet a nice guy, well spoken, well dressed, very calm, doesn't seem to show signs of anger, but he tells you, "I'm divorced because I beat my last 2 wives. I've been to jail. I've been to jail. I did 10 years for aggravated assault. I did 3 years for one domestic violence case. I did 5 years for another domestic violence. And yeah, the reason why my last wife divorced me because I beat her so bad that I broke her shoulder. Now, maybe him and his wife divorced 10 years ago. He's been to jail and he's done his time. But if you're on a date with a man who's looking to marry you, and he tells you that he beat his last wives' asses, are you going to judge him based off of that? Or are you going to say, you know what, because he's well spoken and he hasn't whooped my ass, maybe that's not the type of guy he is, and give him a shot?
I just said you have to take everything into account. I did not say that you don't take it into account. I said if he is currently moving in the same way, not he, but
No,
if
but
they're
I'm saying he's
currently
not currently
moving
moving
in
the
the
same way.
same way, then of course I'm not going to even consider that, right?
No, but I'm saying
Everybody
he's not
does.
currently moving that way. He just has a long rap sheet and he hasn't whooped the woman's ass for 10 years. He did his jail time, but in his youth,
For me
he was
personally, no, I
knocking bitches
wouldn't.
out.
Of
I'm saying,
course.
like, knowing. Okay.
Of course I wouldn't.
Okay.
I
I
mean,
mean,
of
I
course
think
I wouldn't.
this
I
is
would not listen. I would not. I mean, let's keep it
I
real.
got
I
you,
would
T.
not put myself in that situation, and that's up to
Why judge him?
everybody's. Hold on, that would be up to everybody's discretion. What I'm saying is, you do have to weigh each situation as it is. You're going to an extreme situation. I get it, to prove a point. What Angie is saying is just in general terms, in general conversation. If what you're doing at 18, like you have people that sold, like where I was from, you had dudes that sold drugs. That was a normal thing, right? Where I was from, they sold drugs, right? That was the norm. If they did something like that at 18 and now I'm 33, and we're in general conversation and they're like, well, yeah, I got locked up at 18 because I was selling drugs. But now that is not their lifestyle. They don't live like that. I'm going to take that into account and see how they're moving now. And from 18, if they've been to college, they've held down a stable job, they're, seeming family oriented, I'm looking how they move. That is not necessarily I'm going to take that into account, but I'm going to keep watching how they move. And I think I would still move forward with that. That's not going to be something that would stop me from.
Okay.
You understand what I'm saying?
I hear you, but here's the problem with that example, right? Here's the problem with that example. The example you gave was a quality that had nothing to do with relationships, right? So he was a drug dealer.
It does. Because some people say I would never date anybody that's been locked up.
No, I hear you. I hear you that some people wouldn't choose to date a drug dealer. But just on a bare bones level, right? Being a drug dealer has no indication on whether or not you're good in a relationship. But the example I used was specifically about relationships. Specifically about hold on, hear me out. I'm specifically talking about an example of someone abusing their partner in a relationship. You're talking about their activities for getting income that have nothing to do with a relationship at all. Like meaning a person who sells drugs can still be a loving, caring husband. So that wouldn't be something to judge them by. I think I think what I'm saying is a better example would be because again, the things we're talking about with women are their dating history. We're talking about their sexual past. We're talking about things they do with their body, right? These are all things that relate to how you deal with someone in a relationship, because what you do with your body can be a reflection of what you're going to do with your body when you're with me, right? But what you do to get your money really doesn't have it's not a good barometer of how you're going to treat me as a person or how you're going to treat me emotionally. Like yeah, like a person could be a doctor that doesn't listen, hear me out. A doctor doesn't mean he's not going to be, if he's a doctor, does that mean he's not going to beat you? No. If he's a lawyer, does that mean he wasn't a rapist? No. If he's does that, like, you get what I'm saying? Like, meaning just because he has a prestigious job versus a non-prestigious job, that's no barometer on what type of person he is in the bounds of a relationship. That's why I feel like that's a bad example. Drug dealer,
it's not.
drug dealer is an
Hold on.
occupation, but it's not. It doesn't
Hold on.
tell you his character in a relationship. Is all I'm saying.
Hold on.
So it wouldn't be a fair judge based on that.
Choices. Oh, sorry.
No. Let's
Go
get
ahead.
T in there. And let's go Luis, then Cookie. Go ahead, T.
No, I was just saying, I think this is something we could argue all day and all night. I think we all, like, it's silly to think that you don't take a person's past into account in some ways, but it's much different. Like, if someone has had a baby every year from 18 to 28, of course you're going to factor that in. Or if somebody has or versus somebody dating a bad guy, or dating a guy that didn't like her for real, or somebody that cheated on her. Like, it's, there's things, we're going to take things into account. I don't think that, I was hoping that maybe we could move on from this, because we could argue this all day. Like, there's things that, yes, you're going to factor into their dating history, and there's things that we're not. Like, okay. And it's going to vary from person to person. Like, there's no absolutes on this. And it was wearing me out just going back and forth. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no. One of the things that I want to kind of highlight, and I know we've never really talked about this on this panel, is giving people's power of choice, not being able to take people's power of choice away, right? When we consent to things, we understand the full barometer of what we're signing up for. If I understand that this person is this, and how they move and how they operate and how they treat other people, I'm signing up for that because I've seen it. That person has told me, and I have checked off on it. When we leave things off the table, regardless if they judge us or they might not rock with us, that's perfectly fine. You just understand that that person wasn't going to be in alignment because they understand something about you that they don't feel that is well aligned with them and who they are, right? And sort of like Miss Taken's example of the whole drug dealer, I don't want to beat a dead horse. That's only acceptable in this community because we have an understanding of, like, it was okay because it was that time. When we expand outside, other people don't necessarily align with that or agree with that frame of thinking. So we have to be, like, very careful with how we're talking about that. But I'm very keen on people's power of choice, people understanding, like, look, like, this is my situation, or this is my dating history, et cetera, et cetera. Let me make my decision whether I want to continue to pour time into you, in quality time, resources, etc. So I understand that a lot of people are omitting things in order to get the person that they want, while omitting a lot of the things. People are going to accept you and embrace you because there are certain things about you that they like or enjoy inherently, that they will forgive certain things from your past. They're like, look, I understand that. I hope that you've moved on for it. Can you give me examples of what that looks like, et cetera, and have the conversation? But a lot of people are too afraid of being judged because they haven't really sat long enough with themselves to forgive themselves, to move on from that and be able to talk about it, not as like a detriment, but something like, hey, I went to this dark place and I understood what it did to me, but I've came back from that and I became better. You know what I'm saying? And people will salute your journey through that. Unfortunately, when it just comes to dating and stuff, one of the things that I look at and what I talk about is more like, what is your longest relationship? What did you learn from it? What were the things that, that made you a much better woman? What are the things that made you a much better partner? and what are the things that you hoping to see out of your future relationship, and how you are expected to or tend to grow. I think those are much more fruitful conversations to kind of understand people's mind frame and how they think. At times you will find people stumped because I've asked these questions and people will look like the old 1990s computer where it's still loading because they haven't really thought about this, and they haven't been on a date with someone who's intentional, who has brought these questions up to them. It's typically like where you want to travel, where you want to eat, is all these things, but they don't really talk about the things that really are the glue of the relationship, and where where they might be conflicts and how you handle that. That's really where the crux of it, like, because we're not always going to like each other every day, and there's going to be things that we're going to be annoyed, but I still care about this person, or I still love this person, or I'm invested in this person because of these things, and I'm willing to forego these annoying things because I understand that there's a greater mission ahead. So that's what I want to say. You.
Yeah. So I
I'll
think
make it short. After going around the ring around the rosies, we can all make decisions on who we want to date and what we are willing to take, and how far back the history goes, and blah blah blah. And as fucked up as Hank's coochie facts is going all the way back to however far he wants to go, or however clout saying a woman got bad and ain't shit, however bad that sounds. I didn't really get a vibe off of Luis. However fucked up basically that sounds, ladies, was what my point was from the beginning. The men are the ones in the end. Y'all can say, I won't date this, I ain't judging him from this. At the end of the day, unless you're getting down on one knee, the male is the one that is seeking the wife and making the decisions on what he is going to accept from your past and what he is not. That's all that I was trying to say. And I'll yield there.
something else I want to bring up too that I noticed is that how you will have some women, and maybe Ford is one of those women that they're not looking for marriage, but they continue to date, right? And I just never understood, like, what is the end goal? Because um, you'll have a woman like Vivica Fox that's like 60 and she's still single. You may hear them complain a lot, but I just don't understand the goal. If the goal, there should always be a goal, I think, in some form and fashion. So when you continue to date person after person after person, what is the goal here? And maybe some of the ladies can help to understand that a woman that chooses not to be married and to live in her quote unquote purpose, you're going to be working your entire life, because I mean that's it, just what it is, right? You're going to be working instead of having your feet sitting up somewhere and you guys are just enjoying life. Like, you're going to constantly be working. But if you're choosing to be alone, then why not be alone? Why continue to still date?
People like to have sex.
I think that as you
I
get
feel like
older,
we minimize sex. Like, people like to fuck. And that's like, if you acknowledge that, then it answers the questions. People like to fuck. People like to fuck different people. People like to fuck in different ways. They like different positions. They want to try different things. And that's what it boils down to. That's why people still date. People aren't dating anymore to get married. People are dating because they like to fuck. And they want to go out and have fun experiences.
that is some people's reason, but I also think that a different reason could possibly be that, especially as you get older, it's not just about sex, it's about companionship. And I think that sometimes when we talk about relationships and women aging and not being married, I feel like the underlying sentiment is that if you're not married, then you're not as valuable. And I always challenge that, because as individuals, especially if you believe in a higher power, you understand, of course, God loves a union. But with the way the world is going, we have to also take into consideration that everybody is not going to be matched up. So if you're not going to always have a match, you have to understand what your purpose is and understand to have peace and enjoy within you know what I'm saying, living your life and not necessarily seeking, like saying like, okay, if I don't get married, then I'm unhappy. I don't think that one is contingent upon the other, or if I'm using the right language, but yeah, that's what I
I mean,
think.
but like, who cares what everybody? Who cares what everybody else think? You know, because that's what people always
Women.
say. Well, people are going to say that my value is this. I still want that question to be answered. Like, what is the goal? I heard Clout say it's sex. Cool, it's sex, right? You mentioned something about companionship, but how can you have a true companionship if you're still hopping from person to person to person?
I think companionship can be met in different ways. It doesn't just have to be met in a romantic way. I think that if you have a certain level of community and love around you, that would be enough to live throughout your life with, instead of saying like, I failed because I never got married. You have to move away from that, because a lot of people are not getting married for so many different reasons that consider so many different factors. So like, women may not necessarily choose to grow old and not be married and not have that union with somebody, that partner. But I don't think that you necessarily have to be married to have that partnership. And I don't think that you necessarily have to have that to be happy. You know what I'm saying? You might desire that, but I think that on a spiritual level, there's a certain thing as far as being content.
So I want to kind of
hold on real quick, Luis. So okay, that's fair, right? But the thing about it is that, like, these same people are praying people. Like, they're praying people, and they pray for things, but they're still living their life a whole nother way. So it just still doesn't completely align. So it just still doesn't make any sense to me. You know, like how you gonna pray and you ask for this, you ask for that, but then you still want to keep hopping from person to person, doing what you do.
Are we assuming that, like, when you dating people that you just sleeping around? Is that the assumption?
I'm not saying that that's the assumption, but I'm saying it does exist, right?
Mm-hmm. Of course, it does exist.
Right. And I'm human just like you. Like, I think it's okay to acknowledge that a lot of people think about sex. They may not do it. They may think about doing it. They might not go to the action, but it happens. Let's just speak real, right? People think about it. I'm pretty sure people that tell the truth, some of them may think about lying. And then some in that click in their head, like, oh, don't do it. And then they decide to tell the truth. Think about that pause when you ask somebody a question, they pause for a second. Like, they're probably contemplating, yeah, I went there. Yeah, that was me. So we're all human, and it's okay to have these thoughts, but it's whether you're going to regulate it so that it doesn't come out on that external. And then, like, the more you keep it in line, then it'll start work on your inner, and then maybe a possibility you probably won't think about it. But I'm only just saying that these things happen on a day-to-day basis, where people get their principles from the Bible, from what I've been seeing. And so, but they pick and choose which principles that they want to apply, and then the rest of them, they just throw it out. So it's like 1 foot in, 1 foot out. So I don't understand how somebody they're praying, they're doing everything else, they're not lying, not stealing, they're not doing none of those things, but then they still want to hop around and get intimate with different people. Like, they may not tell you. I'm pretty sure you know people that do this often. Anytime they hop into a relationship, whether it's 3 or 4 months, it's probably going to end up in that way. I don't know too many people that are not doing it. I don't even know too many virgins. I could probably count on my hands how many virgins that I actually know. So it's happening.
Well, I mean, one of the things I wanted to kind of, challenge Angie on is there are 8 billion people on this planet. I want you to think about that. There are 8 billion people on this planet. There are 1.2 billion Black people on this planet. There are about 425 million people in the US. Finding someone should not be this difficult or this hard. I find it rather difficult and rather challenging to kind of concur to this milestone that's saying like everybody's not going to get aligned. I think people don't want to be aligned. You know what I'm saying? And the reality of the matter is to kind of, you know, take some of the perspective that JR has laid out. Our society is not designed for 50 and 60-year-old plus bachelors and bachelorettes. It's just not. Name me a society in history, going back as far as you want to go, where there's a society that predominantly focused on having a society full of bachelors and bachelorettes. It's just not. Our society is just not designed that way. You know what I'm saying? And unfortunately, today we've made it seem like that it is possible. In reality, it's not. Go ahead, Clout.
So what you just asked is kind of in your question, right? Like you said, 8 billion people in the world, right? The principles. Now we got to remember that marriage is an economy, right? Marriage is an economy, and currently we live in a post-marriage economy. What do I mean by that? People needed to get married at a point because they needed more people in order for the society to function. So people had to get married. People had to have children. People had, in order for in order to populate. That's no longer a problem in the times we live in now. Our world is very populated with humans, right? And because our world is very populated with humans, the end goal now is no longer procreation like it once was, because we don't really need more people. We're actually in some places we actually don't even have the resources for more people, right? And so marriage is not as advantageous for anybody as it was in the past, and the incentives are gone. For example, women didn't work at one point, and now women do work. So there are women who needed to get married for stability at one point. They needed to. They didn't have access to a job. They didn't have access to income. So in order to survive, they had to couple with someone. That's not the case anymore. A woman can very happily live until she's 90 in her apartment with her plants and her cats, and live quite comfortably with a small community of her friends. And the same with guys. Also, sex is a lot more easy to attain than it's more easier to attain than it's ever been. You know, people were marrying at a time because the ideal was, well, okay, if I can get consistent sex from you, then I'm willing to make this commitment to not have sex with anybody else, because that's advantageous for them. And the reason why is because sex was so hard to come by in a past time. You might have traveled miles through different villages on horse and not seen a woman in most of those villages, a woman that was viable, right? That wasn't married. That's not the case. There's women everywhere. There's men everywhere. There is no lack of sex. There is no lack of sexual gratification. There's no lack of men's eyes being able to see a woman's body, and vice versa. So we've all been the people who are still on those ideals usually are Christians, right? Because we're all raised as, a lot of us are raised as Christians, and so we have these ideals. But I think that what Christians miss is that the rest of the world doesn't have those ideals, and that the rest of the world isn't Christian. And because the rest of the world isn't Christian, it's provided new options for people, right? When the whole world is Christian and all your neighbors are Christian and you don't show up to church on Sunday, guess what? You're ostracized. Well, what do you mean you're not coming to church? Everybody's at church. But that's not the society we live in no more. People ain't going to church on Sunday. People are doing whatever they want on Sunday. Like, we don't live in a society where Friday night when the sun goes down, everybody's in their house. That's not where we live anymore. So we're trying to apply these metrics or these rules to a world that we no longer live in, and that's why people aren't following through with it. The reason why people are jumping around so much is because they're trying to survive in this world. And in this world, it's easier to get a new partner than it is to stick with an old one. It's just a fact. So there's so many changes in the world that we live in that I think make it almost impossible for marriage to work the way it did before. And I think that's why you have so many women who are like, you know what? I might as well just date around, because guess what? She might marry a guy. Again, guys aren't making all the bread no more neither. So she might marry a guy and not live the life she imagined, but she might date and jump around from this rapper to this dude and feel like she's living the life that she wants to live, which is obviously the case with Melissa Ford. Now, obviously, in hindsight, when you get old and you no longer have the options, then you start thinking back to the traditional. But we're not living in a traditional world. So the traditional behaviors are not working for people. People are just trying to cope with the fact that this world has changed and just trying to get what they can where they can get it. And that's what I really think it is.
Wouldn't you say that the Western world has changed? Because I think a lot of these values and ideals still exist in other parts of the world. You know what I'm saying? I think we're kind of have this clash of the titans where we're talking about the world in which we live and operate, work, and do business, versus other worlds, meaning other countries, other parts of the world where they operate differently, where they view community, family, legacy, etc., way different than how we view it or how we might perceive it. So I think that this side of the world is trying to do a campaign promotion to spread that across the world and kind of push this narrative. And I think that there are a lot of people who are trying to hold that line from that kind of passing on. So you see a lot of countries that are banning certain things in propaganda, etc., because they're trying to preserve, family, community, etc., and they don't want to become what we are here in the States. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is the playground where this happens, right? And you know what I'm saying, over here is a completely different world where certain values, virtues are held. So,
which is fair, right? But usually those places where they have those values are places that are underdeveloped. Like the places where they still have the traditional values are usually not as developed as it is here. So I feel like that makes a difference. They have a need to get together, to get married, to build these families, whereas Americans really don't. I mean, not just that. I think also we also overlook the damage that has been done to people by marriage and by traditional families. Like, again, there are a lot of great traditional families out there, and there are a lot of great marriages out there. But for every good example of a marriage and every good example of a nuclear family, there's a bad example of a nuclear family. There are several nuclear families where the father was beating on the kids, beating on the wife. There are several nuclear families where both parents were alcoholics and on drugs. I mean, I live in a somewhat suburban neighborhood, right? But if I go over to the next town, and the next town is mostly white, but I have a lot of white friends in those neighborhoods, and a lot of them have I'm talking about really broken families. Like, sure, their parents are married, but like there's no love in those houses. And I think that when you quantify and you add up all of those examples of people who have had families and they have terrible relationships with their families, and they have terrible relationships with their mother and their father, and the mother and father been divorced, and all the chaotic things that come with it, I think particularly for America, people are just not into it anymore. It's no longer seen as a foolproof answer to have success. It's actually hurt a lot of people. And I feel like we don't acknowledge that when we have the conversation about marriage, because marriage is romanticized. When we think of marriage, we think of all the feelings that come along with it. We think of that walking down the aisle and singing the songs and holding hands and the love. But we don't think about what happens after that. We don't think about we don't think about that woman who's with that guy who doesn't have a good job and isn't paying all the bills, and she feels trapped and stressed. We're not talking about that man who's with that woman who's not giving him sex and he feels trapped. We also don't deal with the fact that, a lot of times when people get married, passion is gone because the relationship becomes familial. That's something that's also talked about in Esther Vilar's book. Passion is lost in marriages often because once the man becomes a provider, he becomes like a father to a woman. And once a man views a woman that he's with from a father perspective, attraction's lost. And that's why a lot of men step out and cheat, because they're looking for that passion. And where does the passion come from? The passion is going to come from someone that they don't have to take care of. It's going to come from someone who lives their own life. This is why when you find men cheating, who are they cheating with? The mistress archetype, the woman who does what she wants, lives by her own rules, but they're cheating on the wife at home, right? That's because obviously traditional marriage doesn't answer all the questions. It doesn't serve all of the needs. And it's like, we have to acknowledge that. Until we acknowledge that traditional marriage doesn't serve all the needs that people have, then we're never going to understand why it's failing.
The other part to that, though, too, is I disagree with you about marriages and other cultures. The decline of marriage and the birth rate is going down all across the world, right? But it has more to do with industry, right? It's just starting to become more expensive everywhere, right? So to have a family, it becomes more expensive. So that does definitely impact marriage rates, right? China, for example, is not a third world country. Their marriage rates are going down, but they still have value, right? They still have family values. So I don't think that has anything to do with that. Western civilization, we are an example of Sodom and Gomorrah, like for real. Anything goes. So it's very difficult when you don't have a set societal standard of moral and values. So that is definitely difficult. But I think too, what has happened is we're conflating access to sex to companionship, right? So I think that's the difference too, is that we think that when we're having sex with a person is going to equate to relationship, and it doesn't. And so a lot of times marriages are failing because once you get past the sex, once you've been flipped up, turned around, so many ways, what's next, right? What's next? And I think a lot of times we're not putting enough effort into building the companionship, and that's what people are looking for, right? We're trying to use traditional methods in building companionship in a new age where I think a lot of men are having trouble with holding on to traditional mindsets of what it is going to take to be in relationship, and women are so far along in terms of modern thinking where we're not trying to find the balance between how do I shift and support what I need in a relationship from a man to feel fulfilled in a relationship when I no longer need a man to financially provide. Like previously, a man was just needed to protect and provide, and that meant just physically protect and financially provide, just bring the money home and pay the bills. When I can pay my own bills, I don't necessarily need you for the financial part, right? So where does that leave you as a man? Now I'm saying I need you to provide for me emotionally. And that's an area that men previously never had to develop. But now I'm asking you to provide for me in that manner. And you've never had to learn to do that, right? So I think that's where the issue is because now this is the area in which I'm telling you that I need you. And as men is like, we need the tradition because this is the part that I understand. I understand the traditional aspect of it. But women are asking for you to give me more. And I also think that women, on the other hand, are in the mindset of, if you can't give me this, I don't need you. I'm out. I'm so independent. I don't need you.
Well,
I
who
don't need
teaches that mistaken? Who teaches that? Who teaches that? That aspect in which you're talking about. Who teaches that?
Who teaches how to become more emotionally connected?
Who teaches that? Who teaches that?
I think it's the.
If that man has never been taught, never been coached, never been anything, who teaches that?
I think it is
His
okay.
mom.
Is it too much?
It's like I'm expecting you to run a marathon, but I've never trained my whole
This
life.
is what
Here you get to this point.
I agree. I agree. However, just when you're a coach and a student, the thing is that you have to listen to the coach. The problem is that a lot of times men are not open to taking women.
Who's the coach in this perspective?
If I'm in a relationship with you and I'm telling you what I need from you on an emotional level, and I'm trying to teach you that and coach that, and you don't think that you need to listen to me because you're the head, because we're caught up in the traditional aspect, it's very difficult to teach somebody who is in the head, don't think that they need to listen.
But see, you just said it in your sentence. Yeah,
What?
you said I'm the coach, I'm going to teach you. What you essentially just did is emasculate that man.
That's
You
my point. I
you know what I'm
did not
saying? And sort of that's
listen.
why I
Hold
asked you
on,
in the very no. I
hold on,
asked you in the
Lewis.
very beginning,
Lewis.
who teaches this? Who teaches
Lewis.
this?
If I am adept in the emotional aspect and I'm trying to tell you what I need, and I know that you're not emotionally adept, I'm going to have to coach you in that area for me. I can't emasculate you, but you're taking it as such. And this is a prime example of what happens in the relationship. I'm trying to tell you what I need. I'm trying to show you what I need. And you're telling me I'm emasculating you because I'm saying I have to coach you. This is I'm so glad that happened, Lewis. This is exactly what happens. And then what happens with a woman? She shuts down. She realizes that you're just going to stay stuck in what you're doing. She closes up, and then the relationship stands still where it is. And then
No.
she quietly divorces you. That's
You know
what
why
happens.
she does that though?
You see,
She does
but
that because she has options. That's the reason why she divorces you. People have to understand that there's an
No.
economy to companionship. When there's less people around, you're going to seek companionship more because you need people to survive. When there's more people around and more technology, companionship will fail. Why? Because I can find a new person to talk to at any given corner. If you live in New York City and you're lonely, you can literally go outside and find a new person to talk to every second of the day. You can get on
That's not
Instagram and you can find a
companionship.
new person to talk to
That's not
every
companionship.
second. All right, but this is why I said there's an economy that comes with companionship, and the value of companionship diminishes with the more access you have to people. If I only have one person in my life, I'm going to hold on to that friendship as best as I can. I'm going to bond with that person and connect with that person to the depths of hell, right? But if I got 100 people in a room, I got 100 people I could talk to. I'm not going to form as close bonds with each person because there's so many people to get to know, especially when those 100 people are sharing a space, right? So again, you put 100 people. So again, most of our society is cities. People are not living on farmland no more, where they need to connect with one person to be able to get work on the farm done, and they ain't going to see another person for another 5 to 10 miles. That's not the reality we live in. Again, if I have a problem with a girl I'm dating, I could hang up with her, get on a plethora of apps, and find a new one in 10 minutes. It's really not that hard. So again, companionship, the value of companionship has changed because of the society we live in.
I don't want to kind of get lost in what we
Hold
were
on,
talking about.
hold on. Louis. I do want to just get Sweeney in there because I know if y'all can just hang on for like 10 more minutes, I promise you we're going to end this. Let's get Sweeney in there. Let's try to get to people who haven't spoken. Just a little talk time and make sure we get to our points so we're not long-winded, so we can just pass it around real quickly within this last 10 minutes. Go ahead, Sweeney.
Yeah, I was going to say, well, first and foremost, America is still a country that needs people to couple. You can't survive in this country for the most part by yourself. The cost of living is way too high for you to be able to take care of an entire family by yourself.
This is why people aren't having
unless you. But most people in this country still want families, and the majority of people in this country still want to be married. And even if you took marriage off the table, the majority of people still want relationships, if not committed relationships or monogamous relationships. So even if we're talking about even if we're talking about adjusting for people who don't want that, it's still not a significant amount to make marriage obsolete in this country. And to JR's question, he asked, he was like, what is the point of dating if your goal isn't marriage? Which
to fulfill that want.
It's a really good question, because and someone asked, was like, well, to your credit, Clout, you said, well, people like to have sex. Well, okay, why don't you
to
just
fulfill that want? All those wants you listed, that's how they're fulfilling them through dating.
Right. So why don't you date till you find somebody you want to have sex with and then stop dating? The difference is that people tend to be a lot more selfish in their behavior. So they date. They to that one. I can't remember which lady said it. She said, well, I'm not screwing everybody that I date. Yeah, but are you also, but there's somebody who's dating you and dealing with you and want to be with you, but they're not getting the benefits of being with you. They're just going on dates with you. They're kicking it with you. Then if your idea, why do you need to date if the only thing they're practically getting out that situation is a friend to kick it with? You can be friends with somebody. Y'all both
Simple.
pay y'all own way. Y'all both kick it with each other, but they don't. It's not a date. It should just be two friends kicking it.
When you take the needs out of the situation, all you have left is wants. So women don't need men to provide anymore, right? They don't even need men for companionship. So once you take all the needs off the table, we're left with our wants. And our wants are fickle. We can dating is a way for people to achieve those wants because it's not a need anymore. They don't American man doesn't need to be married to survive. If he wants to have children, it might be advantageous to have two incomes. But again, we just talked about how the birth rates are declining. So clearly less people are having children. And if less people are having children, conversely, less people are going to get married because less people are going to see the need to get married because they're not raising children. On top of that, we have a lot of our society supports women in a way where they don't have to have a man to be able to raise their children or for the children to make it to survival, right? There are millions of programs. There are millions of options. So again, it goes back to what I said before, which is the options. Everybody has so many options now that we don't need each other to survive and to get the things that we want. A man can get sex in many ways nowadays. He doesn't have to have a wife to be able to get a nut. He can get it through porn. He can get it through prostitutes. He can get it through dating. He can get it through there's a million ways for a man to get sex nowadays. There's a million ways for a woman to get provided for. She can go out with the scammers. She can go out with the drug dealers. She can go out with the simps, and somebody gonna pay her bill. And this and that. She can make an OnlyFans account and get 1,000 dudes. There's women on OnlyFans making multiple millions. Those women don't need a provider. And guess what? When they need a man to be their companion for the night, they can call anybody. There's a million dudes ready to get on the line to come die for these girls. When Bad Baby put her OnlyFans up, she was 18 years old. She made like 10 million in the first week because there were that many men willing to spend their money for her.
But
so it just shows you.
I think the difference though is that you're still talking about a minority of people, but the vast majority of people want committed relationships. The vast majority of people. Yes, it is. They poll people over.
There's no evidence for what people want. There's no evidence that people want. And the thing is, just because people want it, don't mean they need it.
But you got to still go off. The vast majority of people still want committed relationships. The vast majority of people still want relationship. The vast majority of people still want children.
You don't need to be married to get any of those things.
But so, what's the problem?
I can get all of those things right now with a girlfriend. Matter of fact, I can get all those things with a girl that's not even my girlfriend right now.
Fair, but what's the point? Why not get married?
The point is to get your needs met. That's what I'm saying. People are only in relationships to get their needs met.
I get that.
And their desires met.
If you want a monogamous, committed relationship with one person for the rest of your life, what's the problem with marriage?
I didn't say there was a problem. The people who want a monogamous, committed relationship for the rest of their lives, those are usually the people that get married. But a lot of those people who wanted monogamous relationships got married and it didn't work out. And then after it didn't work out, you know what it brought them to the realization of? I don't need this to survive. No, a lot of people, some of them
still want it.
Some of them sure.
The vast majority of them still want it.
I'm sure. I'm not saying to say the vast majority. You got to provide some numbers that the vast majority of divorced people want to get remarried.
Over 56% of people who have been married before still desire to be married now.
Okay, now 56% on any test is a failing number.
That's still half the population.
That's still a majority, Cloud.
That's still a majority.
Sure. Yes, you are correct that it is a majority. However, even though it is a majority, the numbers of people who don't want that are still large enough to make an impact. So
now
half
keep
the
in
country
mind.
wants it. Hold on, just hear me out. If half the country wants it and half the country doesn't want it, then that means we're going to find a society that's not based on the thing that only half of them want anymore. That's common sense. Like for example, if half the people who went to McDonald's, wanted hot dogs, McDonald's would start selling hot dogs and they wouldn't focus on hamburgers anymore.
Wow, Clout, you're muddy in the numbers. Oh, wait, you're muddy in the numbers. We just talked about people who were just divorced. Majority of people who are married aren't divorced. They're still married. And then the ones that do get divorced, over half of them still want marriage. The majority of the country, over 68% of the country of people, of adult people, still want to be married. That's a lot of people.
But Sweeney, wanting something It's not evidence that you need it, that you know how to
You
have
don't
it,
have
that you're
to need
capable
it.
of having it. All
You
right, but
don't have to
I'm
need
talking,
it.
but what I'm talking about is that the economy doesn't support it. The world we
The
live
economy
in
does support it.
does not support it. If it did, it would be growing and not shrinking. Every
So
year,
if
the
you
numbers for divorce get higher. They don't go lower.
if you want marriage, if the vast majority of the country want marriage, the country was built on the nuclear family. The country still requires two people to even raise a family because most people still want kids.
No, it
And
doesn't.
most people still want kids, and most people still want
These
relationships.
are
And
opinions,
most
but
people
these are not
still hold on,
facts.
wait. I just gave you the numbers. Most people still want children. Most people still want
And you
relationships.
don't need to
Most
be
people
married
still
to have
want
a
marriage.
relationship. You don't need to be married to have children. You don't need to be married to have sex. So again, you're
But they
proving my
want,
point.
but you're still.
But
I'm not talking about what you
wanting,
need. I'm saying if it doesn't matter
if you
what they
want
need.
something, hold on. If you want
You're
something,
saying that marriage
hold on,
is
Sweeney.
obsolete when people still want it.
Sweeney, if you want something and you have multiple options of getting that thing you want, you're going to choose different options to get it, especially when you can't get that one thing. So, for example,
They're not happy with the choices they are making. They still want the. They
and
still
there are
want
married
it
people who
they
aren't
want.
happy with the choices they're making. That doesn't prove anything.
So
There are
the
married
whole
people who are
point
not
is-
happy with the choice that they've made.
and they still want to be married.
Is that a
And yet
fact or
they
no?
still want to be married. That is a fact. I just gave it
Yes,
to
some
you.
of them want to and some of them don't. Yes.
Majority of them want
Yes,
it.
I agreed with you. I agree. Yes. Whether it's the majority or not, there are still people who don't. And that's my point. It doesn't matter
Who
what the
cares about
majority
people
want.
who don't get married? Nobody's asking them to, but you're saying that you don't. We
And
live
that's
in a
what I'm
country
saying. They're
where
not getting
marriage
married,
is-
Sweeney. That's why we're having this argument. We're all
You
having this
said that we
discussion
live in
about
a
why
country-
we
you
need.
said-
Hold on. This
No,
whole conversation is about why we need to bring marriage back. That's what we're always talking about on these panels. How
Nobody
we
said
can
anything about
rebuild
bringing marriage back.
Listen, when we have these talks in this space, people are always talking about restoring the nuclear family. The reason why we talk about restoring the nuclear family is because obviously to anyone who's paying attention, it's falling apart. Is that a fact or not? Or am I just making that up?
Well, the reason why we're talking about restoring the nuclear family is because when we saw the breakdown of the nuclear family, you see a lot of issues occur. Now,
yeah, but you're not acknowledging why it broke down.
To your point, do you actually, if everybody chose to be a nuclear family without marriage, then of course everybody don't need marriage because all you still need is the nuclear family. However, because everybody still desires it, it doesn't matter whether you need it or not, they still want it.
But it doesn't matter.
And it's on top of that,
it doesn't matter what they want because people are going to find a way to meet. Go ahead.
And on top of that, because not only do they want it, but you still need relationship in this country to even survive. If you still want,
a lot of people want BMWs, a lot of people want Bentleys, and they don't have them. Why? Because the economy doesn't make sense for them to have one. A lot of people want Lamborghinis. A lot of people want a mansion. A lot of people want oceanfront property. But the economy does not make it realistic for most people.
The economy make it realistic for marriage.
I don't see how that's possible.
The economy makes it realistic for marriage.
I don't see how that's possible. If that was the case, everybody would be getting married, and they're not. Divorce wouldn't be increasing if that was the case.
The economy doesn't make it realistic for people.
I'm saying we're in a post-marriage economy, meaning the economy that we had in the past at the formative years of this country depended upon marriage. We're overpopulated now. We're in a post-marriage.
We're not
economy.
overpopulated. In this country, you're talking about in America, we can't even replace the workers today. We're actually in the negative when it comes to being able to replace the current group of
and that's because the birth rates are low, correct?
Right.
So
why are the birth rates low? Why are the birth rates low, Sweeney?
Because a lot of people said that they don't want to be married and they don't want to have children. Hold on, wait. They don't want to be married and they don't want to have children. They don't want relationships. And now we're just starting to see when people say when they say they don't want something and they act on it, they realize the consequences of their actions, which is why we're here where we are.
Listen,
that doesn't mean
that low birth rate has nothing to do with marriage, though. Low birth rate has nothing to do with marriage, though.
Hold on. What we're doing right now is we're trying to quantify discussing based off of people's feelings, and that we can't do that. I'm not gonna have a conversation about how people might feel or might not feel and what they want and what they like and what they desire. I can only go based off of the numbers. The majority of Americans live in cities. The majority of Americans live within 100 miles of a coastline. So you could say maybe the country's not overpopulated because there's empty land. But what I'm saying is in the places where we actually live, the places where we actually populate, those places are overpopulated. Rents are high because there's not enough apartments. There's people who can't feed it. Like we're literally like people are not thriving like the way you're making it sound like. Now, if people had land and all I'm saying is the economy of where we live, the communities we live in, it doesn't support people getting married. That's why they don't get married. They don't need to.
But
marriage rates aren't going up.
Rent has nothing to do. Rent has nothing to do with because there's not enough apartments. What's going up because there's not enough apartments? How
supply and demand. What are you talking about? It's literally supply and demand. The rent is going up because there's not enough space to house all the people. That I mean, that's common sense. If we're not going to agree on that, then we're not even having a reasonable conversation.
Yeah, but
rent goes up because of supply and demand. The more people that live in an area, the rent goes up. That's common sense.
Y'all getting off topic. Maybe the reason why a lot of people can't afford a lot of the stuff in this country is because they didn't understand the importance of partnering with somebody and marrying somebody, and then that put them in a better position. Because married people are still in a better financial position than any single person. If you're looking at the macro, if you're looking at two groups of people, you look at single people,
define better position. Define better.
They are in a better position financially.
Define better position.
They're better off. They're more financially stable. Their children tend to be more.
Hold on, stop. What define financially stable? What does that mean when you say financially stable? Does that mean they have a job?
Man, come on, bro.
No, I'm just saying because you're throwing out. They're less
likely to be in debt. They're less likely to be financially insecure.
Less likely to be in poverty.
Like, come on,
if what you're saying is true,
you know that couples are far more financially stable than
if what you're saying is true. And marriage is so advantageous for in this time for the modern human, right? If it's so advantageous, why does the divorce rate keep going up and why does the marriage rate keep going down? If it's because people function based off of incentives,
you want me to answer
right?
that question? Do you want to answer the question?
I'm gonna finish forming the question
because they got mindsets like Angie. Because they have that mindset like Angie does.
People function based off of incentives. No matter where you go, people.
You want me to answer the question or not?
I'm not done with the question. So if people, I'm saying people are function based off incentives. So if marriage was truly incentivizing people in the way you're saying because it had all these benefits, then we shouldn't have a high divorce rate. We should have a boom in marriage rate and a boom in birth rate. But that's not the case.
Well, let me ask you. Hold on, wait. Let me answer your question. The reason why the divorce rates are going, well, first of all, they're actually declining. To Ms. Tankin's point, but let's assume your argument, right? Let's assume what you said is true.
Right.
The reason why that happens is because people have lost the value of marriage. They don't understand the importance of it. They don't understand the importance of it until it's too late.
That's what I'm
so
trying
when
to
you
say.
So when you have a group of people that tell somebody, hey, you don't need this, it's not worth it, and then they find out at the end of their decision making that, oh shit, maybe if I did get married, maybe if I did partner with somebody, I would be in a better position than I was.
It doesn't make sense. Something valuable doesn't lose value, Sweeney. The reason why it loses value is because it's less valuable to the people. That's why it loses value.
You can definitely something can still be
gold
valuable.
Don't go down in price. Gold doesn't go down in price. You want to know why gold doesn't go down in price?
Wait, bro. You gotta let me finish.
Go ahead.
People can lose value in something that doesn't make it any less valuable. Marriage is still needed in this country. Relationship is still needed in this country. Just because you got a
values in all economies are set by supply and demand. Meaning, if the people don't want it loses value. If the people want it, it increases in value. You can't tell me that marriage has lost value and then you're saying, oh, it's just because of people's feelings. No, the reason why marriage has lost value is because people are not seeing it as advantageous. They have other options, and when you have other options, different things become more valuable. If I only have access to gold, hold on, hear me out. If I only have access to gold, then gold will be the dominant currency. If I have access to gold, silver, diamonds, rubies, cash, oil, gold no longer becomes the most valuable currency. And that's what you guys are missing. You're trying to hold on to the gold standard, not realizing that now we have silver, we have oil, we have multiple ways for people to get to.
Tell me a system that has been better than the nuclear system. Tell me a system that has been better than the nuclear family system. Show me one.
Define better. Because better is a matter of opinion.
That gets better results.
So because
you know what I mean by better. Show me a system that's done it better.
Hear me out.
I mean, your
version of better, right? Your version of better is based off of your values. So from your perspective, right? Obviously, marriage is going to be better because it matches your values. But to someone whose values it doesn't match, it's not going to be better, which is why people get divorced, which is why people like Melissa Ford didn't want to get married. You see what I'm saying?
Sweeney,
like, I understand that
right now
that's
is complaining
your
about
value.
not being married.
You value it. And so because you value it, you think other people should value it the same way.
No,
but that doesn't mean
I
that it
said,
provides the same value to others.
Show me a
Sweeney.
system that is outside the nuclear family that yielded better results than
I wouldn't say there's a system. I haven't seen many systems, so I couldn't tell you a particular system. I'm not making an argument that another system is better.
I'm gonna talk to you, Sweeney, and answer his question. The reason marriage has lost its value is because you're not going to value something that when you're already getting your needs met without.
Thank you.
So a lot of people are getting their needs met without the responsibility, right? So the marriage comes with a responsibility. So if I can get in relationship with somebody without having the responsibility of marriage, like how they say, why buy the cow when you can get the milk for free? That's what everybody's doing. I am in relationship without the responsibility. So when I'm ready to exit stage left, I don't have to worry about going through a divorce. I don't have to worry about, divvying up assets. I don't have to worry about all of the things that come along with, what a divorce comes along with. I can walk away clear and free, right? So I can pretend to be married without having the responsibility that comes along with marriage. That's really what it's about, because you'll see that marriage rates have declined, but cohabitation has increased. Exactly. So that's what people are doing.
So you know what's tripped out about that? Actually, I know why. Clout, you're absolutely right. Here's the tripped out part about it. This is the reason why people still desire and need marriage, is because there's always another person on the other side of that table. And what people don't understand is that while you are feeling like, oh, why am I getting the milk? I can get the cow, and why buy the cow when I can get the milk for free? The other person on the other side is thinking the same exact thing. So what happens is people start to want marriage because they want commitment, because they realize that the other person, the person that they want, they desire and they need to commit to them, can have the same option that they have, which is to walk away. So that's why. So that's why
you will always have the nostalgic. You will always have people who want it back. I'm gonna give you an example, right? We used to get our meat from butchers. Everywhere you went, the only place you can get your meat from was a butcher. So people needed a butcher around. But guess what? Hold on, just hear me up. I'm saying back in the day, people got their meat from butchers mostly. Nowadays, you can get meat from a grocery store. So because people can go to the grocery store to get meat, what happened? Butcher shops closed down and start going out of business. Now, did the quality of the meat go down? Sure, the quality of the meat went down. Now, there are people who are particularly going to want high quality meat, and they're going to drive out the extra hours to go to the butcher. But a lot of people don't value the quality. What a lot of people value today is convenience. So nowadays, convenience has way more value than quality. And so this is why supermarkets are more popular than butchers. The argument that you're making is like, well, the butcher is higher quality meat. I'm not disagreeing with you, but what you're not realizing is that the people no longer value quality more than they value convenience. That's what I'm trying to explain to you.
I get you.
You're still stuck in the mindset of someone who values quality more, but that's not the word.
I will argue.
Quality is not higher in value anymore than convenience.
I will argue that this space wouldn't exist if everybody was happy with that system that you're speaking of. That's the reason why this space exists now, because everybody is complaining about the dating market, which is supposed to be free and clear, and everybody's supposed to be able to rock the way that they want to rock and do whatever they want to do. But all of them keep coming back to the congregation and telling us how much piss is in the damn pool or how much shit is in the pool.
Yeah,
they're all still complaining about relationships.
I want to add
because
something.
They're stuck in a situation. I'm gonna tell you why people are complaining. Everyone's here in this space because they're stuck trying to fix a new problem with old tools. And every time people come into the space, they're realizing, hey, we have a new problem right here that we've never had before. And everyone keeps saying to them, use the old tools. But when they bring the old tools, it doesn't work. And that's why this space existed. The guys were using those old tools to try to find a wife. They were using all the things their mama told them on how to get a girl, and it didn't work. And so they came into this space and created a red pill space for people to communicate and figure out what works, because the stuff they were told didn't work. The reason why these women are in this space is because their mom told them, if you do this, you'll get a husband, and it didn't work. And so now they're here trying to figure it out because it didn't work. Everything you're saying that's supposed to work isn't working. That's what you're missing.
You heard what they said? To get a husband and it didn't work, they still single.
Single is
I'm
wrong.
not here to figure shit out. I'm here to talk. But my thing about it is, I listen to y'all go back and forth about marriage and why and all these numbers and shit. Not and being a woman in just in life in general and on YouTube, but not outside of my life. Not my outside life, my YouTube life. We cannot deter the fact there's a whole group of Negroes demonizing black women on the women on the internet to other young black men and telling them not to marry us. So don't forget to count those niggas out into the
How many of them
whole.
are married?
Huh?
And a lot of those
Don't.
guys are married or were married.
That still doesn't mean. Hey, I'm not saying what they were if they were married or not. What I'm saying is if the core is the ish is good, this conversation is not what is valuable. What is valuable is going back out there and preaching to the young black men who make all these decisions about marriage. I've been saying this the whole goddamn show. I'm not going to change it up now and keep these weirdos out of their ears telling them that marriage is no good and all black women are this and all black women are that, speaking in Sweeney's words, absolutes, and demonizing black women for no reason. Or
Are
because
they?
of they saw sad existence and experiences with marriage.
What have they
Because
said
they
about?
married Melissa Ford. So my whole thing about it is at the end of the day, I listen to y'all argue, but nobody took accountability for what is actually we are physically watching happen. If we get on a panel and say the wrong thing, you literally get verbally attacked in the comments by these zesty ass niggas. That's what I'm
Wait, what?
saying.
Hold on, hold
Well,
on. We gotta
so
No,
hold
I'm
on.
serious.
I want
That's
to get
part of
Angie
the
in that
reason
too.
too.
Go ahead, Angie, and then go Luis.
I feel like marriage, life is like a journey. And if you have two people journeying, you're more likely to survive. That's kind of how I see it. I just kind of want to talk about some of the benefits of marriage real quick. Love and companionship, family, children, legal, financial benefits, religious, cultural beliefs, social, emotional stability, commitment, security, practical reasons. So those are some of the benefits of being married. The other point that I wanted to make is that I feel like relationships nowadays are kind of like how you see the people that are real health conscious and they're about wellness and they cook their foods. They make sure they allocate funds to buying quality foods and they take the time and the energy to really pour into it so that they can really benefit from what they're taking in, right? And I kind of feel like that when it comes to like how people move in relationship, having healthy habits, coming with value, not just requesting value, like that's kind of like the healthy version. And like you said, Clout, like people are able to go through these fast food relationships, and even though it is convenient and people do want things like this, I don't think that when it comes to longevity, it's always the most beneficial. Of course, you're going to get the instant gratification of the convenience, but when we talk about long term, it typically is not more beneficial. And that's why I side with Sweetie a little bit more. A lot of people say that, okay, I have the option not to be married and get these things. And they explore that just to come full circle around and say, you know what? I think that I will get more benefits from moving differently.
Sure. But thinking that you would get more benefits and getting more benefits aren't mutually exclusive. So yeah, you might have a bad relationship with some bad experiences in your relationships and then say, you know what, maybe it'll be better if I get married. But that doesn't mean factually that if you get married, it will be better. It just means that you believe that. So that's why I was saying to Sweeney, it doesn't matter what people want because what matters is the results. Now you listed a whole bunch of things that were beneficial for marriage. But my question to you again is, how many of those things that you listed are exclusive to marriage? None of them. Every single thing that you put on that list, you can get elsewhere. Every single thing you can get without being married. Now I'm gonna ask you another question. If I put you in a car and I told you that if you slam on the brakes, there's a 56% chance that the brakes will stop. But then the other 44% chance that brakes will not stop. Would you buy that car? Do you think most people would invest in a car if they told them that there's a 56%, only a 56% chance that the brakes are actually going to do what they're supposed to do? Obviously not. Matter of fact, if first off, if there is a less than 1% effectiveness rate on brakes, they're recalling them. Immediately they're recalling them. So it's like, I'm not saying something ridiculous here. We're talking about incentives and how people make decisions. Most human beings are not going to willingly go into something that has a 44% chance of failure. Most people just won't.
Well,
now, a lot of people are still going to desire it. A lot of people are still going to idealize it. A lot of people are still going to want it. But how many people are going to make that decision when they don't have to get where they're going? If I don't got to drive in a car with a 44% chance of failure, and I could drive another car that doesn't have a 44% chance of failure and still get to my destination, I'd rather do that. And guess what?
You're
You want
assuming that
companionship,
the
you
other
can get it through dating. You want sex, you can get it through dating. You want the thing is, you can get love through dating. It's not like you can't love the person you're dating.
You're answering her questions and not even
Okay,
letting her answer.
all right. Relax.
So my thing is, I understand. I do know that you're very adamant about your perspective, but I think that sometimes you can be a little dismissive when people are opposing a different perspective about things. You swiftly dismissed. You said that everything I mentioned about the benefits of marriage, somebody who is outside of marriage can get. No, they cannot.
Name one
on the list, like as far as like emotion. What does this say?
Name one.
Religious benefits, religious and cultural benefits, as far as legal and financial benefits, as far as
you can get legal and financial benefits and religious benefits without being married. I can be a single man in a church. Hold on. I can be a single man in my church. Hold on.
Right, you can't get the tax incentives though. You can't get the tax incentives.
Whoa.
No, you can't.
Absolutely,
no,
you can. You can start.
No, you can't.
Well, I'm gonna explain to you how you can. You can start a business with that person, and you both can be 50-50 partners in that business, and then you guys can share taxes that way. You can make a person that you're dating a power of attorney. You can make a trust and put anyone's name on that trust and make them the beneficiary of the trust. So that's not true. There are many ways to you can have a legal connection with someone without being married. That's false. Give me another.
Okay, but we're talking about the tax incentives. You didn't say nothing about the tax incentives. They're not the same.
So you're basically what you're saying then is the main reason people should get married is to save money on taxes. That's what you're saying.
That's not what it said. You asked the question
because
about
taxes is the only one. Taxes is the only one, and taxes have nothing to do with how two people relate. Taxes is about the government. But look at what y'all just did. Y'all are talking about taxes right now. We're talking about relationships between men and women, and y'all are talking about taxes.
Clout, you got to let other people answer though, brother. You can't keep dominating the mic. You got to let everybody. So you asked for one instead. I gave you one example, and now you don't even want to accept
taxes. I'll accept the taxes as one. I'll accept that. Sure. Okay, so if you marry, you'll be able to get tax benefits.
Relationship is marriage, and marriage is not just about finances. It's not just about taxes.
So give me another one. Give me another example.
Angie said religious as well.
I said religious.
What religious benefits do you get by being married that you can't get by just being a devout member of your church? Because even Paul said in the Bible, even Paul said better to stay single as I do.
Hold on.
You gotta add
on. Hey, y'all, they cannot hear us. They cannot hear us when we talking. Go ahead, Angie.
Go ahead, Angie.
You can't have social and emotional stability outside of certain, like, for example, people that live in a higher class, you can't move, like, for example, you can't move up in certain positions unless you're married. They don't respect you fully unless you're married, because what that tells them is you're able to hold a certain level of commitment, and that skill is transferable. That's just an example of socially how marriage can put you in a better position. We said emotional relationships are not just about the finances and about sex. A relationship is about an emotional connection with somebody. It's about love, and love is something that, love and commitment and faithfulness is something that is very significant when we talk about building something with someone, because family is not just about you two, it's about how it affects the people that are around you. So it has ripple effects, like ripple effective benefits that I feel like you're choosing not to acknowledge for whatever reason.
I'm not choosing not to acknowledge it. It's just that to respond to your 2 points, you don't have to be married to have a loving family. That's not true. You don't have to sign paperwork and get a ring and get married to love your partner and to treat them well and treat them with respect. And if you guys have children, you both can love your children without getting married. So that's false. The other example you gave was status. One of the richest people in our country isn't married, Elon Musk. Elon Musk is probably the highest stat as far as businessmen. He's probably one of the highest status you can get as far as business. And Elon is not married. And there are multiple business people who are not married. So this idea that somehow you can't achieve, but he's divorced. That's a perfect example. He's been married 3 times and it still ain't working for him.
But
He's been married and he's also been divorced. So you're proving my point. He's been divorced and he's currently at his highest status that he's ever been. He's currently divorced. This is the highest status he's ever been. His businesses are at the highest value they've ever been. And he's also now leading the Department of Government Efficiency, right? So he's now working in the government as well. This is the highest Elon status has ever been. And he did it while single. So again,
he did do it while single. He's been married throughout his whole entire life for the most part.
I'm saying right now, when he's now in the government, which is a higher status level than he was just by being a business owner, this is the highest status he's ever been. He's now a member of government. This is higher than ever, and he's single. So that's false. That automatically disqualifies this idea that you need to be married to reach high status. There are plenty of men in the world that reach high status and are unmarried. So that's false. There are plenty of women that reach high status that are unmarried. Oprah, for example. Oprah is a billionaire. She's unmarried. Like I could go, like, you know what I'm saying? Like this isn't like, if you're going to say that this is not factual, what you're saying, sure, you might believe it, but the reality is that there are plenty of people who have happy relationships that aren't married. There are plenty of people that love their children that aren't married. There are plenty of people that have great sex lives that aren't married. There are plenty of people that go to church and have a great relationship with their religious faith and a great relationship with God that aren't married. Paul in the Bible said, Paul literally said, better to stay unmarried as I do. But he said, in the case that you can't control yourself, then it's better to marry than to burn. So even one of the apostles of God literally said, better to stay unmarried. Jesus Christ himself didn't get married. So what are we even talking about?
Let's say for the sake of argument.
So that refutes any type of idea that you need marriage to reach religious status, because the guy that y'all worship didn't get married.
Yeah, but God himself ordained marriage at the same time. So you're speaking.
I didn't say God didn't ordain marriage. I'm just saying that you don't need to be married. To achieve those things.
But you said, what is the benefit? She said religious, and then you tried to say that you tried to use that argument to say that there is no benefit. That doesn't negate that there's still not a benefit.
I'm not saying there's no benefit. I'm saying those benefits are not exclusive to marriage. Therefore, you don't need to be married to get them. You're making the argument that to get these things in life, you should be married. I'm making the argument you can get those same things in life without being married, which is why marriage is failing, which is why people are getting divorced. Again, the question JR posed. The question JR posed was, if you're not getting married, why would you be running around dating different people? I'm just explaining why. I'm just answering that question.
I'm explaining the religious aspect of marriage, the benefit. The ultimate benefit to the religious aspect of marriage is that is the ultimate representation of in human form of God.
No, it's not.
Of God being
Priests
married.
Don't get married. Bishops don't get married. Priests don't get married. The Pope doesn't get married. Most religious leaders, actually, most of the leaders in faith aren't married. That's false.
Cloud, just because you're speaking over me still doesn't mean my point isn't being made. It is the ultimate representation of the relationship that God is having to man, right? That's what marriage represents.
I disagree with that.
Hold on, wait.
You can disagree, but that's what it says in the Bible. I'm talking just from the religious
between man and woman.
Of it. That's it.
Yeah, specifically between men and women.
Because those priests aren't supposed to be screwing women. Those priests aren't supposed to be fornicating. Those priests, when they elect to become a priest or something like that, they also elect to be
that's what I'm saying.
So but that's the thing though. But the thing though is that since men and women have to be together, God said y'all need to be married. That was his rule. No. We didn't make that rule up. That was his rule. In order for man and woman to be together, he wants us to be married.
I mean,
So
if
it
we wanna
is
get
so religious does call for man and women to be married.
Yeah, I kind of want to go back to something that Mistaken said earlier, and I think it got over missed. I mean, like this has been a really good build up to this point, but I want to kind of highlight. Mistaken brought up, a lot of people today, uh, why would they want the cow when they get the milk? Why, what I'm saying? Why pay full price when you're getting everything at a discount rate? And one of the things that sums it up was that a lot of people don't want the responsibility. We need to highlight the responsibility. People today don't want responsibility. People want all the benefits that life has to offer in all the qualities and all the intangibles of a relationship without having to be responsible. This is why such an uptick in mistresses. There's an uptick in women being side chicks because they don't have to be there all the time. They could just come and go as they please. A lot of people are starting to want to be in the revolving cycle of not having to invest anything. And I think that's a big problem. I think that's a huge problem in our society. Mistaken, you're off mute. I think that's a huge problem in our society that a lot of people are not really devoted to anything, and there's no sense of responsibility, right? That responsibility, what I'm saying, it starts to be something that happens in the home and sort of what are people taught, how people are cultured, how people are raised, what I'm saying, that sense of responsibility. And a lot of people are moving and floating through life without that. And sort of this is where that shows up in the relationship. Like, I just want these things from you. I don't want to do these things. That, what I'm saying? A lot of people are okay with receiving, but when it's time to give, they have a very difficult time, given the sense of time, given the sense of, presence, what I'm saying? And any other aspects, right? Loving, nurturing, etc. And we've kind of normalized this in a way a little bit too comfortably nowadays that a lot of people are viewing this in like they don't want to be involved even at a young age. If we really want people to thrive and be married, we have to teach people how to be responsible and be good stewardships of relationships young, so when they get to a certain point where they're ready, they can hop over that next line or that next chapter in their life. But unfortunately, that's not really what's pushed.
I
All
got.
right, let's
I
get.
do have a
Hold on, Smitty. Hold on,
How about
Smitty.
you?
Let's get Kim and Shannon in there. Go ahead, Kim.
So this is for JR. So you originally said you don't really see the point in people dating like just for companionship, right? Did I understand you correctly?
No, I didn't say. I just asked the question.
Right.
Why do people date if the goal is not marriage?
So do you think, and I'll direct it towards you just to hear what you have to say. So do you think when women aren't dating for marriage, it's to their detriment, if that's not the end goal? And I'd like to hear what Hank thinks too.
If I had to answer that, I think that women are emotional beings, and so if they are having intercourse while they're dating, then they are creating soul ties with multiple people. So, which to me sounds like you probably be unstable because your emotions are vested in like so many people, and it just keeps accumulating. So I would think that if you're, like Sweeney said, you can be friends, you can go out and hang out and travel and do all of that as friends, but what's the point of dating?
Hank, what do you think?
I don't think Hank's here. Yeah, he left for a second. He's not here.
What do you think, Sweeney?
All right. To Clout's point, and I'm gonna answer your question in this way, right?
Okay.
I think he is absolutely right that a lot of y'all don't actually need marriage to move. Y'all can date if y'all want to and get all the similar things that you may want out of the situation. But given what people want when it comes to encountering people that they want to be with, if everybody did what they were supposed to, did what was intended to be done within a marriage, we wouldn't be complaining. If you were if we know that marriage is a certain set of rules and guidelines and things you're supposed to abide by while within that marriage, if people did what they were supposed to do and people were honest about and people, you know what I mean, followed God, so to speak, because I'm not really that religious, but let's say you do it the way God, by the way that God intended for you to be married, we wouldn't be complaining. Marriage relationships would be going perfectly fine. However, to answer your question, do I think it's advantageous for women to date, or you said, do I believe that it's to your detriment to date?
Like to casually date if marriage is not the end goal.
If marriage is not the end goal, I guess it doesn't really matter. Unless I would say the only way that is not advantageous is if you're looking for somebody to follow a certain subset of rules that you want out of that situation. If you casually dating and you say, I don't care what you do, I'm gonna do what I do, and I don't expect anything of you other than to be here for me in this moment while we're dating, while we're maybe on this date, or while we may be in bed together. That's all I expect of you. If that's your expectation of the men that you encounter, do you. But I would argue that I don't think most women date with that mindset. They expect something from men. And I would believe that if you expect something from men, then it wouldn't be that advantageous for you to just date around if marriage isn't the goal. Because there's always another person, because just like you can make any try love decision that you want to make, the other person can make the same decisions as well. And when they feel like you're no longer necessary in their life, it's going to hurt you when they cut you off just as quickly as it would hurt them if you cut them off.
Okay, we're gonna have Pink answer that question, then we'll go to Chamonix. Pink, the question is, why is it bad for women to date with marriage not being the goal?
Why is it bad? And marriage is not the.
Like, is it more detrimental for a woman? Because we know, like, the consequences for a man is different versus a woman. Y'all spoke earlier on how, past mistakes. I think y'all mentioned cycles and things like that. So it seems like I would conclude that it seems like the general consensus would be for a woman to casually date and her not aiming towards marriage is going to be looked at differently, right? Versus a young man makes mistakes, gets it together, goes on and becomes marriage minded. Both have passed, but we as a society know it is held differently, right? I'm going to be held to a different standard because I'm a woman who's going to be sought after and chosen. I don't get to do the choosing when it comes to marriage.
So why is it bad for women to? Okay. So the reason I think is because that's a lot of experiences you in situations you put yourself in, your body through, your mind through. That's why I think it's bad. Why if you're not looking to settle that? Because when I think of dating, you're not committed to anyone besides yourself. You're just committed to that situation at that moment, at that time. But then when that time changes and the night's over with and that 20 minutes is done, you're going to move on to the next one and to the next one and to the next one. And for a woman to put herself through those multiple experiences, I don't think that's good or healthy mentally as well as physically. Not for anybody, not even for a man, that's not good either, but especially for a woman to put herself with all those different bodies, experiences, and situations.
That's fair.
All right, go ahead, Shan.
Did you want Cloud to answer that question? I didn't want to jump.
No. You can go, Shan. I had something else to add, but you go ahead.
Okay, so a few things, right? I think so. I'm gonna be real. And I heard Kim's question. I think there's two different types of dating. I think there's a woman who is actively dating, but she's trying to find the love. She's trying to find the person to marry. So
that's what I was talking about. Yeah.
Okay, so she can't help that she's there because you have to date to see if you're compatible with somebody. Then there's a woman who's just dating out here having fun, no intent. Those are two different types of women, right? And I do believe that just because you're dating doesn't mean you have to sleep with someone. Okay, so you can be an honest dater, go in with an intent, not trying to use anybody. You're just really trying to find your perfect match. Two different people. I think that the person who does not do that, if you're talking about on the biblical, the biblical sense, I do think there's something wrong with that, especially if you follow the Bible. That means you're the Jezebel in the situation. Whether we like it or not, that's what you are. Okay. So if you go to church every Sunday, when they get to that portion of the Bible, they're talking about you. Okay. Maybe you don't want to be that person, and maybe you want to be a changed woman. And so you should not be dating and giving people your body, which leads to clout. That's why we have the clouts, because you're dating and you're giving people all the privileges without the commitment. He's getting what he wants, and you're getting nothing in return. He's getting everything poured into him, and you can't even get what you want at the deal.
True.
So he's the only one winning in this situation. And what has happened is we are starting to bring out the sorry man. They're sorry men. I'm sorry, I'm not trying, not personally to you, Cloud, but it's sorry. You don't want responsibility. You want something easy for you.
Who said that?
You don't. It's a sorry man. When I was growing up, you looked at the man. He was the head of the household. He had a family, something to trickle down to. You're sitting here. We always talk about money, right? Years to come, your money is not going to be what keeps your name alive. It's your family, your legacy. So 4 generations down, it ain't your money. It's your last name. So if you want to rock your father's last name the way you rocking your father's last name, knock yourself out. But there's no privilege to that. You just run this thing solo. Let me just my last point. I'm gonna stop. I think that when attractive people date, they have this thing in their mind that they're gonna be attractive forever. And one day you're gonna wake up and that attraction is not gonna be there, and you're gonna find all them options you used to have gonna start to trickle on down. And now you just earnest down the street wearing the alligator shoes, trying to holler at a 15-year-old, and they looking at it like you the
creep. Got to be 15 now.
Okay, 18-year-old, and you the creep on the street. Because guess what? I believe that beauty is a talent, and when you abuse it, you lose it. You get the worst thing you can do to yourself is to believe that there's always another opportunity. When God gives you a blessing and you don't agree with that blessing, He gonna stop giving them to you. Because you ain't doing nothing with the blessings He's giving you. Why would He continue to give you more? So I'm just saying, you getting older. And by that 50, JR look good for his age. It don't always work out there. That's a small percentage of people after a certain age, they still look young. You understand what I'm saying? So when you start to creep up there in the age, them women gonna start just falling down unless them pockets is just right. And as far as the Elon Musk thing, when he was building his empire, all the men who build an empire, most of them had a woman beside them. He may be divorced now because now he's got it, but there was a woman along the way to help him get to where he was going to get. And let's not forget that. I'm done.
Hold on, Clyde.
All right, can I respond to some of the things that was said?
Yeah, just give me 1 second. So hold on, Clyde. Just to Shan's point, there are some women that there are some women who hasn't lost their beauty. They may still be single, but some women still do hold on to it. They still hold on to it.
But it's a small percent. Would you not agree, Ernest? I mean, you not agree, JR? I don't know why I call you. You not agree, JR, that is a small. It's not. You don't get it. You don't have the same. In men and women, you do not have the same options you had in your younger years. If for both, because I'm gonna tell you now, young women do not want you unless you're doing something for them. Unless you just got it like that. And it's a very small percentage of people who just got it like that as they age.
My issue with this entire discussion is the idea that somehow marriage is always benevolent, always long lasting, always forever. And this idea that dating is always flighty and it's always non-serious and always inconsistent and always comes with these negative desires. Every time one of you frame the argument, you frame it as though a person who's single is they must be fucking everybody. Like there are people who aren't married who are in long-term relationships that are happy, which is why I gave the example of Oprah. We've never seen Oprah with anyone besides Stedman, yet Oprah is a billionaire. Stedman's also rich. She has a huge empire, and all of those things that you guys are saying that could only be achieved through marriage have obviously been achieved through other means. So that's what I don't get. I don't get the bias of why people who are pro-marriage tend to think everyone who's not pro-marriage has to have some nefarious intent. It's like, bro, like People who aren't married still have capacity for love. They still have capacity to care. They still have capacity for loyalty. They still have capacity for honesty. People who are married still have the capacity for dishonesty. They still have the capacity for disloyalty, and they can still leave you. Just because you got married does not mean you will have a legacy, because you can still get divorced the same way a person who's dating can break up. So it's like you guys act as though marriage somehow is drastically different from dating when it's not. A marriage can end the same way a relationship can end. The only difference is to end a marriage, it requires a lawyer to get involved, and it requires a court to get involved. But the reality is, relationships work and relationships fail. Marriages work and marriages fail. And, it's like,
I'll go ahead.
We have to come to the understanding. We have to come to the understanding and acceptance that just because your marriage worked doesn't mean somebody else's marriage is going to work, and doesn't mean that someone else's non-marriage isn't going to work. I'm gonna give you an example. There's a couple in my family. They were together for like 20 years. No problems whatsoever in their relationship. None. Everybody kept telling them, pressuring them, get married, get married. You guys should get married. You guys should get married. They listen to everyone says. What everyone says. They get married, they move in together. Their relationship falls apart and they're divorced within 5 years. Why? Because their relationship was perfect the way it was. It worked for them. But they were trying to elevate to the next level, like everyone was convincing them. They were trying to follow what society says is the right way to do it. And they ruined their relationship doing that.
How did you ruin? How would a person ruin their relationship? Because marriage didn't ruin their relationship. They did. Marriage didn't ruin their relationship.
I mean, okay, I guess you know them better than I do.
But how would marriage, the institution of marriage didn't ruin their relationship? They were both active parties in the downfall of their relationship.
What I'm saying is the restrictions and responsibilities of marriage did not match their lifestyle. It didn't match what worked for them in a relationship. Not everybody that has a relationship wants their relationship to function under the parameters, restrictions, and responsibilities of a marriage in order for them to have a healthy relationship. And that's the part that I'm just not understanding how y'all don't get. It's like the only way you guys can conceive of a healthy, positive relationship is by signing a paper with the government. And that has nothing to do with how two people relate to one another. It has nothing to do with it. So why do we have to stick to, you got to get that paperwork signed or else it's not real? It can be very real, paperwork or no paperwork. And a marriage can be very fake. Those are not mutually exclusive ideas, and you guys are treating it as though they are. That's why I feel like the conversation is disingenuous. But I'll end there.
Well, I will say this though, Clout, to dispute something that you said. Kim was speaking specifically to casually dating, and I will argue that majority of marriages last far longer than anybody in a casually dating situation. Casually dating means that on this week you may deal with this person and then the next week you may have a date with that person. That's not long-term relationship.
What about boyfriends?
But that wasn't what she was talking about. She was just talking about simply casually dating. She was speaking specifically
what I'm saying
about
is there are people who casually date and then end up in a relationship, and then they end that relationship for 10 years. There are people who get married right away, and their marriage only lasts 2 years. So then which one's better then? Which one's more advantageous then?
But we're talking about somebody who is just out there just casually dating other people. It doesn't matter. Like you're trying to put a time limit on it. When I look at somebody being casual, that means that they from 1 week to the next is fleeting.
Yeah,
right?
But everybody that's not married isn't that. That's what I'm trying to explain to you. Everybody that's not married isn't casual.
Even if that is the case, though, when you're casually dating, I have to position it this way. There's always another person on the other side of that. And your expectations when you're out there casually dating, by the way, doesn't always align with the person that you're encountering on the daily basis. And you encounter far more people casually dating than you would encounter if marriage was your end goal. Hold on, wait. You will encounter far more people when you're casually dating, which open up the chances for you to hurt far more people casually dating than you would hurt people when you're married. You don't encounter that many people when you're just marrying people, but you do encounter a lot of people when you're just out there bouncing for one.
That's not necessarily true. There's single people who are out dating that don't got no game, and then there's a married guy who cheats on his wife every weekend. You're making it seem as though cheating doesn't happen. Like cheating, like if we were to check the stats on cheating in the marriages that are still together, I bet you we would probably find almost half of the relationships that are still together, one of the partners is cheating. So that completely destroys this entire argument that marriage guarantees this loyalty and guarantees this
I didn't say
togetherness.
that. That wasn't my
This.
argument. That wasn't my argument at all.
Okay, all right.
Go ahead, Angie.
Okay, man.
And also, the average relationship outside of marriage only lasts 2 years. The average marriage lasts 8.
And
so you're literally encountering less people when you're married than you do.
How many people in college and people that are dating are actually filling out these stats though? Like these statistics that you're talking about. I'm not going to.
Oh, we can only go off of what we know.
Realistically, most people are in multiple relationships. I've been in multiple relationships in my life, and I've literally never been questioned on one of these. I've never been questioned by one of these. I've been in 6-year, 7-year long relationships before.
How long have you been in
my
marriage?
I've actually been when I was married. My marriage lasted 4 years. My longest relationship was outside of marriage, ironically. So it's like that's just.
It doesn't mean that,
my
but you can
experience.
only. The thing is that you can only go off of what we know. We can't keep saying, "Well, I believe." All we can go, I can only go off the stats, what is being recorded. Saying that there might be instances where there's other options, you may be right, but we can only go off of what we know. We know that the average relationship, when reported, only lasts 2 years. We know that the average marriage lasts 8 years. So we do. So all I can say is that we know
8 years ain't forever. 8 years ain't legacy.
But you're arguing a different point. I didn't make the point about legacy. I made the point that you're encountering far less people when you're in relationships for marriage and you're marrying, you encounter far less people than somebody who would just be out there casually dating.
There's no way to factually prove that. If I'm a social married person, I'm very social, I can encounter way more people than a less social single man.
Romantically, bro. Romantically,
as a married man.
That will make you a cheater.
Exactly.
But what I'm saying is you're acting as though cheating doesn't happen. You're acting as if people don't cheat. That's what I'm trying to explain to you. People cheat, Sweeney. You're acting like once people get married, cheating goes out the window. Married people cheat.
Go ahead.
You want to bring up the numbers? You want to, Sweeney, bring up the numbers of how many married people cheat. How many married people reported cheating? Let's bring those numbers up.
I see how you're cheating down.
No. Bring up the numbers. Bring up the numbers of how many married people cheat.
One thing you will do is move the goalposts.
How did the goalposts
you know
move?
what? We need clouts. We need clouts to challenge.
How did the goalposts move? Explain how the goalposts moved. I'm willing to hear you out. Explain if you have an argument.
Angie, finish your point first.
Roughly 20% of married men reported being having cheated on their spouses, and about 13% of married women.
So the cheaters, the people who lie and cheat, only 13% of them reported that they cheat. Do you think those are the real numbers of the ones who actually cheat?
Well, let Angie finish her point, please.
I do want to say that I just want to speak to the cheating point first, and then I'm just going to say my other point quick, y'all, not be fast. I don't think that a man who is not accountable to a spiritual or a higher power, like if he's not accountable to a higher power, I feel like those men outside of that belief and faith system, they will cheat. You know what I'm saying? I feel like we can't take the spirituality and the commitment to our higher power outside of a relationship because how we operate and that morally will reflect in our relationships. And then the second thing is that marriage and a relationship is like two different levels of investment. If we think about an investment portfolio, it's like investing in one stock versus, and it's like investing $500 versus investing $50,000. I feel like that's the difference between, like you said earlier, I'm sorry, Chamonix, when you said earlier about the level of responsibility that goes into the dynamics of a relationship, the levels of commitment, right? So you get more benefits from a marriage, not just between you two, but outwardly, because of the level of responsibility and discipline that you have to be able to operate in that dynamic. Versus, I'm not saying that people who are not married don't have quality relationships, but I feel like they have sometimes. I feel like when I can't ever speak to an entire people, but for the majority part, it's less of an impact because healthy people lead to healthy family leads to healthy community. And we cannot remove that from the consequences of how we choose to date and how we choose to marry. So I just kind of wanted to put that in.
So let me ask you a question, Angie. If I'm dating someone for 7 years, and then we break up, and then I'm married to someone for 7 years and we get a divorce, what's the difference?
The difference is the difference, I think the first thing that comes to my mind is how much you have to pull away from each other, how much has to be detached from one another. When you're married, there's a lot more intertwined when it comes to,
You talking about legally or emotionally?
In every aspect, I believe. It's a lot more of a larger impact when you're married and you get a divorce versus when
And what's that based on? Like, how can you quantify a person's emotional investment, right? So like if I was in a relationship that was for 7 years and I was devastated by that breakup, right? And it took we lived together, we shared finances together, we break up and I'm devastated. How can you quantify that my breakup was less devastating or less emotionally invested than the person who got married just because they had to go to a lawyer to separate? How can you quantify that? How can you say that about my feelings for the person that I'm with?
I'm not saying that about your feelings. What I'm saying is in most cases, when a person makes the decision to fully commit marriage-wise, they have a larger investment. Which consequently means that when they remove themselves, it is more of a
But
process.
how can you quantify that they have a larger investment? What's that based off of? Like, how can you prove that a person that married absolutely has a larger investment?
I want you to think about it like this.
Like, how can you prove that a married person?
When we think about a business structure, it's the investment an employee has versus the investment the CEO has. You know what I'm saying? And if a CEO
I don't see how that relates to
got
marriage.
fired, he would lose a lot more and it would be more impactful versus an employee getting fired.
That's not necessarily true, because a CEO, for example, a CEO might be making $200,000 a year. They might lose their job and have money saved, whereas a cashier might lose their job and they don't have money saved. So the impact of the cashier losing their job is actually way more detrimental than the impact of the CEO losing their job, because the CEO has options.
Clout.
They have money.
I'm not trying to, my point is my initiative is not trying to prove you wrong. My initiative is to help you, or maybe get you to consider that there is a different reality for many people outside of the one that you have, or the one that people around you have.
Well, I've lived both, by the way, just so y'all know, just for clarity, I've lived both realities. I've been married and I've been in a relationship. I actually got married at 21. So I got married extremely young. My goal from when I got out of high school, I wanted to get married and be in a relationship. So because I have the experience of both being in a marriage and both dating, I can tell you that what you're saying is not true. There is literally no difference in emotional investment. If you love somebody, you love somebody, whether you're married or not. And it hurts the same to have a breakup with somebody you love as it hurts to have a divorce with somebody you love. So to me, it's just frustrating as someone who's lived both sides of the equation. I've lived both. Most of the people here making this argument have only lived on one side of the equation, or currently
I think everybody
living on
here
one
has
side.
lived on both sides of it. I'm sure that
I don't think everybody has lived on both sides, but what I'm saying is, as someone,
I think every married person has probably lived on both sides.
But have you been divorced?
Can I
Your marriage hasn't ended, so you don't have the perspective of marriage can end. You don't have the perspective of marriage can be the same as a relationship, because in your life personally, you saw relationships.
I can make the same argument and say that you don't have the experience that a marriage can last either.
Let me finish. But my marriage lasted for some time, so I could technically debate that.
No, but like,
I was in a marriage. I was in a marriage for some time.
But if somebody came to you and said, "Hey, you never experienced marriage being 20 years long," you wouldn't have that experience.
And then my rebuttal would be that the majority of people the majority of married people, based off of your point earlier, you said the average marriage lasts 8 years. So that would mean that the majority of married people haven't been married for 20 years. So that means that the majority of
the argument doesn't matter.
Let me finish my point. The argument does matter, because if the majority of married people have not had a marriage that has lasted 20 years, then that means there's not much of a market difference between the majority of married people and the majority of single people, or the majority of people in relationships. That's what I'm trying to show y'all. There's not that much of a difference.
That's not the argument I was making.
That's the argument I've been making the whole time.
You're dismissing it by, you're trying to dismiss people who are married by saying y'all haven't been where I've been.
No, I'm not saying that.
You said I've been on both sides of it. Y'all have not. So I have a better perspective.
I got you, Shane. I got you, Shane.
That's not what I'm saying, bro.
I'm real patient. Go ahead, Shane.
So I want to apologize, because I see where clout is coming from. Okay. And I think what he's saying is you have not gotten to the point where you've been married and you've experienced the thing where the marriage did not work out. Am I correct, Cloud? Like, so you can only see, okay, I'm in a marriage and it's working for me, but he's seen it not work.
I've seen 20-year marriages as well. My parents were married my whole life.
Well,
So
I'm talking about yours in
marriages.
particular.
I've seen
Hold on, Cloud. Hold on, Cloud. Let her
marriages.
finish, Cloud. Let her finish.
I'm talking about yours in particular. So you have something to look at and actually compare it to in your experience, not everybody else's experience. This is just because this is solely to you. So when you speak, you're speaking from your experience. I have no clue to why your marriage didn't work. Obviously, it was not a good thing. But as it relates to what Kim's question was, this is the difference between the two. Does your ex-wife still have your last name?
No.
She doesn't have your last name. So when she writes it out, it's because most people, maybe not in your situation, most women still, when they got married, that last name, unless she got married again, that last name, even though you're divorced, they still have the same last name because maybe you have kids together or whatever. That's something solid. And so the difference between the two is if I'm in a relationship with you, for me personally, a man offering you his last name is the biggest honor a man can do for you. He is saying, I want you to be a part of me and I want you to rock my last name. Okay. That's how much I love you. Right. So even if you don't look at it this way, and maybe your girlfriend doesn't either, but it's going to always be thinking like, dang, he offered this to her, but I can never get that. Like he can love me all day long, but he still's not offering me the highest honor in life. And that's just to rock your last name, to really be a part of your family, to say, I'm with you. We rocking this together. You understand what I'm saying?
Based off whose standard is at the highest honor? Based off whose standard? Like
if you don't think your last name is a gift.
Hold on. I'm saying it's not about whether or not I think my last name is a gift. What I'm asking you is who set the standard that the highest level of status you could give a woman is your last name? Where did that come from? Whose idea is that? Because you're claiming that as though it's a fact, but that's your opinion. It's your opinion that the highest status level that a woman could get is getting her husband's name. But that's not how every woman thinks. That's not. I know married women. Hold on. I know married women who are very much in love with their husbands and have not taken his last name simply because they just don't want to go through the paperwork changes. So does that mean that they're less honored?
You gotta let her finish her point. Go ahead, Sharon.
My point is, for the most people, it is an honor to rock your man's last name. For most women, I don't know what woman you got, but I'm saying we're talking to a general public here. For most women, if you love a man and he's holding you down, and he's giving that last name to somebody else, and he won't give it to you, she may not say nothing because she loves you. That's one thing about women. We'll love you and we'll keep things bottled inside, even if it does bother us. We'll be like, oh, it don't bother us, blah, 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 blah. But deep down inside, and if it's not her, it's her family thinking that. You understand what I'm saying? So all I'm saying is if you got
you don't got to be married to change your last name, right? I'm just saying, you don't have to be married to change your last name, right?
I do believe that there are different types of marriages, right? You
can say you don't have to be married to get married.
No. I'm saying if a woman wants to change her last name,
y'all keep cutting Sharon off. Let Sharon finish.
Sure, Cloud. All I'm saying is you're in a relationship with a woman. You offer something of major to one woman, but you won't offer it to her. I'm telling you, and maybe your one, like I said, your woman may be a little different. But deep down, if I was your woman, and I may ride for you because that's how I am. I'm a loyal rider, right? And I may not say nothing to you, but I'm always wondering, like, dang, I wasn't good enough. Like, he don't love me enough to give me the same thing he gave somebody else. You understand what I'm saying? To make me not look, you know what I'm saying? To make me not look a fool out here. To make me not look a fool out here in the street. Do y'all know how much they talk about single women on these panels and everywhere else? And she out here rocking that singleness, even though she with you. Because you don't want to give her your last name or you don't want to get married to her. You care about you. That's what it sounds like.
My question is, but what you're doing is you're conflating your personal feelings and you're trying to speak for all women.
I'm just saying in general.
What I'm saying is one woman might value the last name. Another woman might value a mansion. Another woman might value having children. Another woman might value dinners every Friday night. Everybody doesn't value the same things. And you guys consistently make this argument as though everyone values the same things. And that's where I'm disagreeing with y'all. Everyone doesn't have the ideals you have. Every woman does not believe that the highest honor is to have her last name. Some women, the highest honor is that you pay their bills. For some women, the highest honor is that you buy them a big fat ring. For some women, the highest honor is a fancy wedding. For some women, the highest honor will be flying them to Turks and Caicos. Everybody is not the same, and you guys keep making this argument as though they are, and then telling me that I'm bugging because I don't think everyone thinks the same. I'm just trying to explain that to y'all. We all don't want the same things, and therefore the same solution cannot work for everyone. You guys keep pushing this marriage solution, not accepting the fact that everybody doesn't want that. And
No,
it's
hold
not,
on,
and them
hold
not,
on,
and hold on,
okay,
stop. Them not wanting it is not some negative expression of their character. That doesn't mean that they're morally failed or somehow. It just means that they're a different person with a different personality, different desires, and different sensibilities, and they don't want what you want. And that's all I'm trying to say. Accept that.
Okay,
And when we finally can accept, I'm not done. When we can finally accept that everybody don't want the same things, we can actually find ways to give people solutions. But y'all keep trying to fix the nuanced problem of everybody wanting something different with get married. Everybody don't want it. Accept that. Everybody doesn't want it. Some people like cohabitating. Maybe you don't like cohabitating, but some people really like it. I know it's crazy, right?
The same benefits as the person that marries.
Some people that cohabitate get the same benefits as people that marry.
No,
some
should
people
they?
don't.
That's not the question. Should they get
It
the same
depends on
benefits?
your relationship. If you
because you're appealing to the
I cannot speak on whether it should or not. I can't even answer that because I'm not one to judge what should or shouldn't be. I'm not here to be the moral high ground. All I'm telling you is what is and what isn't.
You pay your taxes, right? You pay your taxes, right? So should people who cohabitate get the same benefits as people who elect to marry?
If they want them, why not? If they don't want them, then no. It depends on what they want in their relationship. What do you want your relationship to be like? If you want to split taxes, if you want to split taxes with your sexual partner, you very well figure out a way to do that. I literally, a man and his girlfriend could literally put all their money together in a business as a partnership, 50-50, and split taxes just like married people split taxes if they want to. But if they don't want to do that, they don't have to do that.
Sharon got a question. Sharon got a question. Y'all go ahead, Sharon.
Please.
So I agree with what he's saying, but going back to what Sweeney said earlier, and I wasn't on the panel when he said it. That's fine. You can rock the way you want to rock, but I'm tired of. I don't want no more single mama conversations because that's what you leading. You got here talking about single moms, but you out here don't want to marry. That's a single mom. No, I'm saying
she's saying in general.
I'm saying in general. So if this is the way we're deciding that we should be moving. You shouldn't be talking about single moms. You can't talk about she out here dating, doing whatever she want to do because that's what you're creating. You understand what I'm saying? Those things come with that.
I agree with you.
Okay.
I agree with you.
So you can't have both worlds. That's all we're saying. And Sweeney said that most of these podcasts that come up here, they dwell on this information about knocking women about this, and this. But that's what y'all want, right? That's what it sounds like. When I say y'all, I'm not talking about the men who are preaching marriage here. I'm talking about the men who are single. This is pretty much what you want because this is what you're creating.
You're saying what is what we want? My bad. I missed what you said. You're saying what is what we want?
If somebody, to explain what she's saying, if somebody says that because I get it, you're arguing, you're basically saying let people want what they want. Not everybody want marriage, so we don't have to push marriage on everybody. Fair. But here's the thing. The system that you are advocating for, which is that everybody should be able to move however they want, that comes with its own set of problems and offsets. So that means that people shouldn't be complaining about the consequences and the offsets that and the problems that come along with that because that's what you said you wanted. Just like if like me personally, the reason why I complain about things that affect married people and people who have children with one another, because I know that that's something that we need, that's something that I want. So I advocate for fixing certain things within that system. The problem with that worldview that everybody can do what they want to do is that now we have to start creating different scenarios and different fixes for every single problem that every single person encountered. So if you're dealing with for example, Kenny, when I asked him, do you think people who don't get married should get the same benefits as people who are married? And he said, yeah, that means we would have to go into the tax code, rewrite the tax code to include people in all these different situationships to include them in on the same. Huh?
It already exists. Common law marriage already exists. If you
But
live
you,
with your
but that,
spouse for a certain amount of time, you can file. You can, in certain states, you can file taxes together. You can get joint bank accounts together. It already
yeah,
exists.
but at that point, at that point, you're held to the same standard as a marriage. You're talking about
No, you're
people
not.
not wanting
No,
to
you're
be.
not,
Yes,
because
you
you don't
are.
have to get divorced in a
Yes, you
common law
do.
marriage. You can
Yes,
move
you
out.
do. Yes, you do.
simply-
In a state where you're
all you have to do
considered
is stop
common law marriage,
cohabitating.
no, you do not. You have to get a divorce under common law.
Depends on the
That
state.
is a fact. That
It depends on the
Yeah,
state.
but that's common law is not recognized in all states, so the majority wouldn't matter.
the
to
state that it
majority
is
of them.
recognized, they're going to make you get a divorce. If you acknowledge that, hey, we're married under common law, you're going to be expected to follow the same laws that married people follow.
Hey, Clyde, you know another benefit that married people get that shacking up people don't? Social Security.
What? Oh yeah, because there's so
That's
much of
another
that.
benefit.
There's so much Social Security flowing because people are getting rich off Social Security, right?
I know, but I'm just saying it's a benefit.
Listen, if you surviving off Social Security, you already fucked up. Listen, if you surviving off Social Security, you already fucked up.
You should be trying to survive, but it is a benefit that is given. I'm just saying.
Another example.
I just want to
you
apologize
have to
because I
face.
think I ignited this conversation. I think the bottom line is when it comes to marriage in and of itself, it's a personal belief. And I'm not saying that people that are not married don't have quality relationships. Of course not. I just think if you are personally aligned with marriage and that's your belief, that's what it's going to be. It's going to be a priority. And if that's something you believe in wholeheartedly, I think you move accordingly. I would never say that people that are not married don't have successful relationships, because we know that's not true. I think it all comes down to personal beliefs and what you want. It has nothing to do with the government or how it's seen, but like your core belief, because you don't have to get married. That's true. You don't have, the government doesn't tell you to love somebody, to commit to somebody. That's something that you do. That's a core value, right? So I think when we're talking about marriage and how we're seeing and how we dissect and the government coming in and the divorce and all that, that has nothing to do with how you personally see marriage, right? Because the government,
right.
Yes, there's different nuances in marriage, and when you get married, you have to do certain things that the government says, and when you get divorced, the government says you have to do certain things. The love component and whether you believe in it or not, the government has nothing to do with that. Nothing.
Also,
let me go get Kenny P in there. Let me get Kenny in there. What's going on, Kenny? What you got, brother?
Peace to the panel. The banter. We still on this thing about shaming people for not being in holy matrimony and bludgeoning them. When we have the difference as for saying that, when you find a good woman, it's like a lottery ticket. Hank, you heard me say that before. But we also pointed out how many cases, once you locked into that type of contract, how it could be the most destroying thing to a man or woman, mostly men, that abide to a contract by law. Then you use the paradigm of using successful men. Those women were getting catered to and kept. They didn't do any of the heavy lifting. The Bezos ex-wife, Musk's wife, none of them did heavy lifting. They were catered to. They weren't in the gym shooting, so stop. The impassionate thing that Shan pushed out about, so you can't speak on unruly women or women that are no longer in successful relationships because you don't want to be in matrimony and give a woman your last name per se. Is marriage a cure-all to all the ills that we have as people within our communities? Last time I checked, no. So I don't like when the browbeating starts that you can only be a success if you throw a ring on a woman's finger and then she cleaves to your last name. And by stats, we see that it's a bad contract. Not saying it can't work and being a pessimist, but I don't like all the punching on the podium and the Bible thumping. And most of y'all don't really want to adhere to those things anyway. There's only a choice few that truly from A to Z follow the values of the Bible, relationships and such. Most are non-traditional nowadays. So we need to just reel that back a little bit when we're up there like, you shouldn't be allowed to do this and you shouldn't be allowed to talk about this if you don't cleave to my idea of how I see life. That's a selfish way of thinking.
Well, I would say that the only reason why Cloud is getting so much pushback is because he spoke so vehemently against marriage. So then we spoke vehemently against, you know what I mean, not being married. That's
Was it
so,
that?
yeah, it's that's
That's the thing
literally
that
what it
kills me.
was.
That's what kills me because I never hold on. I just want to clarify this,
real
Kenny. Just give
quick.
me 1 second, Kenny, please, if you could. I just want to make it clear. I never during this entire argument did I say that I'm personally against marriage. Like I said, I got married young, so clearly I'm not against marriage because I got married. The point I was trying to explain is why, in general, marriage is failing, and I was answering JR's question as to why a person would want to date and not getting married. I'm trying to explain simply because the benefits are almost indistinguishable. The same things I can do in marriage, I can do while single. So what's the incentive? That's all I was saying. I didn't say I think marriage sucks. I didn't say nothing bad about marriage from my own personal perspective. It's just that whenever you try to provide some facts, it's like y'all want to feel like because I'm providing a point that's the entirety of my personality, and y'all don't really know me like that. Y'all don't know what I'm into. Y'all don't know if I want to get married. I could have an engagement ring right now ready to get married. Y'all have no clue. I'm just trying to explain why marriage is not working because I'm not emotionally attached to it in a way where I feel like you're attacking me. If I can be honest about it. There's no emotions behind me accepting that marriage is failing. That's the truth. I mean, I'm not trying to disparage anybody. I'm just telling the straight up truth.
No, I'm not like I would say that I adequately provided enough data to prove why it's still necessary and why it should still happen. I think that what we have here is that this is why I just want to know, okay, the question I would have to start with is, are you for or against marriage?
I think that I'm on the fence. I feel as though marriage can be a wonderful thing for the right person. However, I can completely accept and understand why a person would not want to get married. I'm indifferent.
All right. Would you say that you would prefer, okay, would you say that you would prefer a world where people would you prefer a world where marriage was the go-to, or a world where casual dating and your worldview is the option?
You see what you just did right there?
I'm testing your logic. I know what I'm doing. I know what I'm doing. I'm just testing your logic. I'm just testing your logic. If you were on, because you say that you're on the fence, which world would you rather have? A world where you had married couples in a nuclear family, or the world where people did kind of what they wanted to do?
Personally, I think a world where people can do what they want. I think that the world where people can do what they want is the more honest world. I think that a lot of people got married because of a lot of reasons that weren't necessarily pure. I think a lot of people get married because they're insecure. I think a lot of people can't fathom the idea that they could possibly lose the person they're with. And so they feel the need to lock you into a contract to make it harder to leave because they're insecure. They can't deal with the fact that you're going home to your own place and they don't know what they're doing. They can't deal with the fact that they might call you and you might not pick up because you're busy. They need to know what you're doing all the time because it makes them feel safe. Me personally, I'm just not that type of person. I don't feel I've never been the type of person in dating to be worried about what my girl is doing, where she's at. And so I don't feel like I need a contract to feel secure. I feel secure as long as we're together. And if it ends, it ends. That's just the way I see it. I've experienced a lot of things in life. I've experienced life. I've experienced death. And I've come to the understanding that, listen, life comes and goes, all things in life. That's people, relationships, money, whatever it is. I don't need a contract to make me feel like something's going to be forever that might not be forever. I would rather just play it out and see what happens than try to lock you in and say, oh, we're going to be together forever. Then 20 years down the line, we get divorced or something like that. Or 20 years down the line, we feel stuck. Let's just be in a relationship. And if we last 20 years, better. I'll be happy to die by the side of whoever lasts 20 years with me. However, I don't need a contract to keep her around. If she want to be around, she's going to be around by choice. And that's the way I prefer it, personally.
So, well, anybody else wanted to go?
It's unfair how you phrase that question.
It's
like,
really not.
Would you prefer to be in a healthy marriage relationship than running along
that wasn't even my question.
accursed earth alone and making bad choices? That's how it sounded, Sweeney, and that's not fair.
That's not an unfair question. He answered it.
No, the way you phrased it. Like,
I didn't even phrase it any. There's
okay,
no
I'm gonna
way to
repeat.
phrase it other than what it was.
Sweeney, I'm
Do
gonna
you
repeat
pref-
what you
It was
said.
biased.
Would you
would you
prefer to be
prefer?
in a marriage with a healthy nuclear family, pretty much,
That's
rather
not
than
what I
doing
said.
what you want without any rules or restrictions? That's how you
Right. It's like the
posed
way
it.
you
Like,
phrase it. It's like
I said
order versus anarchy. That's the way you're phrasing it.
no.
It's like
That's not
one
what.
is
Well,
order and one is
technically,
complete
technically,
anarchy.
one would be order versus anarchy.
how
But it's not
so?
the case.
Hold on,
So
wait. I'm gonna explain how. Because marriage comes with order. There's certain things that you, if we're talking about marriage, the institution. There's rules and regulations to marriage.
The military come with order, and none of them are married.
So
Order comes from men,
no,
not marriage.
no, marriage is a
Cloud, allow him
institution
to
that.
point
Hold
out
on, wait.
some of those rules
There's
that
a
you
rules
can't
and
follow
regulations.
being out of matrimony.
Okay, but when you say that you want a world where everybody can do what they want, that is inherent. He said, "I will prefer a world where people can do what they want." That is inherently anarchy.
You posed the question, he answered it that way. You are now dealing with me, someone who paid attention to what you said. So now those
It
same
doesn't matter because
paradigms
I
that
didn't ask you the question.
oh, I chose to answer. You posed the
Okay,
question to the panel.
I
So
didn't pose it
now,
to the pen. I posed it to Clout.
okay, well, I'm answering. Stop running. So now, what are those rules that
Not
you
answering.
hold under? What are those rules
Not
that
answering.
you exactly?
Because we
Because
all
I'm
know
your
that
no,
the
no,
rules and
no, because
regulations.
I'm your
Like,
huckleberry.
no, you're a fan.
No, I'm your I know I'm your huckleberry.
Fan as in
Because
finished. Go
okay,
ahead,
so
Angie.
now I will speak.
No, I was just playing. Go
Again,
ahead,
I
Clout.
will start where I always start, Hank. If you find a good woman, it's like finding a lotto ticket. And I'm gonna repeat again. We have far too much statistics that we've spoken about why marriage is a bad deal. If you get locked in one of those contracts, God forbid, let's use one state, California. A woman can show you a representation of herself in change like this and is entitled to half of what you worked for while you anticipated this woman is for you. Biblically, a man has to take that leap of faith,
Is that not a rule
not
or
knowing,
regulation?
unconsciously with a woman.
You just answered your own question.
Right? So if I'm thinking logical and using and taking
You
my
just answered your
emotions
own
out of it,
question.
okay. If I'm thinking logically and taking my emotions out of it, anything that you just said, which you don't want to state the paradigms as for what could match besides just having the paper. My uncle is a successful example of that. Him and my aunt are not married. They've been together almost 50 years. Household, nuclear family. That's where we go for Thanksgiving. They never chose to get married. They're the symbolism of family. We all go to them if we had problems to eat, to rejoice and such. They never just signed a piece of paper. It's fair to say they're common law. Fair to say they've done everything that would be a cornerstone of that paper, but they never got the paper. So when I listen to you talk, I have a living example
Now,
that
what does that have to
actually
do with the
shows
question
me
I asked Clout?
that you're not running the cursed earth because you don't
What does that
abide
have to
to
do
the
with the
laws
question
of
that
this
I
land and
asked
sign a
Clout?
paper. And the reason that you're talking is because you lack to see value when somebody else talks and it makes sense rather
Because
than yourself.
you're answering a question that I never asked. What does that have to do with the question that I
No, I
asked
am
Clout?
stating
Nothing
my
you said
point.
had anything to do with that.
Sweeney, I am
There,
saying my
go
point
ahead, bro.
because
Go
you
ahead. My
chose.
bad. Go ahead. My bad.
No, you over talking shows that you lack
I just
value.
said,
You like
go
the sound of
ahead,
your
bro.
own voice.
I just said, my bad. Go ahead. There's an apology and then a concede. Go ahead. Come on,
Well,
bro. You want to argue?
all right,
Mistaken.
well, I'll go. Kenny, that's a great example, but that example represents the minority, right? It doesn't represent the majority of the situation in regards to cohabitation. Sweeney actually read the stats earlier about the average length of how long cohabitation relationships work, right? The stats, you're speaking about stats in regards to stats, the outcomes regarding marriages. And even when you're comparing marriages and cohabitation relationships, the outcomes for children that were raised in marriages, those stats for the outcome of those children are better than those that are in cohabitation relationships. So marriages prove to be better have a better impact on children that are raised in marriages than they are in cohabitation relationships. Marriages outcome, when we're looking at the stats based on men, the outcomes for men are better in marriage in regards to their health, in regards to their financial outcomes, in regards to their overall mental health, in regards to their happiness. So when we're talking about marriage there, and when you're talking about also when you said in California, they have like the worst divorce laws. I agree with you. That's one of those states that their divorce laws are crazy. But there are also some alternatives for that, in that fact that you can get a prenup, or you can choose to not get married in the state of California. If a woman truly wants to marry you, she will concede some of those things in order to become your wife, right? So, I mean, you can make an argument to not get married, but one of the things that we said, the alternative for, especially for the Black community, if we choose to either not, we can choose to not have the nuclear family in marriage, which the results for that prove that works best for us, or go the other route of not doing that, which is what we see the results of that now, which is not working for us. So I pose the question, if those are the two options that we have, which one would make the most sense for us right now?
Okay, mistaken. I would like to push back. Using us, our community, what's the percentage of us that are successfully married?
Say you're on mute. You're on mute.
Okay. I need to look that up right now. I don't have it off the top of my head, but in the meanwhile, go ahead and talk and I'll tell you when I look that up.
Okay, so that's under 40%. So what you said is not true. So as for the coexistence versus marriage, numbers could be skewed to fit any argument. I want to see the site that he sourced as for where he got those numbers from.
Well,
you could say it.
I got the numbers for you, bro. Well, while it may be true that majority of Black households are not, Black people are not married,
What's
to the
the
tune
percentage?
of, I believe it's like only 30-some percent of Black women are married, and roughly 30-some percent of Black men are married. However,
that means I was right about the marriage rate.
Hold on, wait. Yeah. However, out of the Black people that are married, only 30% of them have ended in divorce.
Oh, wait, that wasn't my point. And I didn't say that about what I said, the outcomes of the households of those who are married, the outcomes are better for those who are married versus those who aren't.
Define better outcomes. What do you call a better outcome? Define it.
Exactly.
What is a better outcome?
In terms of the when you're comparing the likelihood of those who are going to, when you compare likelihood of not ending up in jail, likelihood of not having drug addiction, likelihood of
those stats are equal for single fathers.
Likelihood,
those stats you're talking about are equal for single fathers.
Listen,
so you're talking about the results of children from marriages. Single father, the rates are very similar.
I'm telling you.
Allow her to respond.
Hold on. Let her finish.
I'm telling you. Okay. So if you want the rebuttal, you could do the rebuttal, but I'm telling you what it is. This is what the stats say. And even to your point, it said it is close. It still says that the outcomes are still higher for those who are married. So even if there's a 10% distance point, it's still higher for marriage. Period.
Is it possible? Is it possible that the perception that the outcomes are better is based off of a societal bias towards marriage? Meaning, is it not possible that people will view outcomes from a marriage as better simply because they have a more favorable attitude towards marriage?
It could be possible. Yeah,
Got
it could be
quiet.
possible,
Her
but
pin
that's
drop just
still
now.
no, it still doesn't change the results. The results are the results.
Okay, the results are the results. So let's go further. As for the state, Sweeney picked a certain time period to fit his argument. Per Pew Research status, over 50 some odd, up to 59% of people are cohabitating nowadays. He picked a 20-year time frame where it could be successful, right?
What?
You didn't pick like a 20-year time frame where
What?
you said the cohabitation would be successful before it fell off the table?
That's not what I said at all.
So that was a question you could easily answer.
Well, I don't even know what question you're asking. I never said
Just
that.
answer. I thought it was plain as English.
No, you're not being clear. But no, I never said
Okay,
that.
I wasn't being clear when I said, didn't you make a statement that it was a 20-year period before cohabitation fell off the table and those relationships no longer worked?
No, I never said that.
Okay, so as for that, since you didn't say it, the majority of people, close to 59% per Pew Research status, are actively living cohabitations wise and not being married. And the numbers are saying that's the success. And they don't put a time cap on it.
Yeah,
I could post it in the back chat if you would like.
Well, no, I don't think we disagree with that stat, but that has nothing to do with what I said.
Okay, so now that adds toward, if it has nothing to do with what you said, let that go. If it don't apply, let it fly.
Right.
It's showing that more people cohabitate rather than marry, and the time frames that they show that these things are successful. They're not showing in the Pew Research findings, statistics wise, where you could easily find right there that these are falling off the table. So I'm trying to figure out, if you didn't say that 20-year time numbers, you said it was unsuccessful. Let's take 20 years out of it. Didn't you say something about it being unsuccessful long term?
No.
You know I'm gonna clip this, right?
I still don't really know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I know. I
didn't say that, but I really don't.
Cohabitating is unsuccessful long term. I think that's what he's talking about.
Yeah.
Oh no, I never said that.
I'm
I was just comparing. Okay, so I'm assuming.
He was
So I
comparing
can
it to
let
marriage.
me stillman it back to you, so I can make sure that I understand what you're saying. What I'm guessing that you're asking me is when I compared the length of marriage, the length of one another. Is that what you're asking?
I posed it as that. You said it's not what I said. I'm not giving you time to refigure it. You said you didn't ask it. We can easily move on with the conversation.
Okay. I just want. That's why I said I want to reiterate. Like, is that what you're asking when I compared the length of marriage to the length of just regular casual relationships? So if that's not what
you made a statement regarding cohabitation and a time frame where it falls off the table.
No, I never made that statement.
Okay, just be ready for the clip.
All right.
All right. Let's see who we had. You got anything you want to add, Hank?
No, I'm gonna let these fellas have it, man. They look like they're having a great debate back and forth, so I'm gonna let them have it.
Okay.
I want to say real quick, JR. I didn't come up here to lambaster marriage, and it seems like that's the same sentiments when you challenge these alleged Bible thumpers and these prince of the algorithms and these Dr. Ecclesiastes that come up here and say all kind of things within these spaces. Stop getting so defensive if you truly believe in it, and stop trying to beat people over the head that's saying that's the end all to be all. You understand? Because your people are like admonishing people, like good people can't find structure. Grown adults can't cohabitate together without a piece of paper.
Exactly.
And live successfully. It's just like,
precisely.
Okay, what are we still in that world where we jump the room and Mr. beat you upside the head with a rock? No.
Well, I do want to put this out there too, because I think some people are equating that piece of paper to like officially being marriage. Like I don't think too many, because that's just how the world kind of recognizes it. Like they don't recognize it being just something you come before under God, and then it just be recognized everywhere. So I think people are operating on how the laws are structured, but I don't think that a lot of people necessarily think you need the piece of paper. I think if it was pushed a little bit more, whether you can come up under God and then that's your marriage, I think people would probably do that if they were still able to get things. But I think some people see it as being as an incentive, or some people don't even look at the piece of paper as a hindrance to having a successful marriage, because once they lock in, they just locked in, whether they had a paper or not. So I just think it just all depends on a person's really mindset on how they looking at it.
I don't know. I feel like if you take away the paper, women are not going to want to get married. I think the leverage that comes from the paper is why women want to get married. If you told the average wife or the average woman, hey, let's go down to the church and we're going to get married with no contract, you know what she's going to say? Even though it's a marriage technically, she's going to say, oh, it's not a real marriage. But how, and also, how is getting married without a contract in the church any different than being in a relationship? So essentially, you saying what I'm saying. Because think about it, if you get married in the church with no government contract and we take the government out of it, how is that any different than just being with somebody you love till you die? How is that different? It's not. But the only thing that makes it different is the paperwork, and that's what we're talking about. And most women know that they would not accept a marriage without paperwork, because what they really want is leverage. And that's another reason why so many men are not getting married, because men do not want to be in a situation where the woman has leverage over them, because the moment the woman has that leverage over him, what happens? She no longer is attracted to him anyway, because she's the one who holds the power. This is why there's so many sexless marriages. So why give them the leverage that's only going to make them less attracted to you to begin with? It doesn't make common sense.
Which actually answers my question, Clout, when I asked you, were you for or against marriage? I already knew that your grief with marriage is the contract that comes with it, and how it makes the institution of marriage unfair for men in the
That's
event
what we're
that
talking
it ends.
about. Marriage is a contract. We're not talking about love here. Love is just love. You can love whoever you want. We're talking about marriage.
The reason why I brought that up, but the reason why I brought that up is to understand why Cloud is speaking against it. You have to understand that Cloud is out here speaking against marriage at this moment. To understand it, you have to understand why he's doing it.
Cloud,
and I kind of
I don't feel.
I'm not.
How you guys
doing tonight? No, I'm not.
I don't feel I need a contract in order to secure a woman in my life. I don't feel
How
I
you
need a
guys doing
contract
tonight?
to have a healthy, loving relationship. I don't feel I need a government contract to be able to have order in my home. Maybe you feel that way, but I don't. The order in my home is me. I decide what goes. That's where the order comes from, not from the contract, not from the law. If a woman wants to be with me, she's going to be with me, not because we signed a contract. If she needs a contract to be with me, then she clearly don't want to be with me. She wants to be in a contract, and she can have that. But we're speaking from different perspectives here. It is what it is.
But see, this is the question, I guess, that
how you guys doing tonight?
Hey, hold on. This is the question that I have. Is it kind of baffles my mind a little bit in regards to when we're talking about contracts. The question was, why is there a contract needed, or why do a woman want a contract? When we enter into a job, there is a contract. When we go to school, there is a degree, right? When we do certain things, there is a piece of paper that legitimizes the act, right?
For some people,
And the
not me.
purpose of that,
I don't got no job. I work for myself.
But when you go into work
I'd
for
be
yourself,
disgusted with myself if I had a job.
Hold on. Let me finish. Even if you are your own boss and you go into work with other people, you create a contract with that person, right? It legitimizes the business to say, this is the expectation of what I am going to do, right? If you get a degree, this says that I have done the work, right? To this said degree, that says that I am qualified, right? That I've gone through the necessary steps. So if we are legitimizing all of these other things in all of these other arenas, then why is it such a big jump to do the same thing when it comes to a marriage? That's why women want the contract, so to speak. It legitimizes our relationship to you. It says
I've
that, and let me finish.
Go ahead.
It's
I gotta say something after
If
Miss
his
Nikki,
word
please.
don't
I
make it
want to correct
legitimate,
something.
if his word don't make it legitimate, you don't listen.
It says it legitimizes my relationship to you. It legitimizes my relationship. I'm just only speaking from the worldly aspect, not necessarily the spiritual aspect, because we're talking about the contract, right? So it legitimizes my relationship to you, right? And so when we are talking about why do I need that as a woman, that is why I need that, right? So the
No, it's for
contract is
leverage. It's not for
Hold on, Clyde.
legitimization. It's
Let her
for
finish.
leverage.
Hold on, Clyde. Let her finish.
the contract is important. It legitimizes my relationship to you and your relationship to me, and there is an expectation that is supposed to come along with that contract. Now, the other thing to that, when you're looking at it as saying that there is a leverage, the reason that most people get concerned about leverage is the expectation that there may be a situation in which you don't think that you may honor the contract, or that the contract itself may not be honored, right? On either
No.
party. Hold on either party.
No.
And in regards to that contract being broken, there are going to be some consequences. So that's why people are concerned about having the contract. Because
No.
when we actually
Hold on, Clyde. Let her finish.
Okay. This is what I'm gonna say.
let me
You have to let her finish.
Clout has been going on and nobody's been
I just
interrupting.
said
Please let me
no.
finish.
I just said no.
If we go and we truly look at the stats, all of these concerns that men are having about divorce and women taking half and all of these things, I understand that there's a legitimate concern. But when we dig deep about all of these things, the concerns are not necessarily supported to the degree that those concerns are made. That's all I'm saying.
Okay. I'd
I
like to
yield.
respond now.
That's it.
Again, you're saying that the reason why they don't want leverage is because they're worried about the contract being upheld. No. When someone has leverage over you, they have control. Marriage is a contract that puts the power in a woman's hands only. The woman has all the power in a marriage contract. A woman has all the power in a marriage contract. That's why so many men don't want to be in a marriage contract, because they understand that a woman will have leverage to control them, and they don't want a woman to have leverage to control them, especially if they're a masculine man. Now, another example you gave examples of like, oh, well, we sign contracts for jobs and we sign contracts for, what was the other example? You said it, jobs, and what was the other example you gave?
Education.
And for education. Now, I feel like that was a perfect example to show you how myopic your view of the world is. I'm a man with no college degree. Why? Because I don't believe I need to be educated by a school. I believe I can educate myself, which is why I'm self-educated. And I didn't have to go into $100,000 of debt to be able to learn and be able to express myself eloquently and earn an income. Number two, I'm a man that doesn't have a job. So I've never signed a job contract. And to me, as a man, I would feel like less than as a man if I had a boss, or if I had a job or a contract with leverage that dictated my behavior. So me personally, nobody's going to tell me to get up at 9 to 5 to work for nobody. I get up at 9 to 5 because I want to, for my business. I generate my own income. So you got to understand the type of man you're talking to. I'm not nobody's employee. I'm not nobody's student. And I've never been. I've always been the leader of my ship. And so because of that, because of that, a lot of people don't relate to me, because a lot of people are used to signing contracts to be able to get their way. A lot of people are used to giving up leverage to get their way. A lot of people are used to making deals. I don't got to do that. And that's why it irritates y'all so much when I talk like this, because a lot of men can't talk like that. A lot of men don't have that power. A lot of men are slaves to their job. They're slaves to their woman, and they're even slaves to their degree. That's not me. So I'm talking to you from a free perspective. I could do what I want. I can date who I want. And if I'm not going to get in a contract with a job to get my money, if I'm not going to get a contract in a school to get educated, why would I get in a contract with a woman to give her leverage over my life when I'm the man? If she wants to be with me, the only validation she should need is my word. If she needs any more validation than my word for what we're going to be, then she does not respect me. She respects the institution, which is why she'll use that same institution to take away all your money when it's time for divorce. That's not going to be my issue.
No,
Again,
you are
a woman
in
that's choosing to be with me is going to be
Let's
with
be
me,
honest.
period.
Hold on.
I'm not
You have
Hold on a
contracts.
second.
You are in
Hold on a
contracts
second.
with other
You would-
people. Let's
you
be
would
honest.
you would
You
like
cannot go through life without being in
you would like
contract
to believe that,
if you're conducting business.
and
Hold on,
you
Mr.
believe that because you're the reason mistaken. You believe
Do
that
you own
because
your
you're a
home?
deal maker.
No.
Mistaken. You
Do you
believe
own
that
a
because
home?
you're a deal maker. I'm not. I don't
If
live
you
like
own,
you do. I make my
if you
rules.
own,
You make
if you
contracts.
listen,
Hold
if
on,
you
y'all.
own,
Hey,
if
we
you
can't
own
hear
a
both of y'all.
home,
We can't hear both of y'all.
if
Listen,
you
We
own a
can't hear both
home,
of
you
y'all.
signed a
Listen, the
contract.
only contracts
If
I
you're
do is people
conducting business
contracting
with
to
other
me.
people,
I
you
don't
require
listen.
them to sign a
There are
contract.
no
You have to
yeah,
sign a contract as
but as a
well.
man, I'm
It
not signing
sounds
no
good.
contract.
It sounds good. I yield.
First off, if you understood contracts, you would understand there's something called a unilateral contract, right? You understand what a unilateral contract is. So I can contract with someone and they sign, but I don't sign anything. So you obviously don't even know what a contract is, but you're making this argument as that you fully understand and you don't. There are unilateral contracts. Sure, someone can sign a contract to me. That doesn't mean I have to sign a contract to them. Why? Because I'm in the leadership position. I don't sign the contracts because I'm not the subservient one.
Can I go ahead and speak now?
I bought my house at 21 years old.
Okay, so
All
you
right.
didn't sign any paperwork regarding your home.
All right, you're talking about paperwork for a house. That's not a relationship with a person.
That's
You,
a contract,
like you're
That's a
conflating.
contract,
Sure, it's
Trev.
a contract. The contract
As-
she was talking about. Hold on. So that we don't move the goalposts. She obviously mentioned specific contracts, which is relationship contracts, meaning the relationship between you and your boss, the relationship between you and your woman. My contract with an institution is not the same as her contract with a physical person. You're conflating things that aren't even the same.
It is the
The
same.
government isn't an
No,
institution.
because a mortgage is a unilateral contract.
Cloud,
A mortgage is
you've
not
spoken,
a
Cloud,
mortgage is a
you've spoken
unilateral
so
contract.
much.
It is a
You've
promise to
spoken
pay.
so much that sometimes you contradict yourself so much. I can't even point out how many times
If
you
you were
contradict
listening, you would
yourself.
know I didn't
No, I've
contradict
been
myself.
listening to
You're
you
not
for
listening.
4 hours, brother. I'm a businessman just
Not
like
intelligent.
you, and I
Obviously not
have a
maturely
whole
enough.
lot of it. And I got to tell you something.
Yo,
There is nothing like.
hold on.
Let me talk. You've been
I
talking for
wasn't
4.
done. You interrupted me, brother. I
No,
wasn't done.
because you've been interrupting
Cloud. Let him
everybody.
get a thought in.
I
let
wasn't
him
done,
get it.
brother. I wasn't
Hold
done.
on,
Just so
Cloud.
you know, I wasn't done. But go ahead. I'm gonna let you go, but I wasn't done.
Okay, there is nothing like unilateral contracting business. And I'm going to give you one thing that you said right, but let me say the one that you said wrong first. There is nothing like unilateral contracting business. When you write a contract as the person that is hiring somebody, you are binded by the same contract that you wrote. Because what happens is that if there is any litigation that happens, right, you are bound by that litigation. Even though you think you didn't sign it, no, you wrote it, you signed it. It may not have your signature, and the other individual signed it, you are also bound because that's how you have a consequential.
Unilateral, my brother, means that the
Brother,
leverage is
there is
on
no.
one side. The
I'm
leverage
telling
meaning
you, there is nothing like that in
if I'm
business.
the no, there is, because if I'm the boss,
There is none.
if I am the boss, can the employee fire me? But
And
can I
guess
fire
what?
the employee?
When you
Stop,
fire the
stop,
employee, no,
stop,
he
stop.
They can
cannot.
Can
sue
I
you
fire the
though.
No,
employee?
he
They can
cannot.
sue
He
you.
cannot.
Sure, I can,
He-
depending on the contract.
They
but
Depending on the
can get
guess
in
contract
what?
trouble
I
for
You
can.
wrote
that.
the contract, right? But
Yes,
if you
depending
fire
on the
that
contract I
employee,
write.
right, out of misorderly contract, the employee will
That's
sue
if
you
they're
and
in
you
a
will
union, my
pay.
brother. That's if they're in a union. We're not
No,
talking about
union or no. Okay, let me tell you something that is called civil case.
bro.
Employee doesn't in Texas. Texas is not a
I've had
union state. I'm
employees.
coming. I'm coming. Let me talk, brother.
You're making an argument that's
Texas
not
is
true.
not a union state, right? Texas is not a union state. If you fire somebody in Texas unjustified, the person will sue you and you will pay.
Oh,
Is a
unjustified. Unjustified.
unjustified. You still have to justify. That is one mistake that people make when they don't know about a state that is not unionized. Just
If
like
they not,
California is not a unionized. I'm coming, brother. Let me talk.
no, let's get back
California is
to
not.
No.
California is not unionized. Texas is not unionized, but you still get sued. But let's go back to what we were saying. I got to say this to you guys when it comes to marriage, okay? In marriage, you don't need a contract to be in marriage. Yes, 100% correct. Clout is right. Contract in marriage doesn't go in favor of men. That is true. Contract in marriage protects women, not men. But other than that, When you get into marriage, some marriage, or what marriage requires to take place is vows. Take a vow with somebody. You don't need to go to court. You don't need to have contract. Take a vow, make an exchange vow between a man and a woman in the presence of other people. It becomes a marriage. The reason why I say this is because marriage in itself is a very good thing. It's good to have marriage, but also marriage is a dignity to a woman. When you are procreating with a man in his household and there is no exchange of vow, right? The woman has no dignity. The man has not dignified the woman. You don't have to get a court, you don't have to get a license for that, but you have to grant her marriage. There are different types of marriage all over the world, including the United States. There is court marriage, there is civil, which is civil marriage, there is church marriage, there is also traditional marriage. Traditional marriage doesn't require license, but what it does is that it takes away the tax benefit, which you guys have been talking about. You don't get a tax benefit, and the reason why United States grants license is for tax benefit purposes. You don't need to will your stuff to a woman. Just like Cloud said, you can't write, you don't, no, if you pass away without will, the woman doesn't get any of your thing. But if you grant her a certificate, she gets your stuff when you pass away. But you can then add that to your will. That's how you bypass that if you do a non-certificate marriage. But another thing again, like I said, is for the dignity of the woman. Living with somebody in the house without marriage doesn't make any sense. It doesn't help the man, it doesn't help the woman. And in the
You don't get to
United States,
determine my woman's dignity. That's the great part about it. She gets to determine her level of dignity. If she feels dignified by being with me, then she feels dignified. You don't get to judge that.
but guess what? No, we get to judge because we are humans. We judge you. Everybody gets to judge you. You don't make that rule because you don't like it.
Dignity is personal. Dignity is personal.
No,
If the woman
dignity is
doesn't
not
feel
personal.
like,
Dignity is
absolutely.
outward. If I say you don't have
Is
dignity, bro, you
personal.
don't have dignity. You don't say you have dignity. I'm the one that qualifies if you have dignity or not. You don't qualify yourself for that.
I can only lose my dignity if I feel like I've lost my dignity. If I feel like you
No,
have not
no.
dignified
That's
me, then
not
I
true.
think I have no
That
dignity.
is totally lie.
You
Because
don't
guess
get to
what? A
choose whether I
criminal
have
can
dignity.
say I'm not a criminal. A criminal can say I'm not a
Oh my
criminal.
God.
Because to a criminal is not a criminal. But we, the one that says a criminal is a criminal. You are not a man of value if your peers don't say you're a man of value. That's what it is. You're nothing until your peers say you are. I don't know why you guys think you can just come up and make stuff up and then people should just take it.
Dignity,
No,
a
that's not
sense
how
of
society
pride
works.
in one's. Hold on. Dignity. I'm reading the definition of dignity. A sense of pride in oneself, self-respect. You have no impact on my dignity. That is
So
what
you have
dignity is.
so if you tell me you have self-respect and I say you don't, you think you do?
Kenny, you think I live
So
by
if I'm
your
with a
morals
woman,
and
hold on,
ethics
let me
as for how I see myself and what I do within this world?
I got to tell you something, Kenny, as a
for
businessman.
example, no, Kenny,
I'm
no,
gonna
let me ask you
answer
something.
you.
If
No,
a
let
man
me answer Kenny.
chooses to go, hold on,
Cloud, let me answer Kenny.
If a man chooses to go to clown school and becomes a clown for a living, has he lost his dignity? Now, if you dress up a man, who doesn't want to be a clown like a clown, has he lost his dignity?
Yes, he has.
But a man who wants to be a clown, who is dressed like a clown, has lost no dignity. That's his job.
No, he has. No, he has. You know why? Because people will never take him. People will not take him serious. He's a clown. What are you talking about?
Only a man who needs external validation would lose dignity based off what others think of
Nope.
him. I'm not one of
A
those
man
men.
that wants an external validation is a man that lives in line. A man that lives in line.
External validation is what we call Simpson suckers.
No, that's not true. That is not true.
I don't need to be
actually, a person who is a clown and he wants to be a clown does need external validation as a clown. Because if everybody thinks he's a shitty clown and he doesn't get hired as a clown, then what? He's just the motherfucker that's dressed like a clown.
Now you're moving the goalposts to whether or not the clown is hireable or not.
But that is a man. That is a man that needs external validation.
No,
whether that man has
arguing competency.
Whether that man has dignity or not. If I choose to go to clown school and I choose to paint myself as a clown, and I am happy to be a clown for a living. I have not lost any dignity. If I'm forced to be a clown against my will and I don't want to be, then I have lost dignity.
Has a prostitute lost dignity because she likes
Common
being a
sense, what are we even
prostitute?
talking about? If she wants to be a prostitute, then no, because you can't shame her. If I call a hoe that wants to be a hoe, she doesn't lose dignity because she wants to be a hoe. Now, if I call
She
a
definitely
woman who
loses
doesn't want to be a
dignity.
hoe, a woman who doesn't want to be a hoe that gets called and treated like a hoe, that is a woman who has lost dignity. A woman who wants to be a wife that gets treated like a hoe is a woman who has lost dignity. A woman who chooses to go be a prostitute is getting her money. She's doing exactly what she wants to do, which is why when you call her a hoe, she won't even blink twice because she knows that's what she is.
That's
what she wants to be.
a dignified woman.
Cloud, let me say something to you, Cloud.
Determine if she has
There is
dignity.
something that Venice is saying something. Venice is saying something, but let me say this to you, Cloud.
Let me answer Venus first. Let me answer Venus. Now, if she doesn't want to be called a hoe and someone's just like, yo, you a hoe, then yeah, she'll lose her dignity, obviously. But if someone says to a hoe, hey, you're a hoe, she's gonna be like, yeah, I'm a hoe. There's no dignity loss. That's who she wants to be. That's what she is.
So
And
you
she's
would
proud.
view her as a
Dignity and
dignified
pride are the
woman?
opposite. Would I view her as a respectable woman? No, but I can't take away her dignity.
So you wouldn't view her as
Would
respectable?
I personally
What
view
you
her
think
as
about
respectable?
her
No.
if she
Can
does
I
not
rob her of her dignity?
internalize it?
The only way I can rob her of her dignity is to treat her in a way she does not want to be treated. That's how you rob someone of their dignity.
Cloud,
If I'm
let me
treating
say
them
this
the
to
way
you.
they want to be treated, it's not a lack of dignity.
Cloud,
Some
let me
people
say
are in
this
the
to
kink.
you.
Some people are in the kink sexually. Do they not have dignity because they're into the
Cloud,
kinks? And
let people talk, brother. Let me
I'm
say
just
this to
answering
you,
her
Cloud.
question. You're the one interrupting. I was talking to Venus.
No, you already answered. You don't have to repeat it. But this is what I gotta say, Cloud. Look, let me say this to you. A criminal, right, has no shame. He believes that what you have is his, right? And when you take the criminal to court, he pleads not guilty. But that doesn't mean he hasn't committed crime. A prostitute believes that she pays her bill by being a prostitute, right? But that doesn't mean her job is dignified. The world has a standard that the world has made through morality. So you don't define morality. Morality is already defined because it's defined through nature and conscience. Morality is defined through nature and conscience, and that is not small minority decision. It's a general decision that is made by humans on itself.
That's false. Morality. I'm
No.
gonna give you a perfect example. Of morality is personal and it's subjective. A perfect example.
No,
the age of consent in Canada. The age of consent in Canada is like 16 or something like that. The age of consent in New York is 18. So an 18-year-old man dating a 16-year-old in Canada would be completely normal to most Canadians. An 18-year-old man dating a 16-year-old in New York City would be considered a little weird. Morality is not.
But that is not moral.
Well, morality is not objective. For example,
that is not moral.
Someone who believes in voodoo, for example, they think it is completely morally correct to slaughter a goat. Someone who is a vegan would believe that that's morally incorrect. Morals are personal. There is no objective morality.
That is not true. You know why I say that? Because this is what the fact that is moral doesn't mean it's the law. Let me say this: the fact that it's moral doesn't mean it's the law. The fact that it's the law doesn't mean it's moral. You do know that, right?
Laws are objective. Morality is personal. Laws are the ones that are objective, not morality.
Morality is not personal. Morality is what the world defines as moral. Because if a son goes and have sex with his mother, is it moral or immoral?
In a country, because I am from a country and I am from a lifestyle where it is wrong to have sex with your mother, then obviously I would find that morally wrong. However, if you were from
is that not universal? Is that not universal?
Let me finish. If you're from a country where that's the norm, it would not be morally incorrect. If that's where you're from. It's morally incorrect because that's where we live and that's how we are culturally. But everybody does not share our culture. And I'm going to read I'm going to read it. When I type in morality on Google, it literally says morality is based on intentions, decisions, and actions. Morality can be influenced by culture.
Actions.
Morality can be influenced by culture, community, and religion. It is subjective.
Good. That's what I've been saying. That's what I've been saying. I told you it's not individual.
You said
Morality is not individual. It's what. This is what I said, Cloud. This is what. That's what I want you to argue,
morality
brother.
can be
I'm listening,
influenced.
and
No,
you're
you're
not listening
not.
to me.
You're not, because I just said morality, which is personal, can be influenced by. But that does
It
not mean
is not personal.
brother. Just listen. Being influenced by the outside does not mean it's not personal. Your
Morality is what the society says is moral.
Your personality is influenced by the outside, but your personality is still personal, even though you're influenced by outside factors. Same with morality. My morality
You're changing the definition.
My morality may be influenced by the church I went to. My morality may be influenced by the country I came from, but my morality at the end of the day is individual, because if I
That's
change
what I've been saying, but it's not individual.
it is
That's the
individual.
problem I'm having with you. You just Google something. Hey, Clout, you cannot be speaking for 2 minutes. You just Googled something and Google told you exactly what it is, and now you're changing it.
Bro, if I change my culture, then my morality changes, doesn't it? So
You can't change your culture.
because I'm the one who decides what my culture is. Absolutely, you can. You can be Muslim and
No,
become
you
a
can't.
Jew. You can be a Jew and become an atheist.
Because there is something called
You can be
universal
born a
moral.
Muslim.
Universal morals too, guys, both Jews and everybody.
You can be born a Sudanese Muslim and move to Japan, change your entire way of speaking, and identify as a Japanese atheist. What you're saying makes no sense.
You just adapted to Japanese law. You adapted to Japanese law, but the moral still remains in you, because this is one thing about humans.
Morals
When
are
we
based
are
off of oh my God, bro. I feel like I'm talking to a wall, brother. I honestly feel like I'm talking to a wall. I feel like you're obviously
it's not matter of you talking to a wall. It's just matter of you conflating what you just said many times, and then when you Google something and the Google says what you said, and now you want to change it to fit your narrative.
Let's get
I
back
haven't
to
conflated anything. You just have a lack of understanding. I haven't
Clout, 1
conflated anything. I was
second.
very clear.
Let's get back to where you came up here to chastise us about marriage being the end all, the be all.
You said what?
I want him to get back to what he originally started at, as us not understanding that marriage was the end all to be all, and reasons being because that's how we got segued off of dignity, and then it went to morality. But he was extolling the virtues on why marriage is the cornerstone, and that's the successful way. Before we started going left and right.
Are you talking to me?
Yes, sir, Kenny.
Okay, what was your question? Say one more time. Say one. Why do I say that marriage is good?
No, why you said that our talking points lack the value that you could see, and you were giving a correction on why marriage is the cornerstone. And we were
Okay, let me. Yeah, let me put it this way. Marriage is the cornerstone, and the reason why marriage is the cornerstone is this, right? Let me just remove today's modern craziness out of it, okay? Marriage, number one, begins with two people that have gone to a family or to both families, and have decided to join themselves together from the hip, okay? They've decided to join themselves together from the hip. In so doing, they would then bring forth precious gifts or gift into this world that will carry their legacy, right? And they are, because they have brought these two people together, with those families together, they are bound by the morals that guide those two families and their society that they live in. First, the man is in the establishment that is being set by that marriage will guide the children forthward to generations to come. But when you don't have those things, let's just say also like securing your wealth, securing your lineage, securing your community. If you don't have those things without marriage, there is no way you can build those things without marriage, because the reason why you can't build those things without marriage is because your families are not involved. Your families are not involved. And the reason why your families are not involved is because, I'm sorry, somebody's talking in the background.
I don't hear anything.
No, I was saying based on what? Because Kenny literally just an example.
Okay, based on the principle that God has, based on the principle, yeah, based on the principle that God has set in motion, that two people should be married before they procreate, and anything that is done outside that, because it's not Christian. This has nothing to do with Christianity. You see,
You're
I'm not
talking
a
about someone
Christian.
who would subscribe to an Abrahamic religion. No, but you're talking about
I'm not
someone who subscribes
I'm
to an
not
Abrahamic religion.
I'm not Abrahamic religion. I go also based on African religion. And African religion has been around
So
300,000 years before Abrahamic.
Is it moral to have more than one wife?
It's moral.
Is it moral to have more than one wife?
Yes, it is.
Okay, see, that's why it's personal. Because there are many
No, it's not personal. No, it's not personal.
It's immoral.
No, it's not personal. No,
No, it is based on your beliefs. You believe it's moral.
It's not my belief.
It's immoral.
It's not my belief.
No, it is your belief.
It's not my belief.
It's what you
It's not
subscribe
my
to.
belief.
It's your culture and your belief.
Now you talking. That's what makes it moral, because it's set by my culture.
No, I'm asking you. Yeah, but my culture says something different. Correct? Like,
and
my
guess
culture,
what? That's why that's why I told you that your culture, if your culture, not Christianity. Christianity is not culture. You got to know that. Christianity is not a culture. It's a religion. So if your culture says otherwise, guess what? It's moral. That is why I said it's set by culture and God. But God never said it's immoral. That is why your culture doesn't say it's immoral. Your religion says it's immoral. Your culture
let me ask
doesn't
you
say
something.
that.
So
Yeah.
let me ask you something. Your culture tells you that it's moral to have two wives. But what if you yourself thought about that and you said, you know what? I don't think that's right. Even though my culture says that it's moral to have two wives, I don't think that's right. So you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to leave my stop interrupting. I'm going to leave my culture and go to a culture that aligns with my morals. What do you say for people who do that, who leave cultures to find cultures that align with their morals? Because you're saying morals are entirely cultural, but yet people change cultures for moral reasons. So how does that make sense?
People don't change culture for moral reason. People change.
Some do.
No. I'm going to answer you, brother.
Hold on,
You can't direct my answer. People don't change culture for moral reason. People change location for financial or safety reason. So when they get to where they go, then they adapt to the culture in that place. People don't leave Nigeria for moral reason to America. They left Nigeria for America for financial reasons.
If I grew up in California as a Rolling 60s Crip, and I did not agree with gang culture, and I believe that gang culture was against my personal morals, and I said, I want to leave this hood because I don't want to be around this lifestyle. That is not me moving for financials. That is me making a moral decision and saying that that would be me saying that this place that I reside doesn't align with my morals. My morals are, I don't believe in killing somebody because they're wearing red. I don't believe in killing somebody because they're wearing blue. So I'm going to go somewhere and put myself in a culture that matches my personal morals. Again, you're not defeating the argument that morals are personal. Because your morals
can I go ahead and answer? Can I answer now?
Hold on. Let me get Venus in there. Then I'll come back to you. Go ahead, Venus.
Okay. Hey, real quick. Can y'all hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Hey, everybody. I wanted to address what the woman, I think Miss Taken was saying earlier. Because I'm gonna just speak about culture current day, right? And about the horrible rates of children, high imprisonment rates, drug use.
I think our phone is breaking up.
Venus, you breaking up.
Yeah. She can. Her phone is breaking up. But JR, can I go ahead and speak now?
Venus, can you hear us? Venus.
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah,
Now we
you was
can.
breaking up.
Did you hear most of what I said or no?
No, start over.
Okay, I want to talk about current day Black community, right, in America. So, education rates with Black children are horrible. Reading levels are horrible. High imprisonment rates, mental health issues, drug use, right? How we're performing economically, even though we used to be like second under white people, now we're like behind Asians, Indians, everybody else, right? Most of the issues that are in the Black community, who do they blame? Single parents, right?
Single mother specifically.
So
Damn, Venus, you breaking up again.
I was saying, so why would we be speaking marriage if all the most of the problems that we have are because we have an anti-marriage culture?
That's not true though.
No,
The
it's a
problems are usually attributed to single mothers, not single parents. Because if you look at the statistics of single fathers, you see that they have very high outcomes that are almost on par with those of married couples. So what that shows me, which is what I said earlier, is that men are the order. It's not the contract. It's not the relationship that's the order. It's the presence of a man that creates the order, which is why any circumstance where a man is not present is where you have bad outcomes. But it has nothing to do with whether those people are married or not. It only has to do with whether a man is present or not.
well, how if you're a single mother, you're not married? It has everything to do. I don't understand that.
You could be a single mother that's in a relationship and a man
No,
is present. What are you talking
right.
about? You don't
So
have
it
to be
has
married to
everything
have
to
a man
do.
present. You don't have to be married to have a man present. You don't have to be
It
married to have
has
a child with someone and co-parent.
it has everything to do with it because we see the current day result of what happens when people are not married. So yeah.
When women are raising children on their own, not when people aren't married. I believe you're conflating the two.
Yeah, a woman.
I think it's more about women raising kids on their own rather than it's about people not being married specifically. Because if you take two people and put them in a household together and they're not married, you'll get those same good benefits that you get of a married couple. So clearly it's not the marriage, it's the man and woman being
But
there.
what if those
Wait,
situations are
how?
statistically?
Wait. How is he saying that when we see the opposite right now, and you don't get those same? It's not the same.
Because we're not seeing the opposite. When you see single fathers, the children are well adjusted. When you see men and women that are cohabitating together raising children, the children are well adjusted. When you see men and women that are married, the children are well adjusted. The only time you see the statistics start to go down is when it is a woman by herself raising a child.
Wait, what
That's
proof
the
do
only
we
time.
what proof do we have of this? Because the single father
I mean,
rate
this
is
statistics on single parent households.
hold on. The single father rate is way too low to be compared to any other statistic, right? That's just way too low. And then the couples who are shacking up, how are we measuring the success of their kids? What do we have?
Well, Venus,
I
I was
mean,
actually
are
going to
they
say that
criminals? I mean,
I had recently read exactly what you were talking about, and it did speak to that in terms of sample size. So if we do look at the sample size of single-led households by moms versus dads, the truth of the matter is majority of single-led households, the kids actually do well, right? If we look at most single-led households, most of the kids are not in jail, right? Most of the kids are not on drugs, right? If we look at that sample size. But when we are only looking at those sample size of kids who are actually in jail, are actually doing drugs, right? Most of them are coming from single households that are led by mothers, right? So we have to look at that. So when
You
most
didn't
of
really negate my point though.
right, no, I'm agreeing with you. That's my point. So when you have most of the sample size that are coming from mothers and you compare with fathers, of course the fathers are going to look a whole lot better. I'm not taking the credit away from the fathers, but you do have to look at the sample size from that specific population. That's all I'm saying. So I totally agree with you when you're comparing the sample size, when you got hundreds of thousands coming from one and then you only have hundreds coming from the other, it skews that sample size. And then the other
Pardon me.
thing too is that I did see a study that actually did compare cohabitating and with marriage, and the sample size from that, it did show that speaking to your point, the outcome from the marriages actually showed better results and impact from the married couples versus the cohabitating couples.
Oh, and I had another thing about if we look at most successful men in this country, they're married all across the board. Businessmen, entrepreneurs, politics. If we look at the most successful men, period, they're married. Majority of them. So I don't know why men don't look at that. And
Yeah, yeah.
also, when it comes to socioeconomic status, usually the married couples are doing better than single individuals. So again, I just don't understand why we're pushing like this single raising a kid by yourself is the way. It's really not.
Kenny, let me say something before you go, please. Is that okay with you, Kenny? Yeah, I'm just gonna let me
Socialistic
address
billionaires are
something.
married.
Yeah,
Of course.
let me address something that Cloud said, and then I'm going to respond to what she just said right now. Cloud, if you live in Los Angeles, and you want to move out of gang area, it's not culture. Gang activity is not a culture. It's not a black culture.
Gang
Neither is there any
You
culture.
kind of
Is a
changing the
is a is a
conversation right
no, I'm
now.
coming. I'm going back. I just want to address that. It's a
No,
crime,
there is
not a
such thing as
culture.
gang culture. There is such thing as gang
It's not.
culture because not
There's
all
nothing
gangs
like gang culture. That's
not
that's a
everything.
terminology to justify their stupidity. But this is what I'm going to
All
say.
right, you're not allowed. That's your opinion, and that's cool. But we
Okay,
can't make
okay,
Come
good.
on,
arguments because of
man.
your
Come
So
on,
opinion.
y'all.
There is such
Come on,
thing as
Google the
y'all.
gang
meaning
culture.
of culture. Google the meaning of culture, and gang is not
Y'all,
one of it.
y'all arguing
But let me
semantics.
let me
Come on.
address what she just said.
It is a gang
Let me just address what she just said in terms of mm, the
culture is a system of shared
this.
beliefs, values,
Okay,
behaviors,
okay,
language,
don't worry.
norms, and symbols. Gangs use
Okay,
Hey,
shared beliefs,
Clout.
shared values,
You gotta
shared behaviors.
Clout. He's responding
Listen,
to Venus, bro. Let him respond to Venus.
yeah. So
saying
what
you're
I want to
saying
say
things that
about
are
what
markedly false that are by definition.
oh my
Clout.
goodness me.
Oh, come on, bro.
So let me say what I want to say about
I was
Venus.
being interrupted. Nobody said be quiet, bro.
I told West Virginia to let you finish. I told Mistaken to let you finish. And Shane.
So what I'm trying to say about what Venus said is this, right? When it comes to the marriage thing, the reason why marriage is very the reason why most wealthy men are married is because when you are single and you have money, you think you've reached your potential without a woman. That is not true. I'm speaking based on experience. When you don't have a woman in the house, especially a woman that helps you, right? You don't know your potential. You will not be able to achieve your potential. Most men don't start making money until they are married. Most men, statistically, and it's in every culture, in every country, you might see a man that has $2 million worth, and to him, he's made it. But that man can be a $500 million guy if he marries the right woman. Because what happens is this, right? Having a woman in the house relieves a lot. You have somebody that will be able to look after your interest, give you a word of encouragement, be able to relieve some of the domestic pressure off of you that she can take care of. Because when you are a single man and you have to run to a meeting in London, but you also have to do some domestic work 2 days later, it drives you nuts. It kills you. It destroys you. That is why you have to delegate. That delegation comes by you having a woman in the house and probably kids that will help you do those things while you go out there to make that money. But if
It
you
kills you. It
don't
messes with
have those
you.
things, if you don't have those things, right, you can't reach your potential. So any man that tells you that is single today, that tells you that,
You can't reach your
single
potential.
men, I'm coming, that tells you that single men are making it. Wait until that single man that is making it has a wife. He's going to make 10 times more. Go ahead, Cloud.
Wait.
All right, just to make this clear,
Good.
since you know, 'cause I don't like having conversation based on opinion. So I put the definition on the screen. You said gang is not a culture. Okay. Culture is the collection of shared beliefs, values, behaviors, and customs of a group of people. It can also include arts, laws, institutions, and social norms of society. Culture is often associated with a specific region or location. Now, if we're going to talk about gangs, like in LA, there's a region or location, which is LA or Rolling 60s, whatever block they on. There's a shared system of beliefs, there's a shared system of values, there's a shared system of behaviors, there's a shared customs of a group of people. And it includes arts, like meaning they have their own symbols, everything. So by definition, you're wrong. Gang
They're
lifestyle
committing
is a
crime.
culture. No, not
They're
see this
committing crime. They are
that's your
criminals.
opinion. Hold on, stop. Every gang member does not commit crimes. You're assuming that because you don't understand gang culture. But every gang member doesn't always commit crimes. There are gang members that have no rap sheet. But but gang culture, it's a lifestyle. It's a group, a set of beliefs. Sometimes crime is involved, but there are some gangs that are not known for crime. So again, you're wrong. Gang culture is a real thing. So I just needed to let you know that because we need to when we make these discussions and argue, we need to be rooted in facts and rooted in definitions. We can't just make up our own ideas and opinions of what words mean, because that's how we end up with these semantic battles. So I know
I'm
what I'm
not going to
talking about, brother.
respond so that Kenny can talk. I'm not going to respond so Kenny can
Because
talk.
you don't
Next
have a
time I'll
response,
respond.
brother. You don't have a response.
I
So
have
you're
a whole
wrong.
lot, but I don't want to do
Bro,
it because it's going to
you were
prolong
wrong
it.
about the definition of culture. Just take the L. That's it. Just take the L, brother. That's it. Just take it. Hold it. Enjoy it. Embrace it.
Kenny, when you finish, I'll respond to him.
I really wanted Venus to answer a question. She came up here to pretty much give her opposing views to the views that Clout and I held. I wanted to know if she was married. Then furthermore, the points that she did point out, that's another person saying that marriage is a cure to all those social blights that she did point out, which will also be false. Because we're all not a monolith as for how we go about life. You could have a single mother that raised a Kevin Hart. That was not a good relationship for her to have. Dad was astray. So when we say that is the anomaly, more kids that are successful and family structures are from those that are not traditional, because the cohabitation, as is stated, it favors the other way. 59% per Pew Research. I want it to be a respectful conversation where I am not admonishing people, or so they think, for getting married, because I will stick to my line. If you find a good one, that's like hitting a lotto ticket. But be warned, if you use your logical mind, why am I signing off on a contract that is advantageous to a female, provides her with security and leverage over my pocket? We also had discussions about how long can a woman put up a representation before she shows you her true ideas and means as for how she sees the relationship that you have. Are you not supposed to be smart within making decisions which could affect the rest of your life? Is emotion over logic the pressing thing here in this conversation where we go back and forth? I never saw a Bible open and said this woman ain't good for you. You have to discern for yourself. No knock to my people who are religious and spiritual. Why is it wrong for pointing out the things that can work in parallel to the things that you say can't work without being in matrimony under these laws?
Well,
I thought this was a place
yeah,
where
Kenny.
I thought this was a place where we could have fair adult discussions
Oh,
without the
Sweeney, go
finger
ahead.
wagging.
Well,
I dropped
sure,
it
I'm
there.
sure JR ready to end this, but I would say that history has told us what works. And until we have enough data to prove that the system that y'all are currently advocating for is more what's the word I'm looking for, efficient than the nuclear family structure, I think we have history on our side.
Okay, so what am I advocating for since you put that vest on me?
Oh, well, I would assume that you're advocating for a system where marriage is not the center, that people can essentially have the relationship dynamics that they want or that they design for themselves
You can have
outside the
the
institution of marriage.
relationships that mirror everything that you say within matrimony without signing up a contract that gives someone alleged security and your last name without the
Well,
majority of the liabilities that come with that contract nowadays, because we are no
what
longer
does
in
that inherently
traditional
what does that inherently create though? When you don't have something that holds you to a standard or holds you within something, and there's no consequence for what happens if it falls apart, then you're basically just advocating for people to be able to operate like single adults.
Sweeney, men have have dire consequences if they don't lace up their boots every day and go out there and work. Men who are leaders, because we had that on the panel, contract or no contract, have to do what men have to do. So what changes the paradigm of that? A piece of paper? And catering to a woman's ego?
So basically what you're saying is that you want to be held, you want to be the arbiter of your own situation.
What man
And that's
doesn't?
not, and that's
What
and that's
man
not the
doesn't?
that's
Whoa,
but that's
Sweeney.
not, hold on, wait. Let me that's not how reality works. That's not how systems work. That's not how countries work. Countries are
Really?
built on sets of rules
men
and,
work.
and regulations that we all agree upon and enforce. Everybody can't just move how they want to move. That's just not how any
Weak
system
people
works.
can't move how they want to move. Followers and weak people can't move how they want to move.
Even clout, like, because I know you said
The
you're a
people who
business
run this
owner,
world
right?
move how they want to move.
No, they don't. They're even held to a certain standard. We may not understand the standard that they're held to, but they're definitely held to a certain standard. They don't get to operate any old kind of way. They can't do whatever they want. Now, there's things that they can do, or they may have more benefits to their lives or whatever, and they may have a little more leeway, but there's a line that they cannot cross. And that's honestly how we are with each other. Like, Kenny, I can't treat you any old kind of way without there being consequences for my actions. I can't just come at you or do you, like, if me and you, if I was your barber, right? And you paid me to be your barber, and I told you, hey, bro, I understand that you paid me, but I ain't cutting your hair. There's consequences for that action.
So you believe that lacks consequence for a man that commits to a woman without that piece of paper? If he doesn't do what he doesn't say, there's no consequence to it.
I think
I
if
can
we're
easily
all right,
go get.
Well, no. I understand what you're saying. I would argue that
You mean a woman lose respect?
I don't think I would argue that I don't think that's the world that is being advocated for. Where, because that would be essentially holding somebody to a standard, i.e., a contractual obligation. The church used to do it, and now the church used to do it, and then the state began to do it.
So tell me, when can I get a woman pregnant and I'm not married to her and I don't have to pay a consequence if I don't choose to take care of that kid?
Well, taking care of the kid, but what about her? You don't marry her, you
Okay.
get her pregnant, and you don't marry her, so you walk away from her.
Okay, so now, if a woman puts me on child support, right, under the laws that I'm not married to her, does she get a financial benefit from me being on child support?
Well, theoretically speaking, the child, like, all right, think of it this way.
That's a yes or no.
I know. I'm gonna try to answer it this way. If you and her decided on your own, I pay my half for the child, you pay your half for the child. Is that her receiving a benefit for you paying for your half for the child?
That's not the question I answered. I mean,
No. I understand what you're trying to ask, but that's essentially no. I'm just trying to. I'm not trying to get you to agree with anything. I'm just trying to frame it to you a certain way. Child support obligation supposed to go to the child. It's not for her. It's supposed to be for the child. Your half, when they create child support, it's based on both of y'all income, or it's based on what each of y'all should be providing for the child. It's not supposed to be for her.
So when do you choose to answer my question? You posed the question in place of my question.
Okay, so what was your repeat your question one more time? My fault.
That means you didn't care to hear it.
Well, I did hear your question. I answered the question the way that I
No,
could.
you
But if
actually
you,
didn't. You can't answer
bro,
a
just
question
ask
with
the
a question.
question then, bro. I'm
Okay,
hearing you.
lower your voice.
Jesus Christ. You just
How
want
are
to
you
argue.
wrong in this point in time?
I'm not
You told,
asking. It's not about right or
okay,
wrong, bro. Just answer your question.
this is what you
Just
do
ask
to
your
try to
question, bro.
diminish somebody's point.
Just ask your question.
Okay, I did. You chose not to listen.
I
You
chose not to. I
I'll be
answered it the way
quiet
that
and
I thought
I'm
I
not doing
could.
this.
If you didn't like the answer and you said I
No,
didn't
you
answer it,
actually
just ask the question. You're having a
raising
meta
your voice
conversation right now.
again. Raising your voice and being wrong because you posed a question and not answering my question. That's not answering my question. That's posing your own point of view. I wish you would be fair to the conversation. It is a benefit. There are many ways that I cannot exclude myself from repercussions as for being a man in a given relationship, bar the paperwork and going down to the courthouse. If I am a man and I say I am a leader, I do not need a piece of paper to justify that I am a leader. I have to go and do what I have to do, and I am judged by the merits of my actions. A paper does not make me that much more inclined, but hold more leverage in her favor if I don't say what I gonna do by that paper that she has me by the nuts.
So what about the guy that decides not to? Because you do know that there's people out there that decide that say that I am a man and I'm gonna do it, and there are people that say I'm a man and I'm not gonna do it.
And their health is no way that you can't. How does a woman not win and benefit from a man not cleaving to her with the paper? If he did something by her, if they agreed to move in and cohabitate, and they chose not to live with each other anymore, you know what happens? They split. You know what happens when you have that piece of paper? She gets to dictate certain terms if you don't sign a prenup. Even if you have a kid, that prenup don't mean nothing. You understand?
That's not the question that I asked you. I said
No,
you said that
I
as a
chose not
man.
because
You said that as a man, you have that moral obligation to do what you're supposed to do, and you don't need somebody to come in and tell you to do what you're supposed to do.
no,
Now,
with that
hold on,
paper,
wait. So what about for the man that says I am a man and I don't have to do that?
does that man have a job? There's qualifiers. Or is that man a rolling stone? There's
Hold on.
qualifiers.
You said without a piece of paper. Let's argue. Let's say that
Okay,
there's no
no, we're
paper that's
not
gonna.
going to do that, Sweeney. I
You
am
said
on point with you. Put
right. So you're
qualifiers.
saying. So
I
you're
put
saying
qualifiers. I'm not
right.
giving you gray area
Right.
to pick
So you
from.
said no. You said I don't need a piece of paper to tell me what kind of man I need to be to the woman and the child in my life. I grant you that. You don't need a piece of paper to tell you that. So what about what happens and what about the man that says I am a man and I don't want to do that?
Okay, I can only follow the qualifiers that I gave. I am not playing in your money pool. I am a working man. I choose not to be married. I have a child. I made a commitment to a woman, ride with me. She says, I'm going to ride with you. I don't need a piece of paper to validate my relationship and I love her, my woman and my child. I go out there and show my efforts by the fruit I bear every day. Every time I lace up my boots and I come home with the groceries, make sure I keep a roof over the head. I do not need to abide by your tenets to say that I am not living a good life, a solid life, a virtuous life by that woman, because I'm
Right.
not following your ideals. I am not bashing marriage. I am
Right.
bashing the
I'm not mad
contract.
at that. I'm not mad at that. But what I'm asking you is, I get what you're saying. You as a man, you're going to abide by the contractual obligation of your moral compass. You said, I understand what my job is when I'm with this woman and what I'm obligated to do for her. What about if Viz says, hey, I'm not doing none of that shit. And I know I got her pregnant. I know she's supposed to be here with me, but I know I started this thing with her and I want to walk away from her. What about him?
If he follows the same steps as I do, working man goes out there 9 to 5 and he chooses not to honor that contract with that woman, you do not need to be married for the government to work on her behalf.
Well, no, you leaving out the part where he just said that the man is not going to take care of his kid. He
He's
said
not. Right.
Okay,
You said you
so
don't need a piece of paper, so we're going to take the paper out of it.
Part of this man that had a responsibility. Not
hey yo, Cloud,
keep
I swore I said if
responsibility.
he's following my blueprint, the government will come and get him. She'll go down to the courthouse with my information and put me on child support, which will benefit her and the child.
So
And coming on how much I make, it will be more of a benefit to her.
Well, that would
at
happen.
that point, you're being held to the same standards as a marriage.
Okay, so you just said, okay, what holds a man accountable who does not have a paper? And now you just said you're being held to the same standards.
I'm answering. Hold on, wait. I'm answering within the world that you created. The world you created is a world where there is no need for paper. You don't need a piece of paper to tell a man what they're supposed to do. So if that does not exist, then how do you hold a man? So if a man that doesn't want to do any of those things, how do we hold him accountable?
You just said in
so
closing.
We would, right. So we would basically create pieces of paper that will obligate him to his obligation.
Okay, so all right, so
yeah,
basically.
No, I wouldn't agree with
that.
I could say you could hold him accountable through shame. He'd be held accountable by the woman losing respect for him and thus making him have a difficult time seeing his child, making him have a difficult time in his household. There's a lot of way a man can be held accountable just simply by his woman. So no, you don't need a government contract to hold you accountable. If you're not doing right by your woman and she leaves you, that's you being held accountable. If you're not doing right by your woman and she takes the kids and leaves, that's you being held accountable. It's the same way you would be held accountable if she divorced you for cheating. It's the same exact way.
But what if you don't care?
Cloud is different though, because just how you were talking about
dignity,
a person with dignity, your dignity is within, was inward. So if you don't give a fuck about you walking away from your family, then that shame is nothing. That it's irrelevant because it's not going to have any impact on you.
Okay.
Yeah, but the problem is that scumbags are going to exist whether they get married or not. There's always going to be a scumbag somewhere. There's always going to be a scumbag somewhere. There's always going to be some scumbag who doesn't take care of his responsibilities.
Married
whether
or
you try to hold
unmarried.
there are men on child support that literally will quit their job to not pay child support. So it's not like child support is holding them accountable. All I'm saying is, like, if he's not going to be accountable, he's not going to be accountable regardless. But we're not talking about low quality men that are just here to make children and not take care of their children. We're talking about decent human beings here. Any decent man who's willing to be in his child's life can have a healthy relationship with a woman and his child without getting married. That's all I'm saying. If he has proper intentions to do right by the woman, he doesn't have to be married to her to do right by her. Now, if they want to get married, though, I'm not saying don't. It's not like I'm saying, yo, you want to get married and your woman want to get married, don't do it. I'm not saying that. I was literally just trying to explain why so many people don't want to do it. But if you want to do it and you and your woman are happy to dwell together and happy to sign that contract, more power to you. Sign the contract and live life and love each other to the day you die. But I'm just saying that contract is not a protection any more than your word is a protection. You could end the marriage the same way you could end a relationship.
Well, so
I could abandon my wife. I can abandon my wife the same way I could abandon my kids, but that's just not the type of guy I am. And I wouldn't advocate for any man to do that.
Well, so I think that I understand the whole aspect with this piece of paper because I felt like that as well at one point. However, I think that piece of paper is additional weight and conviction for both parties to carry if they choose to divorce. So I understand what it is. I understand the angle that you guys are approaching it with, but that piece of paper, it should mean something, but it shouldn't mean something, right? Because what's true is the two people. Why sign it is because it's a commitment. It's that given commitment.
Why is your word not good enough?
Not
why
only
is your word as a man not good enough?
Because it's a contract.
Why is the word? Why is the verbal contract not good enough?
The same reason why people back in the day used to make blood contracts. The same reason why in gang culture, in order for you to get in, you got to get beat in. So
that's a verbal contract.
It's not a verbal contract. If you got beat in,
it's a verbal contract that was collateralized with pain. It's a verbal contract.
Right. It's a blood contract, but you gave something.
But
my
what I'm
point.
saying is you
So
don't need a
you
paper
can
contract
easily
to give something. I can easily move a woman into my house, take care of her bills, take care of the children, and we don't have to be married to do that. She's completely covered and protected by me taking care of her. So that's the only thing I'm trying to get y'all to understand. I'm trying to get y'all to separate this idea that marriage marriage and a healthy relationship are mutually exclusive. They're not. You can have a healthy relationship over here, and you can have a marriage that's not healthy. Y'all keep conflating it
so
like, oh well, you got to get married or else it's not healthy. That's just not true.
that's not what I said. So you
I'm
can't
not saying
say
my bad.
y'all.
Maybe my bad.
Yeah, you
That's what
can't
a lot
say
of people
y'all.
have been saying. I'm not going to put that
Right.
on you. But
Now,
people have been saying it.
again, I get that part. However, again, with it being a contract in writing, for as long as we have been writing, we've been making agreements on paper in writing because now it's official. Once you get that seal, that stamp, it's now official. You're abiding by this contract. You have no choice, or there's going to be repercussions. When there's no written contract, when this is not in place, then it's a free for all.
That's
Then
not.
it could easily
That's
be
actually not true, though,
considered to
Viz.
be
That's
That's
not
not
true.
true.
That is true.
That's not true. If you look
How
at the
so?
history, no, if you look at the history of marriage, for example, the history of marriage originally didn't have a contract. When people used to get married, the only person that could prove that you was married were the witnesses. That's the whole point of having witnesses at a wedding, because they were there to see that you guys verbally gave each other vows.
Right.
It was never a licensable thing. It became a licensable thing where the government got involved. And if you notice, when the government got involved is when marriage started tanking. So maybe not getting the government involved is the way people need to go.
No, I
You could
don't know
sign
if
your
I can
name in your
agree with that
Bible.
because
You and your wife could sign your name in
it
a Bible,
doesn't.
and you can say your vows in front of your loved ones and family, and that is a marriage. So why is that not good enough? Professing your love in front of your family and friends, why is that not good enough? Giving your verbal word that you promised to this and that and that and that. Why is that not good enough? That's what I'm saying. Why do we need someone else to validate what we got, which is you and your woman have a contract, right? Verbal or whatever. Why do you need to go file something with somebody else that gives her a certain leverage over you to express and validate your love? To me, that doesn't make sense. You can do it
Clout,
if you
is it?
want. You can do it if you want. I'm not saying you don't do it if you want to, but I'm just saying to keep presenting this argument as though you need to do that to have that type of relationship. I'm saying that's where we're getting lost.
Clout, isn't that what I said earlier? I said that at the beginning of my discussion with you guys. I said you don't
But I
have
never
to go to the
disagreed with that.
court.
I never
Okay, good.
disagreed with that.
Because that exactly what you said is what I said. You don't have to, you can do that by between your that's
Before you got
to
on the stream, I said the same thing.
yes, you did. Yeah.
But I said that most women, if you present to them, the reason why men are so gung-ho over getting married is because most men know that if they presented to their wife a marriage and said, hey, take my word for it, they know that their woman would say no. They know, because of what the woman really wants is that government leverage. You might not see it that way because most men are starry-eyed, oh, I'm so in love. But women, this is why they say men are in love and women are in business, right? Because women know what they're doing, which is why they push for that contract. They make sure they get that contract because for them, it's advantageous. And they make you as a man think, oh, it's all about love and connection. It's not about love and connection. It's about leverage. That's all it's about. And,
Yeah,
and
no,
if it was really
I
about
can't.
love and connection, your word would be good enough. I never needed
I,
to make a contract with my best friends to stay best friends. We've been best friends for the past 20-some years. We didn't have to sign no contract in blood to be best friends. We show up for each other because that's what we do, because it's a real bond. You get what I'm saying? And that's how any real relationship should be, in my opinion.
Cloud, I agree with you. I agree with you. Now, however, we got to consider everything that y'all talked about today, as far as with cultures, especially with cultures, just focusing on that part. So I don't think that most women are worried about the government assistance or the support from the government per se. I think that a big part of that as well plays with the impact of the culture of making your woman an honest wife, making her an honest woman, right? That's the thing. If she saw her mama, her grandma, everybody get married, and she's together for 5-10 years, whatever, people gonna ask, hey, what's going on when y'all gonna get married? That
Right,
that
insecurity.
influence as well. But
Right, people
and
become insecure.
for sure. But I think that is a very impactful part of it for the people that do want to get married is the fact that they're able to say that they're married, the respect that comes with it, the honor that comes with it, right? If you're a believing person, that's the only way that you can damn near get into heaven, right? Aside from that, you shacking up. So it is all of these other impacts that play a part that influence somebody wanting to be married. I don't think that is solely based off of what the government says and what it is that they do.
So if I'm not married, I can't get in heaven?
Jesus wasn't married.
I mean, you're technically sinning. So
You
if you're a
sin every
sinner,
day.
then you
People
can't get
sin,
into
people
heaven.
sin every
What are
day.
you
Ain't nobody
talking
free of sin, brother. Ain't nobody
Ain't
free of
nobody
sin.
free of sin. What are you talking about?
Niggas lie,
That's
niggas do
fair,
drugs. People have
but if you're
anger is a sin. Do not, anger to an extent is a sin. People
You
get
want to
angry
take
every day.
that?
I don't
You want to
hear
take that
nobody
back?
talking about not getting angry. I mean, people curse every day using curse words. That's sinful. I don't hear
You
nobody complaining
fornicate.
about that.
You look at
People,
booty.
most of the married couples on here were
fornication is
fornicating
an
before they
act
got
of
married.
sin.
Hold on, most of the married couples on here probably fornicated before they got married. So
For
technically
sure,
that
but
would
that's why you get
biblically
married
that would
though.
make your marriage illegitimate though.
That's why you get married though.
No, but
It's
biblically, no.
it's
But
it's the
biblically, if you
same.
had sex with your because the Bible says if you even lust in your heart if you even look at a woman with lust, you've committed sin against that woman. So meaning
Yeah.
that if any of you had sex with your wife before marriage, you've delegitimized your marriage and made it full of sin based off the argument you're making. Because the way God's marriage is two virgins. Last I checked, so everybody wants to uphold marriage, but so they're cool. We want to uphold marriage. Let's go back traditional. Who's a virgin? How many virgins are getting married? Because if you're not a virgin, I don't want to hear no talk about marriage. If you wasn't a virgin when you got married, I don't want to hear no talk about that. And
That's a
respectfully,
fact.
my
You
wife
get
was a
it
virgin when
wrong.
I got married.
That sounds crazy as hell, bro.
It sounds crazy
How?
now that I'm
That's the
holding
law.
everybody to everything the Bible said. How many
If
of
you
y'all eat pork?
following it, that's
How
the
many of y'all
law.
eat pork? How many of y'all eat pork? How many of y'all go to church on Sunday instead of
Okay,
Saturday?
you guys. Okay, Cloud, you're not telling the truth
You want to
now.
get religious.
Cloud,
You
that
want to
is
get
not
religious.
true.
Yeah,
What
This
you
is
want
what
to
the
do?
Bible said. This is what the Bible said. The Bible said you shouldn't dwell in sin. So I'm not a Christian, but I'm gonna. You brought the Bible, so let me speak of the Bible. It says this is what the Bible says. If you dwell in sin, right? Yes, you got to be judged. That means you're not doing the right thing. Yes, you fornicating, you sinning.
It
But
says
if
flee
you
fornication.
repent
It
of your
doesn't say
sin,
marry.
this is the difference between a married person and a non-married person. A married person repented of their sin, so they are not any longer in bondage. You see the difference between a married and an unmarried person that is having sex?
No.
Married person is having sex in commitment and in vow. Is a holy matrimonial.
Yeah, but it didn't
The
start
other
that way. Let's be
person,
honest.
okay, it didn't start, but yeah, it didn't start. But guess what? It's not the
So y'all
starting; it's the end
already on the
point.
wrong foot. You're
Okay,
already
no,
living in sin.
no, they're not. They're
How
not because
how
guess
so
what?
though?
You going by the Bible, right? And I'm telling you what the Bible says. So you can argue with the Bible.
I know what the Bible
That's
says,
what you're
brother. I
doing.
know what it says.
Argue with the
I'm the first
Bible.
one to
Kenny, Kenny, in that same
I brought it up.
Yeah. Go ahead, Kenny. I can hear you.
in that same Bible, were there great men with wives and concubines?
Right.
Remember, the Christians live in the New
Same
Testament,
men
not
that
the
were
Old
good to you,
Testament.
men after
Remember,
God's
the
own heart.
Christians live in the New. Remember, I don't go to church. I'm going by what you guys are quoting.
So
The
why would
Christians, the
you?
Old
Why
Testament.
would you? So Kenny,
Solomon
why
had
would you grab the
concubines.
Bible and pick and choose it for your usage?
No, but remember, they said that the New Testament has now it fits the Old Testament, right? It fits
Okay,
the Old
so
Testament.
Kenny,
So
you
they're no
said you're
longer
not.
in sin.
Kenny, be warned. If you use the book can be used against you. If you are not schooled on it, like many aren't, I gave you a paradigm. Were there great men in that same Bible that had wives and concubines?
If we go by the Old Testament, guess what? That is correct. You're right, 100%. You're right. You can have a wife and a concubine. And guess what? Because the Old Testament recognizes your concubine, but the New Testament doesn't. Two different.
Okay, so who changed the old to the new? Was it man or God?
Guess
You want
what?
to
The
know?
Christians said that Jesus is God. So they said it's God that did it.
I'm gonna ask you again my
You know
same
what's funny?
question. So who changed the old to the new? Was it man or God?
According to the Christians, they said it's God.
I'm gonna say it's God. Yeah. Well, I don't
Using that
understand
same King James Bible,
how
using
would it
that
not be
same King
God?
James Bible, there was 47 to 50 scholars licensed by King James, the man that wrote the book he was known for, that Evil Prophecy Sorcery book, to have 47 to 50 of the greatest minds reinterpret that Bible.
Kenny,
So
you're 100% correct. You are 100% correct. But guess what? We're talking about Christians, right? This
Yeah,
is
I
what
want
the
to see
Christians
Adam and
said.
Eve's marriage license. That's what I want to see. I want to see Adam and Eve's marriage license. I want to see Abraham and Sarah's marriage license.
Well,
When you show me that, then
You
it
don't need
makes
a
sense.
here's
license.
the
You don't need
thing.
a license to be married. What you got to do is that you have two people as a witness. Hey, Cloud, if you go, do you have a girlfriend, Cloud?
Yep.
Okay, you see Kenny, you see Vis, you see I, right? And JR. And then maybe your siblings, your family members, and a half family member, and you bring us all together and say you're going to marry, that this girl is your wife. Not that you're going to marry her, but now she's your wife. She is your wife. Because when two people or three bear witness, right, you've established something. So if you bring her and tell us that that's your wife, you do not need any certificate. That's what I'm saying.
So I'm
But you got
correct.
to call her your wife.
So you're saying I'm right, essentially, that you don't need a piece of
That
paper
is
to.
why I'm saying that. But you have to. But remember what I said last. You have to call her your wife. As long as you call her your wife, that's it.
Yeah, I think that we're ignoring the
Good.
fact that with it being documented like that is creating a structure. If things aren't structured, is going to fall apart. We
and
can
again,
talk about
I'm the
having verbal contracts and agreements all day, but we all know that anyone at any time could easily break a verbal agreement and there not
anyone
be
can break a
any.
marriage.
I get that, but it's more to it than just that piece of paper, though. Like,
Yeah,
and
lawyers get
I think
paid
that,
and lawyers get rich. That's the only difference. Is some lawyers can get rich in the
No,
process.
that's true. Viz, what
so
you said. Viz,
maybe because I don't look at it from a perspective of fear, because to me it sounds
I
like
think people get married because of fear. So you're saying you don't see it from a perspective of fear, and that's interesting because I genuinely believe the reason why people want to get married so bad is because they're afraid. They're afraid they're going to lose their person. They're afraid the person's going to cheat. They're afraid that if they don't sign a contract with the person, that they can't incentivize them to stay. Usually, the reason why people are getting married is fear. They're not getting married because so people try to frame it like, oh, the guy who doesn't want to get married is afraid. Really? The guy who's sleeping
that's
alone.
what it sounds like if y'all are
You know why that
basing
doesn't
it
make sense?
literally off of a paper.
You know why the reason why that doesn't make sense is because being alone is way more something way more worthy of being fearful than being in a relationship. You get what I'm saying? So technically, the person who's alone is walking into fear because they're taking a risk of being alone and having nobody. The person who needs to be married is a person who cannot be by themselves most of the time, and they need that contract to feel safe because they're deathly afraid that they will be alone and be left and won't have any leverage over the situation. And that's being honest. That's really why most people get married. But again, people love to cast it as though the guy who doesn't want to get married is fearful. No, it has nothing to do with fear. It's a contract that doesn't benefit you. And if you're someone who's wise people don't make decisions that don't benefit them. It doesn't make sense. But you will make a decision that doesn't benefit you if you're afraid. You're afraid of losing your woman, afraid she'll sleep with somebody else, afraid she'll take the kids away, afraid that you won't be able to, afraid you won't have an apartment to live. So you got to live together to be able to afford the mortgage. That's really why people should get married, if we're keeping it honest.
You said that's why they get married, or that's why they should?
The majority why they really get married is because they're afraid. A lot of dudes will be with their girl for 10 years, and the moment they think she's gonna leave, that's when they propose to her. You want to know why? Because they're afraid she's gonna leave. Let me propose to her now because I'm scared.
Clearly, they're getting married for the wrong reason, though, Cloud. Let's keep it a buck here. Let's keep it a buck here. So
most people get married for the wrong reason.
In in those same situations, scenarios that you just created, that could easily happen if you're not married. So again, to people that, to me, to people that actually want to get married, that the government being involved, her walking away and having to pay this and pay that. One of us not worried about that. They're not thinking about that because they
I don't
love that
believe that.
person. You say
If
you
you're
what?
melancholy and believe that that can't happen to you, you can get back
Who
daughter
said
anytime.
you're speaking out of fear, because who said that can't happen? I just
I'm
said that
speaking
can
out of fear
happen.
or logic.
I just said that can happen if you're married or not. It doesn't
So
matter.
you saying that just made a case for everything being relative, having the paper or not having the paper. So we're setting the same standards, and I'm saying it out of logic, not fear, because I am looking at
That sounds like fear,
risk
because I know
versus
plenty
reward.
of
That's fair.
extremely successful marriages.
No.
And they're not worried about a sheet of paper or the government getting involved.
Okay, do you know them?
That's literally all that you're basing this off of.
What?
And that's not what it's about.
Okay,
That's
what
not
am I
what marriage
basing
is
it off
about.
of? You said I'm basing it off of one thing.
About her taking half your money, you getting on child support and all this other shit. That's literally your argument to it
That's
all.
my whole argument.
That's your whole argument. That's
So
literally your whole argument about marriage.
So let me pose a question. Is the marriage contract, from when we went over it statistically, is it a good contract to sign if you have no protectors? God forbid a woman shows you a false representation of herself. Is it a good contract to sign if you don't put the necessary safeguards within that contract and just leave it all up to love?
So you should not be marrying somebody that you're not 100% committed and official. That you know that this is what this person is genuinely, and that you're willing to invest everything into it.
So you didn't answer the question.
Any person should be mindful of the contract that they sign, because you're bound to this contract. So I think if a man or woman has went about the route to properly vet this person, and they know that they're ready to do this, then absolutely they should sign it. Why
So
not?
you're married, Vince, right?
I'm engaged.
Okay. Are you signing a prenup?
Yeah.
Okay. So you made the necessary safeguards. So you saying that just leave it all up to this, that, and the third. I'm not thinking about that on the back end. You just debunked everything you said by saying that you're gonna sign a prenup. You know that, right?
No, we have kids outside of each other. So
okay, but you said earlier that you should be 100% committed to this person. And you said we were doing out of fear. We were speaking out of fear. And I said, I'm speaking out of logic. If you do a certain thing and you don't have any safeguards to protect yourself, God forbid a woman is showing a false representation of who she is, you fought against that. But then me asking you, the man who has a fiance, if you're putting safeguards in place or just leaving it to God and love, you said, nah, I have a prenup that I'm gonna care for before we get wedded. So you just like abolished the whole thing that you just said.
What's wrong with getting a prenup? I mean, that's part of the contract.
Okay, I just pointed out you just lambasted us about leaving it to God and love and family and all this stuff.
A prenup is nothing but a add-on to the contract.
So why are you signing a prenup if you believe that this is the one for you? Shouldn't you just go all the way?
Because I told you
I thought it's forever.
Why you need protection? Are you afraid?
It is forever.
It is
forever.
Why you need protection? Are you afraid? Is it
No,
fear?
it's not protection for me.
Are you afraid that something bad might happen?
No.
Protection. Is your wife afraid something bad might happen?
If that was the case, I wouldn't be getting married. Because it's an additional
prenup. Why not just take the risk, get married?
It's an
protection
it's
from
an
what?
add-on.
I don't think Viz said what you guys are accusing him of saying. That's not what he said. He's advocating for marriage. He never said there is anything wrong about protection of marriage, of asset. He never said that. What he was saying is that it's good to be married, and he gave his reasons. So you guys are just using this additional to corner this. You guys are not being.
No,
You guys are being
Kenny.
disingenuous.
No, Kenny. He said that we were speaking out of fear.
Yeah,
And
out of fear of getting married. There is nothing wrong
okay,
about getting
so
married. But
what
it's
was
wise
my
to protect your
Kenny?
stuff if you guys are coming with assets.
Good
There's
brother.
nothing wrong about that.
Good brother. What did I counter with? I said I am thinking logically, and I gave caveats. I gave examples of why. And he said the old traditional things about leaving it to love, biblical, family, legacy, and all that jumbled
I,
up
I,
as
I
he spoke
always
throughout.
speak on marriage being a contract. I mean, being a business deal. I always speak on that.
When did you do that? Today?
Always.
You didn't speak about it today. You would speak
I,
from a
I
glowing heart.
always speak on that. It is out of love, but at the same time, again, by you writing out a contract, it's a business deal. So if I'm investing into this business, then why not get it on that? It's official once it's on paper.
You spinning right now.
How am I spending? I don't understand.
You tried to admonish us
Lord have
for
mercy.
showing the parallels of the paper and not having the paper. You and Sweeney said it was relative, and I'm like, huh? You said when we pointed our POVs, we were speaking from a point of fear. Clout gave you an
Right, of why
example. I'm
y'all
not
don't want to
speaking
get
from
married.
fear. I'm speaking from a logical place. If I look at this contract as the way it is, I am not admonishing those that choose to get married. I wish them well, but I care to have the same discussion with you and say that I don't really need a paper to adhere to those things and principles that make me a man, a leader, a father, a virtuous man to my woman
I
and
never
my seed
disagree
and
with that.
my community.
I never disagree with that.
Yes,
Never
at
at
one
one
point
point.
you said if you're not married, you can't get into heaven. You didn't say
You
that?
can't.
Huh?
You can't. If
can't
you're
get into
living in
heaven?
sin,
Okay, when that
you
Bible,
can't get in heaven.
when the good old Bible says I
If you're
can't go
living
to
in
heaven if I'm
sin,
not married.
if you're living in sin, you can't get in
Okay,
heaven,
I'm
bro.
gonna ask
You
again.
know that.
Where can I reference in that good old Bible? If I do not get
The
married,
Bible don't
I'm
say
not
that.
going to heaven.
The Bible said
If
Jesus
you're
died for our sins. I don't know
fornicating,
what Bible you're reading, brother.
if fornication isn't a sin,
No, the Bible didn't say that if you don't marry, you're not going to go heaven. That's not what the Bible said. What the Bible said is that if you
Bible
fornicate,
doesn't say
which
if you're
is
living in
against
sin,
right?
you won't make it to heaven.
That's
no, you have to
what I'm
live.
saying.
No, but
So
if you're not married, you're not
if
sin.
you're
You have to.
fornicating, if you're having sex with a man or woman, whatever, and you're not married, then what?
Well, in the Bible, you can't marry a man. You can't marry a man. So,
Yeah, of course, of course.
So Viz, in the last month or two, have you not seen a voluptuous woman that your eyes stayed on her too long, either on social media or in passing, even though you're still devoted to your woman? Have you ever long look in these past 2 or 3 months at some nice big old booty or some big old chestesses? Huh?
Hey, I mean, hey, the Lord's still working on
You
me.
stuttering? What?
I said the
What'd you
Lord's
say?
still working on me.
So that means you were fornicating, no?
No, that's not fornication. That's lusting.
yeah, Vix, the Bible said you can still go to hell for that, brother.
Well, yeah, no, I know that. I'm just joking along with him on that one.
No, you're
I
not.
get your point, but the entire point of it is that if you're living in sin willingly and knowingly, then that plays a part of you potentially not having your name in the book of life. So I mean,
Listen, Paul said better to stay single as I do. But if you
that's because
can't control yourself, then get
Paul was
married.
fighting. That's because Paul was fighting demons.
Yeah, I mean that's fine. What they got to do with anything? It's a lot of niggas fighting demons and they married.
every day.
Okay, but that I'm
A
saying
lot of niggas demons is their wife.
You said that as if that's something that goes across the board.
Well, I was saying it to illustrate the point that in order for you to have a high level of spirituality or connection with God, it doesn't require you to have a marriage. That's what I was trying to point out.
That's not what I'm saying. So the thing is that Paul committed himself to teaching the gospel. So he wasn't out there having sex with a bunch of different women, as far as with what we know, and he wasn't having sex with one specific woman. So that's not even a case for him on that one.
All that's said and done. Stop it. We can cohabitate as people, respecting that you don't need to be in holy matrimony and beat somebody over the head. If they live a virtuous life, they're a leader, a pillar of their community, they help others, they uplift people, they have a contract with the woman or women's that they love, depending on their choice, and they move through life doing positive rather than negative. You can't tell me I ain't going nowhere that you ain't going, because we're all judged at the same merit if that be the case when our eyes close. So I don't want to hear you telling me that this is the cornerstone. And I've seen success out of matrimony, and I've also seen how demonstrative it can be when you allow somebody to have that kind of leverage over you. Again, like I always state, if you find the right one, it's like hitting that $1 billion Mega Millions. But be warned and be logical about stepping into something where you're unsure of the representation or who you lay down with. I'm never telling you not to take the leap of faith, but make sure you got your britches on tight.
All right, let me go ahead and get to these super chats. My mere thoughts 499 says, no matter his net worth, the man with options is considered the bad boy. Women love competition, anxiety. Sometimes they hate the outcomes. AP accountability partner $5 says, Angie, are you talking about the same cookie that's on the panel? No, man, her individual thought is hers. Never look for validation. Davis, $5. A woman has to be validated by whatever man she wants to marry, and that's by that particular man's standards. Davis again, $5 says, some mistakes made by men or women having lifelong consequences. Academy, $10 said, let's go, Hink. You must take the past into consideration. I too began to believe in the woke culture by refraining from passing judgment on these women. I was sorely mistaken. AP, $5 says, a man becomes like a father. Negative, sir. That's not all what a healthy marriage looks like. My wife will never, ever be my daughter. That's wild. KP, $2 said, mistaken. Your mistake was saying, was it like I ego is the fault? Is that what you're trying to say, KP?
Your mistake was saying I. Ego is a flaw.
Okay, gotcha. Kia, KLA 2026 499. JR should good women who aren't wives and abstain then. Stage 1999. The contract between men and women is wired for the natural world. Money is only marker for resources. Wall off nature, evolve, socialization, and tech and renegotiation begins. We still rely on evolutionary mechanisms, though. Mr. Travolta, it's a personal responsibility. DM are not marrying Black women because of Black women attitudes. If it was as good product as people will buy, regardless of what people say. Dorf Baby 499 says, Kyle Jones is cooking. Panel is not ready for the truth. Human nature is dictated by the economic advancement, not traditionalism. Marriage is obsolete. Stage 199, modern marriage is about love. Scorch. Been for 25 months. Elon Musk is weird. He's into transhumanism and don't believe in marriage and is replacing humans with robots. Not a good example. No sex is not marriage. Big at 11, $10. Why keep telling people only 20 minutes? Speak for yourself, bro. Academy $10 says it is absurd for him to use the richest person in the world for an example. Now, what about our children? This is the main reason why our children are much worse off than billionaires' children. Mr. Trevota, Cloud is 100% correct. There's nothing marriage gives you then you can't get from being in a committed relationship except the risk of the man being broke after divorce. Why can't you understand that? Mr. Trevota, Cloud is 100%. The contract is about leverage. CIPH Blood 999 super sticker. Thank you. Jay with the 499. Thank you. Jay. Before the marriage contract was concluded, the young man or the father of the young man had to pay the girl's father the bride / price on a marriage price. This was a construct between the family. And lastly, Jay 999. In the law, there was an established purchase price for an unengaged virgin who was seduced by a man. I want to thank everybody that has contributed to the platform. Thank you guys. Thank the panel for their perspectives and everybody that's tuning in. Even if you weren't in the chats, salute to you. When you're catching us on the replay, make sure you guys hit the like button. And also make sure you subscribe to the channel. Catch us next Sunday, and we out.